The bright moon illuminated the beautiful snow-white palace. The voice announced, "Enter Mr. Felix and Lady Claudia Chamberlain." Some guests were indifferent to the appearance of a couple. One of the girls extended her hand, a whisper hailing the arrived lady. She listened carefully to her. "Claudia, now you need to choose." The white-haired lady with blue eyes did not understand what was being discussed. The interlocutor with brown hair added, "Of course, the groom." Claudia still did not understand, asking with interest, "For what? If you do not choose, these 3 men will kidnap you and lock you." But how will I say this? There are reasons for everything. First, listen to me, please. The first is the crown prince who will take the place of the ruler of the Empire Loxine. If you choose Lucas Darien, you will become the mother of the empire. It was evident that this man was not Claudia's pillow. The interlocutor stared dumbfounded at the lady, mentally striking her. Also a good option is His Highness Duke. Carlisle is the city of chaos, which is known for different types of crimes. They say that all the power there is in the hands of Benjamin Lemberg, and he will lead everything. In wealth and influence, you will not even give in to even the Kronprinz sect. It will be more correct to hear the opinion of the girl about the one to whom she belongs. Claudia said displeasedly, "I am not interested in criminals." Her interlocutor dumbfounded even more, screaming mentally. Then, "How do you like the hero of the empire, the holy knight Constantine?" After the reform, even clergymen can bind themselves to marriage. A man with long blue hair said, "I think you have already heard the answer. The clergyman who devoted his life to God. He abandoned faith and married." "What outdated views? Choose, I tell you." Suddenly, Claudia took a serious look and said, "I didn't want to say this, but I will spend my whole life with Irene." All those present immediately froze in place, looking at the girl. In their heads, the words just said. Their faces were full of shock and misunderstanding. They did not want to believe in what they heard. The girl, whose name was Irene Amber, was shocked the most. The real name is Kim Hoo-soo. A year ago, I moved to a novel fantasy. No matter how you look, but I seduced the main character. By the way, this short story is a drama filled with cruelty. Kim Hye-soo possessed the ability to attract people. However, it applied only to the owners of the same gender. Therefore, Irene was surrounded only by girls. She had a short story that she loved from school, namely, a flower growing on a dried branch. Briefly, Sarav. However, she is known not only as a drama filled with cruelty, but as a book that is only worth opening, and you can no longer help but read to the end. However, this does not mean that I want to degenerate by the hero of the short story and live in it. Irene, being the eldest daughter of the Embers, mired in debt. In Sarev, she became a girlfriend's friend, and then she got into the incident and died. If I want to survive, you need to avoid the main character. However, when Ember's Weissnism was almost mired under a pile of debts, Claudia became my light. She found me and saved me. Only because of our friendship did she completely compensate for debts. And I decided to stay for the rest of my life for Claudia. And now 3 candidates have departed from shocking news. Claudia, is it not dangerous to declare that you will not get married? With a naive expression on her face, the girl asked, "Why?" Irene desperately shouted in her head, "For my life! Your mouth has become triangular now, like a chipmunk." While Claudia squeezed Irene, she screamed, "You are already focusing!" "By the way, I found a dress in a boutique that Irene is ideal," the white-haired girl said, "and I want to give it to you. You will accept him from me? Irene is so kind to me. I will survive only if you connect your life with one of them. But why are you constantly clinging to me? Do you want me to come to terms with fate and die according to the role?" Contrary to everything, Claudia continued to squeeze Irene's cheeks. Crown Prince said angrily, "Do you want to spend your whole life with this? I hope I heard your speeches, Claudia. Otherwise, I will not be able to resist that, in order not to turn your neck with your little and fragile bride." Suddenly, he held out his hand to the death of the frightened Irene. However, his hand did not reach the goal. A slap was heard. Claudia cried out, "Do not touch it, your high! I will not sit back, even if I in front of me is Crown Prince. I dare to notice that you have quite unusual preferences. After all, she almost became my slave as a loan for debt." The white-haired girl screamed, "Are you threatening Irene now?" Benjamin answered, "And you are smart. Is this the power of love?" Suddenly, Irene felt a pressure aura behind him. She turned around and froze in the next impulse of fear. If you use force correctly, you can even kill a person. The girl called out to Claudia. She immediately hugged her, protecting her. she said. Do not worry, I will not let you touch. I don't understand why you are trying to defend the right to possess Claudia. She is not someone's property. Respect my sister's opinion. Would we not listen to what Claudia herself thinks about this? Well, of course, only Irene and brother respect my opinion. All three are hateful to me. Do you think enough say that you like me? Straight, frightening, and do not want to reckon with my opinion. You are all like savages. Only Irene can completely possess me. While Claudia screamed, the spirit emerged from Irene. Then she demonstratively took her friend's hand. Let's go. What kind of love that they all talk about so much about? Is it to be disrespect for a partner as love? This is just a sense of selfishness and possessiveness. Just a desire to win and get a precious trophy. I wish they stopped greedy and left me alone. I can never love such people, even if I die. Irene carefully asked. Are they so hated by you? Yes, just disgusting. Each of them is disgusted to me the same. I give love. How dare you refuse? They have such an attitude. Since those three are the main male characters in the short story, I thought that she would have to connect her life with one of them. Knowing perfectly what people they are in reality, it turns out that I was going to survive, destroying Claudia. Sorry that I constantly make you choose. Irene is not a person who would do so without reason. Surely you had reasons. But if you really are a pity, let me hug yourself. Irene smiled, answering, Fine. A joyful aristocrat immediately flew into the interlocutor. Smiling, she said, I really love Irene very much. God, now I also committed a disgusting act? I did not receive Irene's permission. What will happen now? The dumbfounded brown-haired woman asked. Just now, understand? Everything is fine, since this situation demanded that. Claudia turned again. Can you stay my friend for your whole life? Smiling, Irene answered sweetly. With great joy, she sobbed in her head. It seems that I am destined to die. Felix Chamberlain, the only older brother of Claudia, the eldest son of a noble and influential family Chamberlain, and the youngest deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic, a genius born with a huge amount of mana and talent. He has a reputation as a sincere and kind person, and also, like many older brothers, he has a nursing complex. We can say that he is something like a unicorn, which in reality does not exist. Suddenly, Irene ran out into the street, loudly opening the door. However, why is the unicorn on the porch of our house? Playing with a cat? Felix paying attention to a running girl. Sorry, I did not want to violate the norms of decency, bursting to you, the frozen Irene answered. It's okay, everything is fine. I have a disease. If next to me is the peer of the opposite sex, my face stages and speech becomes dry and unemotional. Secondary school for girls. The eldest is the same. Women's university. Because of this, the men were always asked, Are you angry? Is this possible? I'm not angry with beautiful people. An awkward pause has come. Irene realized what stupidity said. For this, you need to thank the parents who gave me my life. These brother and sister definitely go in pairs on a par. By the way, have not seen each other for a long time. Are you still training in magic even now? The guy thought out loud. Yes, this is the magic of resistance. In the original story, Felix was a scapegoat. Heroes who wanted to get Claudia when everything went to the climax. Together, they decided to isolate it using the relic, in which the magic of a demon capable of destroying the world is sealed. Felix was at a crossroads between destruction and self-sacrifice. As a result, he accepted the whole power of the ancient demon, and finding himself in his power, he destroyed his family Chamberlain. After the heroes dealt with Felix, saved Claudia, and pretended to be her saviors. I wanted to prevent this tragedy. Please do not tell anyone and study the magic of resistance. I could only ask him about it, trying to protect him. However, he gladly agreed to fulfill my request. Thank you for indicating my flaw. There is always something to learn. If you think about it, it was very rude on my part. Irene, what a relief. I did not want to wake you up while you were sleeping. The girl did not quite understand what he said asking. She cried out, It seems that there is a hidden meaning in this. If I'm not mistaken, you recently hired a new servant. Irene answered. What are you trying to say? You are constantly changing the topic. Felix said. It seems that your maid was bribed. Did you know that they were poisoned now? The dose is exceeded, so you will die soon. The girl thought in shock. What does all this mean? Will I die? Then she asked nervously, How much is I left? They answered her, A quarter of the day. These crazy people have already got down to business. But still, you have at your disposal a whole quarter of a day. If I were here, and Irene would have gone. The girl was horrified. Are the assassins really visited here? Smiling, he answered. Stay calm, I have already sent them. Irene thought. Where did you send it? Although this is not important, I'll die soon. Therefore, do not stand so far and go. I will heal you. What? Can you heal? Why did you scare then? The girl took a couple of steps, saying, Thank you for your help. You are too far. I am able to heal if I can touch my hand. Irene took a couple more uncertain steps. How? Felix took the girl's hand, saying, Understand. Closes are the same. She is also unpleasant when I look at her from top to bottom. She was lovely since childhood, so she was abducted several times. At the sight of her, people began to fall in love and care for her. If this was not enough for them, they launched power and power. Usually I dealt with everything on my own, faced with this. All the same, Chloe told that I would settle the matter, and she had nothing to worry about. Irene asked, And after because of me everything collapsed? Number clots should not be restrained. It's my fault. However, it has changed too. Due to the fact that she stayed with you. The girl was surprised. I thought it was already dead for society. Now the cow seems happy. Since childhood, I have not seen her so shining. Here, ready? Nothing hurts? Irene thanked the guy. He added, You are also completely defenseless. I'm worried. I think I understand why the Cowls were in a hurry to bring you, Felix said in a more question tone. Because you are dear? By the way, do you allow you to kidnap you, Lady Irene? A little later, Claudia flew to Irene, hugging. I have already heard the news. These non-suitable rogues have already begun to act. We dared to get to my Irene. I'll find them right now. I will unscrew each bone in the opposite direction. They lost the remnants of common sense. You need to deal with them. Clots. Maybe it is better to console Irene, who got into trouble at first. The sister shuddered, speaking. Exactly, what am I? She ran back to her friend again. Are you very scared? I became an enemy for many and expected this. But everything happened so quickly. Well, don't say that. There is absolutely no guilt here. Only they are to blame. I am busy with the fact that I am happy about life. Therefore, there is no need to spend feelings on unworthy people. Then she joyfully turned to Claudia. Will we have fun together? The girl immediately rejoiced, grabbing her friend's hand. I want to show you something. Let's go with me. The brown-haired woman was delighted that she was able to reassure her friend. Felix watched two girls smiling, left the room. Claudia immediately led Irene into the palace solemn hall. There, already working in all, the servant was preparing food and drinks. In the middle of the hall stood a huge carousel with horses. The shock surged into the brown-haired woman. She asked, What is it? Glooming with the joy of Kologa said, Gifts for Irene. She thought in shock. I have been such a great mercy. Suddenly the white-haired said, Don't like it? Something is missing? Irene answered, Even too much. Claudia did not retreat. I also separately prepared the dressing room. Maybe let's start with her? Wouldn't the best solution make a river with an artificial waterfall? And in the center, put a boat? Felix reasoned too seriously. It looks beautiful, but troublesome. It was necessary to build the paths along which trains would go. First, you need to order a high-speed train working on magic. While the brother and sister solved this problem, Irene was confused. She could not stand it, shouting, Stand! I don't like it at all. While the girl thanked Claudia, she interrupted her. Did you know? In fact, I know almost nothing about you, Irene. You know so much about me, but you do not tell anything about yourself. The white-haired grunted. I also want to know what you like. For a second, Irene thought about what is better to answer. My best companion in life is money. I love them. For food and snacks, there are separate stomachs. I love it too. And I like beautiful people, even just look at the face. I also like to have fun and get together with friends. And I love toys, sleep in an embrace with something soft. And as a child, I dreamed of becoming a loafer with a bunch of money. Then she thought disappointedly, Failure, I told everything. Clore said, Why were you worried? I do not need anything while you're nearby. Rin asked, And it's not scary that I am a lazy woman who was wasting money? What kind of lazy person are you? It is enough for me that you are near. And since I am a beauty with a bunch of money, then the perfect type is for you? Is there a need for these words? Of course, you're right, Claudia asked. When will you stop contacting me like that? Rin hugged the girl, crying out, "Klotz, you are the best!" Lovely things are valuable simply because they already exist. In the evening, Rin spoke on the phone. She was asked, "Are you staying?" She answered, "Yes, it is possible that for the rest of his life." The question was heard. "Sister, how old are you to run away from home?" "This is not an escape. I just leave the estate and say goodbye to it forever," brother said. She breaks off, "Nonsense. Do you think you are the center of the universe? How did you manage to enter the Kemberlin house?" "Although I suppose so," Rin proudly stated. "All due to the fact that I am dear," the guy asked. "I thought you were strange, but when did you become so abnormal?" "Our father is abnormal. He sold our family as a bail. Since it happened, I will use it to break all the connections. You also come after the release. You can even stay here. Felix also says that he is always glad to people like you." The brother answered, "In general, my sister is capable. I'll call later." Having pushed the phone, Rin turned to Felix. "You haven't laid down yet?" "I read the book. And who did you just talk to?" Irene answered awkwardly, looking at the guy. "With Liam," Felix thought, then said, "Liam, then, is a younger brother?" "Yes. It is quite energetic and brave. By the way, do you care about me?" "I am about the magic of resistance. You cannot worry. I'll get to the matter. Can I ask why you ask me about this?" "You won't believe it, but a year ago I saw a similar prophecy. I really did not expect this. But in your place, I would do the same." They sat down on the sofa. The guy said, "A small sacrifice for the sake of a big goal? Since you say so, it sounds just grandiose. Would you do, even if no one remembers your victim? Even if not only achievements, but your whole life will be distorted?" He agreed. Rin asked again, "Even if your choice becomes a wound for a cow?" Felix had already decided to think about these words. "Even if you have to sacrifice, I hope that she will live her life for me." "I knew so." Therefore, she asked to engage in resistance magic. "The power of the demon will not disappear because I can resist it." Irene, froze in shock, asked, "What? Will not disappear? How? Having read Sarav more than 20 times, could I miss it?" "If you have resistance, you can neutralize spells. However, demons share and move their soul when they carve their strength. After its adoption, albeit with resistance, the demon will half capture your body." Grabbing the dress, Rin asked, "What should we be then?" "It depends on the strength of the demon, but they have a common feature." Hearing about this feature, Irene fell into shock and misunderstanding. "And it consists in the fact that they do not restrain their desires at all." Rin expected something more terrifying, asking, "And that's all?" Felix answered at ease. "But they are still dangerous." Rin asked the question again. "Desires, then? And which ones?" "Depends on the artifact, so far I don't even know about it. Still, desires are laid down in their essence. They do not restrain instincts." The aura of misunderstanding hung too over them. Too complicated. Suddenly, she remembered her desires. Didn't the demon capture me either? But all people at least once experience this. The desires of people and the desires of demons are very different, since demons can kill a person simply because of the impulse. Rin asked, "Compared to those three, the desire of the demon is stronger?" The guy hesitated. Irene was imposed, maybe even worse, as they themselves have long been absorbed by the evil demons. "Although I understand what you are trying to tell me," Irene decided to clarify. "No, it seems you do not understand at all. Why do you think I posted everything to you?" "I arrived to prevent tragedy, in which Felix will resist everyone alone and die. I do not want you to be those who sacrifice yourself and die. If you become a demon, I will hold you in the arms to the end." "Would you like to listen to me with such determination?" the guy said. "It seems I understand why God showed you the prophecy," the surprised girl asked. "Do you really believe me?" Felix, smiling, answered, "I believe you are Irene. Therefore, I still do not want someone to injure you. Demons awaken all the most hidden desires of people," Rin clarified. "So you want me to be wounded?" The man answered in an affectionate tone. "Yes, something like that. Therefore, please let me go when my time will come. And I would be grateful if you weakened your hand." The girl refused displeasedly, squeezing his hand more. She shouted angrily at Felix, asking, "Do you think I'll let it go?" "I will find a way that all three become happy. Therefore, do not leave." "Your kind meant that you would like to mock me?" The guy was slightly nervous. "You are not much far from the truth. Do not hold back. You can just get rid of desire, right? Looking at the trembling girl, the man answered. It's complicated. Irene cried out. Why? Just take it and do it. Felix said strictly. Do not provoke me, otherwise I will get angry. Then he smiled. I will also try my best. Rin asked with suspicion. And what will you try? If I continue to restrain myself, but it will work? The girl said displeasedly. How much more should I repeat? If you hold back. But she did not finish when she saw Felix's hand. In one fell swoop, he grabbed Rin and laid himself on his knees. Irene, do not worry about anything and just relax, she said in shock. I am grateful to you, but it hurts my neck. Too high and firmly, the guy started up. I'm sorry. However, the girl continued to lie on his knees. Why is he doing nothing? Does he plan to mock me like that? At first it was inconvenient, but thanks to the patting of Felix, I soon plunged into the drem. He's always caring and compliant. But, looking around, in the end, everything turns out again as he wants. While I was sleeping, you together did something. This is already too much. Irene, who did not understand anything, noticed the sobbing Claudia. When she realized that she had said series, she immediately fell into shock. She sobbed again. I also want to be a pillow for Rin. I can provide my head at any time. On the knees of Felix it hurts. It hurts! It is annoying to hear because you slept so well. Suddenly, Claudia asked, Brother, aren't you working? The sun has just risen. It was still early for work. And your lessons? Today there will be only daytime. Deputy, go to work, he answered. Even if the deputy is late, no one will condemn him. Of course, unlike the close, which was walking the lesson yesterday. If you do not study, Irene will be disappointed in you. He stroked his sister on the head, saying, Then see you. That's what a person. I took it and translated all the arrows on me. Rin said, I like people who are working hard. Irene, you know that I'm not such a person? She agreed. I will try, therefore. Please do not hate me. Even if I die and revive, I will never hate you. The girls grabbed hands, looking into each other's eyes. Suddenly, a male cough was heard behind. Rin shuddered. Clores asked, Father? When did you come? He answered. Long before you? Is it true? I did not know that you were here. You would at least give a sign that you came. Hugo, sighing, answered. Your brother said the same thing. He put his finger to his lips and hissed, afraid that someone would wake up. Suddenly, he tried to turn to Irene, but could not choose the right word. She said, Speak, he said. Let's talk in private. Has the time come? A conversation with a person who stole the heart of his son and daughter. Going into the office, the girl immediately apologized. The man asked for taking your only precious daughter? And lately there has been many bad rumors about Claudia. The lady should not apologize for this. Rather, I have to thank you. In addition, she was so delighted that you could not go to that boring evening. It doesn't matter what others say while my child smiles. Then for what reason did you want to talk in private? The fact is that His Highness Crown Prince is looking for Claudia. I refused him, inventing various prepositions, but already at the limit. Maybe he no longer wants to be a person, raging like an animal. It is clear from whom she inherited such a manner of speech. In general, I can no longer resist His Highness. I understand. It turns out, first you need to reassure it. Yes, please. Kleitchis are simple and innocent, so it acts at first. And then he thinks. That is why I wanted to talk to you alone. Irene cried out. Of course, I will definitely protect your daughter. Hugo asked incredulously. Do you protect? Who? Lady. Just watch her clothes and stop it if she tries to go out. If you think about it, constantly sitting on the estate is strangling. I turned out to be boring. I did not know that Rin wanted to go out somewhere. What would you like to taste? I will buy everything you say. Dumbed with such a statement, Rin cried out, Is it true? And then he said to the waiter, Then, from here, the man asked in shock without believing his ears. Aberration? Irene answered, Bring everything. I can? This is my old dream. Smiling naively, Claudia said joyfully, Of course you can. Suddenly, Rin's eyes widened. What is wrong with the price? Do you not like that everything is too cheap here? There are such large prices that I have already goosebumps on the back. Do not worry, this is a great place. Order anything you want. Then I need to prepare a little heart for joy. A voice was heard. They say she rejected those outstanding people. Rumors do not lie. That lady? It seemed to me that it was a maid. I thought what a person who got her heart should be. But the Viscountess Irene Amber is very popular. She myself knows that in the marriage market she costs nothing, having only debts for the soul. So does she have another way out? The only way to survive is to take Lady Chamberlain to the hands, no matter how much her friend liked her. How could those gentlemen disgrace it? For some time, the phrase is not someone's property. If I had heard such words from them, I could not dream of more. Suddenly, Claudia turned to the waiter. It's noisy here. I would like to enjoy everyone with my companion alone. The guy bowed and answered. Sorry, but I ask for your understanding, Clore said. Number, can I rent this institution for the whole day? The guy answered in shock. Only those who booked in advance. Then I will buy all the cafe. How long will it be enough? Why did you stop me? You couldn't do what you wanted. Irene tried to calm her down. We can just go to the boutique. Can you say, buy everything that I looked at before? How nice. Maybe then we are going to eat? Rin already had options. A few minutes later, Claudia handed her friend sugar cotton wool. Having bitten off, Irene said, so tasty that it just melts in the mouth. A voice was heard. Before me is a man or an angel, maybe a fairy? A full, staggering man added. Already blinds the eyes. He did not calm down. Do you even have a frightened face? However, the aristocrat only asked gloomily. What is your business? Let's take a better look at the face of the young mistress, and not at a trifle. What? Feeling as if a shield arose between us from the series, the girl said. My face is really beautiful, but there is only one person in this world for whom I can look beautiful. Irene was dumbfounded by this behavior of Claudia. It promised trouble. Listen, mistress, somehow you are painfully expressed. Do you even understand what injury to people because of your face? Do you think you can only look at beautiful things? Suddenly, a man passing by heard a familiar voice. If Rin is an underdeveloped trifle, then you are an ordinary old man. How shameless! Who do you think you are talking to? You think everything is allowed to you, since I called you a beauty a couple of times? Now it could happen what Irene was so afraid of. The man had already pulled his hand to Claudia to grab. Suddenly, Lucas passing by Lucas immediately reacted to this. The drunkard's hand was too close to the girl, but she didn't even tremble. Not daring to hesitate, Klaus reached for the sword, shouting the girl. Suddenly, the guy froze, and the man was surrounded by a dozen people in raincoats, their faces eagerly hobs and masks. The drunkard immediately felt uneasy. He stunnedly invented a retreat plan in his head. Having just decided to run away, he was failing. He was captured. Several men twisted him under the screams. Spare! Looking at the girls, the old man screamed desperately, asking for help. Klaus, who watched from the side, asked himself, Is it all over? Then Claudia noticed Klaus awkwardly looking at them. The annoyed girl asked loudly, And who is this? The shocked guy did not expect to hear it instead of a name. Klings asked again. Why is it here? Rin answered. Who knows? Suddenly, Irene smiled, thinking, Everything goes according to plan. What should you do so that those three are lagging behind from the close? I spent several days in thought and finally remembered. In the units where the main character should appear, you are completely not needed. I will make them realize their uselessness. This is a great idea. Why are you here? I passed by and did not believe my eyes. It didn't hurt him at all. This inconspicuous insolent. Crossing her arms over her chest, she answered. I didn't believe it either. Klaus asked. Where did you hide all this time? I almost sent a search group to the possession of Chamberlain, she answered. I had a wonderful time with my friend. And you cannot do this for no good reason. Lucas grinned. Well, who dares to interfere with me? There is your fault here, because you ignored my calls. Both girls frowned, thinking about the same thing, to smear him. I don't know why a person who has a bride has to look for me. You ask because you don't know the truth? I love you. I said that I feel only feelings for you. This is not a joke and not a whim. And the bride is just a cover. My love is sincere. To love someone is not a crime. Irene blushed. The shame is what? Rather stop. It's hard for me. What is it, if not love? You have changed, Claudia. He glanced at Rin. Has she changed because of you? What did you do with my lovely and beloved Claudia? Klings frowned, trying to protect her dear friend. However, Rin interrupted her. He asked me, and answer me. Irene said, Clyces have not changed. She just gained real herself. Klaus grinned, answering, What nonsense are you saying? What does the series that you know look like? A girl who closed her heart from wounds? What? Everyone loves and revere it, so where to get the wounds? She has always been clean and innocent. And I never recalled me, Rin answered. Brave Kriya, which has gained happiness, are you no longer disposed of? Then this means that you love not her, but someone else. You want to say that I never loved Claudia? Do not teach me. If you want to get the heart of close, you need to do the way she wants. Why should I do this, Rin thought. I want to smear him. Because people who love stronger are always losing. The dissatisfied crown prince only dismissed a dissatisfied laugh. Claudia, if you wish something, just tell me. There is something. I want you to never look for me. Without understanding anything, Klaus looked at the girl with displeasure. Then his eyes shone angrily, and he roared. Irene Amber, I have committed a mortal sin. I dared to express everything directly to the Kronprint. You overdo it in relation to Rin. If the conversation is over, can we leave? Clor said. Okay, but where did those people come from? Irene joyfully reported. I hired them. You didn't know? It's great when he is able to protect himself, Claudia supported. Maybe then we will learn the self-defense. Rin hastened to answer. Number I do not see the need for this. For the sake of a pleasant walk, you can walk with security everywhere. Suddenly Rin turned around thinking. They threw you, Lucas. Crown Prince looked after them, not wanting to leave. Meanwhile, laughing girls went further to have fun. Kaloga said at home. Damn. Soon the celebration of the day of the foundation of the country. Families who received the territory from the emperor are required to participate. The Chamberlain family has wealth, which means their presence is necessarily. The empire has a law. You cannot build an estate more than the imperial palace. The first head of the family Chamberlain did not know how to dispose of wealth. Therefore, he built several buildings, a little less of the imperial. He also controlled the hotel, which was also a little less. Therefore, it is impossible to refuse to participate. Irene thought. How to get rid of Kronprint? The girl immediately darkened. Suddenly, a maid called to her. A call from Mr. Liam. Rin immediately got up from the couch and headed for the phone. A click of pipe raised. The girl put her to her ear. Joyful Irene asked. Hello? Did something happen? Liam said in a hurry. Sister, don't be scared and listen carefully. What did you say? Did our family also invite you to the ball? I thought it was someone's joke, but I checked everything and these are real invitations. What kind of intrigue does he weave? Okay, I understood. See you later. Going to go to action to deal with me? Do you think I'll give up so easily? I will make you a defeat. When the night came, Irene made his way to the solemn hall. Putting a cloak with a hood on herself, she went inside. She carefully looked around. There is no one here? Suddenly, she heard her name and shuddered with affright. The girl pressed herself against the door, slowly moving away from panic. If you go to bed earlier, you can still grow up. He does not seriously speak? My growth has already stopped. Felix came close to the girl and asked, What's happened? He smiled broadly, waiting for an answer from the frozen girl. Seeing the sweet face of the guy, Rin spread her mouth, staring at him. Then she slammed him with her hands, realizing what she had a look. Do you have an artifact that can move me to another place? The magic of teleportation cannot be carved on artifacts. If you do the coordinates incorrectly, you will find yourself in the void and fall. In the worst case, part of the body will not follow magic. If the coordinates are inaccurately determined, you can get stuck in the wall. I think it's better to go in a carriage. The carriage is the best transport, Felix answered. If you need somewhere, I will accompany you. Not worth it. It is undesirable for someone to learn about this place. If I come with the accompanying person, the meeting may not take place. The guy asked with genuine interest. Meeting with a man? Irene jerked from such a question, but answered. With a woman. Hearing the answer, Felix shone again with a signature smile. He thought out loud. I felt limited. Then he asked a question to the girl. Then what about the guard? Rin asked, destroying the plans of the man. Will you guard me? I will be extremely careful and will return very quickly, I promise. The girl held out the little finger for a promise, but Felix did not react. He was in complete confusion due to the fact that he could not do anything. Suddenly, he climbed behind the bosom, saying, Then take it. He handed Irene a purple stone. She asked, What is this? The gem that will give me to know about your location. If something happens to you, I can't forgive myself. Irene squeezed a stone in her hands and smiled. Thank you, Felix. In the Empire, Loxon has only two secret organizations: the City of Chaos, led by Benjamin, Carlyle, as well as the group that is engaged in the collection of information, Silentium. Unlike Carlyle, known as a gloomy place, in Silentium they can keep other people's secrets. No one knows for sure about its existence, so there are many theories. But this does not concern me, because I read the short story many times. Before meeting with Claudia to survive, I was looking for everything indiscriminately. Knowing the content of the novel, I decided to sell information. I also bought the information that was not in it. I used my characteristics and charm to the maximum. Irene has already noticed a familiar woman at the bar. Smiling, the girl cried out joyfully, "Martina!" As a result, I fascinated the most important person in Silencium. Seeing the old friend, the woman said, "Irene, come." Without daring to hem, the girl ran to the blonde and hugged. Rin decided to immediately take a compliment. "Have you changed the color of the lipstick?" Grinning, the woman appreciated the gesture, saying, "True, from the new collection." The brown-haired woman was delighted. "She is perfect for you. Cutie. It seems until we saw each other, your cheeks have become a puffer." "Rin," Martina added, "but I have something to feel. Sit down and drink a glass with me. Why are you calling so rarely?" "There are just a lot of people who threaten my life." "Because you are a girl of a beautiful flower of Claudia's society?" "Due to the fact that such an important person gives me so much love. Kronprint and I almost fought on the trading square. I think I can't come to your funeral. Are we saying goodbye now?" Irene frowned without appreciating the joke. "Are you joking now?" Martin laughed, calmly answering, "I'm quite serious." "I'm sorry, but this time I'm not going to help you." Rin sighed. "Yes, I understand. I still have a conscience. I will say only one thing. Recently, the Duke of Lemberg came to me, and so it coincided that I was very interested in you. Since Sarav is a drama, there are a great many villains in it. Martin is one of them. She fell in love with Benjamin at first glance, and in every possible way helped him. Speaking directly, she was trapped, and she had to provide him with everything that he demanded. After all, the power of information sometimes exceeds physical strength. I began to act before Martin succumbed to his tricks and won. Due to the unfortunate childhood, Martin experienced hardships and loneliness. She carefully hid her weaknesses and remained alone. I just listened to a lonely girl and expressed sympathy. Apparently, to anyone can reach sincerity. You are the first person who listened to me so carefully. I only occasionally came to see her, but she was always sweet." The surprised Irene asked, "What information was asked about me?" "Very personal and insignificant. What you like and what's not, all sorts of hobbies and little things." "And all? Didn't you notice anything strange behind him?" "He clearly has hidden motives. He is damn pounding me." Martin reached for Rin's cheeks again. "Why are you so satisfied? Sometimes you treat me as if with a precious child. Interestingly, I would feel the same if my mother was not in her mind." Suddenly, the blonde asked, "Well, what is your business?" "You know that I received an invitation to the ball in the palace," Martina said with a mockery. "Are you talking about your new grave?" Irene answered the whimper. "Although you are right, but it is already too much." She coughed and said, "In general, I need information. What, in my words, is the basis of negotiations? If you want to get something, you have to give something in return. And as usual, I will mutually share with you information." The woman was satisfied with the response of her friend, agreeing. The next day, two girls went to the clothing store. "Sings, how long will you choose? I'm tired." "Rin is all to face, so I can't decide. Are you too zealous in choosing my dress?" "Not at all," Irene thought. And I chose my dress in a second. While Rin was lying on the couch, the series and the saleswoman wore a bunch of things. "At this pace all day it will take. Why dress me up at all? So it will not work. You need to use my strength." She spoke. "Whatever you put on, everything looks good at me." The saleswoman, having heard these speeches, immediately turned into, questioningly, "The same model that perfectly decorates any outfit." Irene lazily looked at the girl, looking for support, right? She looked at the usual and inconspicuous Irene in shock. The brown-haired woman was angrily at the seller. "Rather, tell me that I'm right." However, contrary to her prayers, the woman only turned her head. "The person who works for money is so useless." Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. "You are absolutely right. Whatever clothes put on Rin, she will always look cute." Therefore, Claudia cannot decide on the choice. I got bored and decided to come, but it seems a little hurried. Irene spoke in shock to herself. Why, Felix is here. Not at all, Felix. You're just in time. Please take the shreds. He replied that he understood, but remained staring at the brown-haired woman. Then he straightened sharply and confidently went to his sister. The guy took the first dress. Klotz, how do you like it? It is peach color. Rin is more apricot or coral. I asked to calm her down. What kind of debate did they arrange? But Irene is all suitable for anything. After all, I'm right. Really, has she ever beautiful? By the way, the little things in the brother chosen by his brother are very detailed. Whose design is this? The seller said uncertainly. My. Claudia immediately declared the joy of a woman. I will pay you a bonus. Lady Amber is different to face, so Peach is also perfect. Brother and sister immediately shone. The girl asked, Is it true? Having come to terms with the fate, Rin said, they cannot be stopped. The very evening of the celebration in the imperial palace came. A rich carriage came to the long red carpet. As soon as the door opened, Felix began to leave the carriage. The white-haired man immediately gave his hand to his sister. Claudia, in a magnificent white dress, went down behind him. The girl sparkled with only one look. No one could resist her. Then they turned around and unanimously hazed Irene. The brown-haired woman said uncertainly, I'm not the main character. If you both continue to behave like that, it will become even more alarming to me. Felix answered, We will be there, so do not worry. Okay, I will believe you. Finally, we are in the imperial palace. The girl came forward. She was accompanied by a snow-white brother and sister. The guests immediately began to whisper, seeing the new arrivals. Rin squeezed the dress from discomfort. Felix hastened to reassure her. Do not listen to them. Their speech is not worthy of your beautiful ears. These people ugly souls live by other people's misfortunes. They will only be happy if you show them that it's hard for you. Therefore, it is better not to give them excess food for conversation. If you begin to match them, you will become the same person. Do not happen to this. It is simply impossible for the cow to become disgusting to me. Claudia reached out to Irene's cheeks, saying, Well, good. Rin came to her chambers and immediately flopped onto the bed. We came together, so why were we placed in different palaces? The girl lay, looking displeasedly, and frowned at the ceiling. I did not think that the artifact of Felix was still useful due to anxiety. They said he would tell me their location. They are together now. By the way, I only recently came, but already very tired. Suddenly, someone tapped the door of her room twice. With interest, Irene opened the door, asking, Who is there? A guy in a black suit and model pose sat in front of her. The guy looked towards Rin and said, Dear young mistress. Flapping, she answered, You seem to be a room. He knocked, sat there and began to pose. This is very strange. The guy jumped up, saying, Not at all. I came to the lady. I am Aris Moore. The excited girl answered, It's clear, and I am Irene Amber. Arasa smiled, saying, I wanted to tell you something. I thought that precious stones appeared before my gaze when I first saw your beautiful golden eyes. Therefore, I decided to give a damn about decency and catch up with you. I thought that if I just let you go, I will regret all my life. You may be a little embarrassed to hear such words, but I fell in love with you at first sight. Do not want to meet me? Irene nervously stood a pillar, without answering him. Suddenly, some familiar feeling surpassed her, and then memories from her past life surfaced in her head. She immediately sensed something suspicious, saying, I don't believe. Arasa spoke in despair. What, if you doubt my feelings? Excuse me, but I only believe in the Lord Desio and the next state religion. The guy skeptically looked at Irene, asking, Will this not pass with him? Then she stated, I will not buy. I have no money. I am a poor. Arasa was even more confused. You have chosen completely the wrong person. Goodbye. This was quite often with me in Seoul. However, the guy was not going to give up and stood in front of the girl. I think some misunderstanding arose, because I am really in love with you. I am grateful for your recognition, but I ask you to forgive me. Lady Amber, I understand that my feelings are burdensome for you. What the hell? Do not touch me. It hurts and unpleasant. Arasa was at the limit. Do not give me at least one chance. If you recognize me better, then immediately change your mind. Irene screamed. The guy loosened his grip, saying, Please, Lady Amber. This crazy one. She tried to break out, but to no avail. The girl shouted, "I said let go!" Then she hit him in the groin. It was a direct hit. The guy's eyes got out on his forehead. Irene immediately rushed away from him while he was sitting on her knees. What bastards are not in the world, honestly? Nothing will happen? It was only self-defense. Rin fled so quickly that she did not notice the person she encountered. However, only the girl fell. She raised her head and apologized. The frightened Irene immediately recognized this man. Felix? Without understanding anything, the girl asked a question. "Why are you here?" "I came because I was worried." But it seems in vain. The man immediately held out his hand, asking, "Are you okay?" Rin answered, "If you are talking about the fall, then everything is fine." "Inspecting her with magic," the guy said. The wrist blushed strongly. Felix asked with an incomprehensible expression, "Was it hurt?" The girl froze in shock. "Yes, not much." "Stop, have you seen everything?" "I'm not such a cruel person. I wanted to solve everything peacefully, but Sir Moore, I was going to make this hand no longer touched anyone else. It is a pity that it was all over. You treated him very condescendingly." Irene smiled awkwardly, uncertainly answering, "Well, what are you?" Felix began to list everything that he did with him. "By the way, the series organized a tea party. Will we go together?" Irene asked right there. "Will there be a grapefruit cake?" The man smiled broadly, answering joyfully, "Of course. By the way, I can tell the series about what happened." "Do not say. If you finds out Cerebrals, it will be very worried. After that unpleasant incident, too many men began to attack me. Whatever fool I am, it was difficult not to notice it." Irene thought exhausted. "Lucas, you are a stubborn bastard. Maybe he hired some kind of agency that sends different men to me. But even if he climbs out of his skin, he can't win these two. How can I perfectly be exchanged for this? Why are you building unavailability? How magnificent do you think yourself? If you have nothing to boast of, then you can't say that I don't like you? It seems that living with Chamberlains, you became high about yourself. But you should always know your place, even such as you. You are right. I really forgot my place. But Chamberlain reminded me of this. They say that I am a very beautiful, sweet, and lovely girl. In addition, thanks to them, you are not at all interesting to me. Yes, you, I see, forgot my place that went. How dare you?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted him, loudly shaking Irene. Grubby Ann turned away, and the girl looked at him in shock. In a pink dress under a pink umbrella, Claudia was going to her. "Finding the one I was looking for," the aristocrat said. "I have been looking for you for so long." The dumbfounded guy cried out after, "Lady Chamberlain? I don't know if you remember me. I'm the second son of the county." Closes ignored him, extending the flowers. "Rin, take it!" Irene asked, surprised, not looking at the guy. "Flowers?" Claudia answered joyfully. "Narval for our Rin. They are insanely beautiful. But how did you manage to find Frisia?" Clesis answered. "I ran them in the greenhouse of the Imperial Palace. And what is it? His Highness allowed me to disrupt them." Clores went to Rin, asking, "Why are you so blushing so much?" The brown-haired woman answered awkwardly. "It's just a little hot here," the aristocrat said. "Then let's return as soon as possible." Irene looked at the guy, awkwardly speaking. "You see, so you are here. I thought you had left for a long time. Rin is hot. You do not mind if we leave you? You have already finished?" The bewildered young man answered, "We are still talking. But if because of you our Rin receives a sunny blow, then you can take full responsibility?" Dumbfounded with such a question, the guy froze and fell into a stupor. "God, just look at how you sweat. Take it." "Do not pay attention to him. Let's go to the palace soon." Irene was delighted. "Have you embroidered this pattern yourself?" Clisses answered. "Yes, how do you?" Rin asked uncertainly. "Spider?" Then she noticed how she frowned. "Apparently not." With shaking hands, she continued to guess. "Son?" Claudia had already begun to cry, looking at Rin, brows again. "This time I have to guess. With the study of the fact that she gave me a bouquet," Irene shouted. "Flower!" the delighted Kriya answered. "Right! Guessed," Rin said. "Only you think about me. Today is so hot. Maybe play the water?" Clores agreed. Having reached the pool, Clores said, "You suggested playing in the water, but we are doing this now, isn't it? We just swim. You need to play in the water on the lake." There are many prying eyes. Until we return home, be content with the bathroom. After all, you also had a hard time. You were able to curb your character. No matter how you try to deny, you are sweet not only in my eyes. Not really. His Highness sent all these people. I did not think that you would be so popular, Irene thought. But no one is interested in me, Klings asked joyfully. But I'm still the best? Rin answered right away. No person can compare with close. It's time to play water, but it is still cold. Suddenly, Rin came an idea. Sings, maybe you will fill the bath? The aristocrat asked with surprise. Ask me to get water? In fact, I just wanted to see how you control the spirits. I have never seen them, so I really want to see. If Irene asks, I just have no choice left. Once in the family of Chamberlain, there is a born magician, Felix. Then there should be a sorceress who can manage spirits. Due to her enormous strength, she can communicate with perfume, but unable to conclude any contract with them. A minute later, Rin stunned at warm water. Claudia spoke. There is nothing special about this. Rin was a different opinion. What are you talking about? Clots are just amazing. This happened due to a small request, so it worked. To borrow the abilities of the average and higher level, you need a contract. If you send your desire to the world of spirits, some kind of spirit will choose you. Why didn't you send? You are not hated by the idea of becoming a caster. I tried to send him several times, but everything ended in failure. I did everything right, but something constantly interfered with me. Irene immediately thought, this is definitely his hand. The spirit of lies. Nihilus awaits a desire, preventing him from getting into another world. Spirits in that world feed on emotions, increasing their strength. Therefore, they create situations in which emotions can feel. And if the cow concludes a contract with Nihilus, then it will immediately break. But in the original work, the contract was nevertheless concluded. Is it not strange that the perfumes that I listen to the sings interfere with her desire? It also seems strange to me, but something bothers me. I can neither see nor hear spirits, so the reason is unknown. When I entered the academy, everyone said that I would be the first in the empire. Who can call the king of spirits? I heard it very often. Everyone around had great hopes on me. But, as you can see, they were disappointed and immediately left me, forgetting. I was barely able to get out of the academy. It was very difficult. Turned around, Irene hastened to console the cowards, hugging. I don't care if you conclude a contract or not. The main thing is that you are happy. Claudia was surprised by such frankness from Irene. She hugged the brown-haired woman in response and smiled. Only now anxious thoughts constantly visit me. The perfumes of the human world definitely love Claudia. But the fact that they prevent you from turning to the world of spirits, don't they try to protect you from danger? Even a good angel in anger can become fallen. Among the spirits can be the same. This means that a bad fallen spirit is assigned to me? Rin answered uncertainly. The probability is quite high. Therefore, it is anxious that something can happen to you. The frightened clay shuddered. What can I do? I was waiting for these words, my little nice dear. In the kingdom of nature, only low-level perfumes are found. This means that the bad spirit is the spirit above the average level. Then, you need to conclude a contract with a high-level spirit. The king of spirits or someone is similar, so that the evil spirit could not harm you. If the Rin hypothesis is true, then in the world of spirits, the evil spirit aims at me. Irene smiled. There are also high-level perfumes in the world of people. Claudia was surprised. What? But for the first time I hear about it. This is an independent spirit that does not belong to any of the worlds. Clores immediately asked. How does Rin know about this? The brown-haired woman proudly stated. There is nothing that I did not know. These perfumes are not limited. Even in the world of spirits, you can conclude a contract. It turns out that I can also conclude a contract with them? Certainly. When the celebration of the foundation of the country ends, we will ask Felix to go in search of an independent spirit. Thanatos in the language of flowers means death. Rin got one. You rejected this opportunity. This is the last warning. Irene received this message thinking, there are simply no words. As I said, you can even go out of your skin. Although this will not be enough when Chamberlain is in front of you. I do not like difficulties, but if it is for those two, for the endless glory of our great empire, Loxine, I wish everyone a happy celebration of the founding of the empire. But who is pushing for 2 hours? He himself is not tired of it? Suddenly, a golden dragon began to fly over the guests' heads. Fascinated by the beauty of the dragon, Irene thought, Is this magic? A fairy tale flying beast rode out steep turns. Irene was delighted with this beautiful sight. She held out her hand, on which bright shins fell. Klotz! Have you seen the performance? Isn't that great? Claudia, blinking, began to sleep sleepily what had happened. There is nothing more boring and empty than the annual ceremony. There is nothing useless in the world if you are experiencing difficulties. Then your favorite thing immediately has a value. If you avoid difficulties, even what you like can become a burden. Then Felix turned to his sister. Klotz, can you go? I will take her to the palace in which we stopped and will return. Irene waved after them, saying, Okay, good luck. She began to spin, thinking, It is necessary to get down to business as soon as possible. Noticing what she needed, Rin thought joyfully, Found! The only precious daughter of the Defalasian family. Erica, I have a business for her. You need to follow her. Suddenly, Rin froze, seeing the one who can ruin all the plans. She asked herself, Why is this damn type here? I will try to pretend that we are not familiar at all. She tried to slip past the man, but he noticed her. As soon as the girl caught his eye, he called her. I asked you to pretend that you did not know me, man. My father was even going to sell me. What else does he want to do? Irene, we need to talk. Come for a moment. I don't know someone like you. Why are you behaving like that? I know that you are angry with me, but is it time to calm down? Why would I be angry with a stranger? You are a strange man. For a second, the man got angry. The vein jumped up on his temple. Then he calmed down heavily, and put his hand on his face. Why do you behave like that? Talk to your father where it will be quieter. Why are you interested in the things you sold, Viscount Amber? Father asked displeasedly. So you are no longer Amber? Irene answered indifferently. I really hope not. Until you get a marriage, this is categorically impossible. The fact that I am your legitimate and biological father remains invariably. For this reason, he mocked me a year ago, and here again. If you are talking about the law, I also have what to tell you. Who did not fulfill their legitimate duties of the parent? And who has yet brought you up? You have to answer mercy. The guests began to whisper right there. It looks like they swear. It looks like a quarrel of father and daughter. It seems to be serious conflict. Irene asked displeasedly, but calmly. What do you want? Father answered. You received a proposal for marriage. It's clear. Then let's talk more in the place of slow. Fine, it's great that you are so obedient. The man smiled and said, I do all this for you. You will live no worse than the princess. Rin turned her head. While her father was talking, the girl again drew attention to Eric. Rin tried to smile at her while the man was saying. However, Lady Defalation gave her an indifferent look. Clores screamed, What happened while I was gone? He will use his power to insist on marriage, Felix asked. And who is a potential spouse? Count Tib. He is 20 years older than Rin. Are there really such scoundrels? I'm still not going to get married. Everything is in order. I just want to use the convenient current situation, Claudia thought. Will you use it? But how exactly? Klotz's face was angry. This is the work of the damn dog of the crown prince. Felix said right there, Do not say such cruel things. Why? What is cruel here? Are you on his side now? With a sweet smile, the guy answered. The dogs are very cute, Clyces corrected. Then he is garbage, the guy said. Garbage is useful. The aristocrat stood on her own. Unimaginable garbage, Felix answered. If you burn it, it can become fuel. Claudia could not stand it. Unimaginable, non-alien garbage. Brother, how can you remain calm in such a situation? The guy thought. Count Tib is a noble column from the kingdom of Crutia. Crutia is behind the mainland. You have to get there on the ship. Outside the mainland zone, extraterritorial law applies. At sea, I can use magic without a threat to be discovered. So if someone's corpse drowned, no one will notice it. Felix smiled sweetly, finishing, Well, something like that. How about taking Rin into our family as a gay daughter? However, Felix immediately refused her this cunning venture. Do you just suggest folding your hands and watch how Rin becomes a toy? Viscount can be bribed. Can we offer him the amount twice as much? Calm down and abandon the organization of a criminal collusion. Irene said, I have a better idea. Everyone immediately began to listen. Meanwhile, Lady Eric stood under a bright night sky. Sorry to appear before you yesterday in a bad light. This is not our first meeting, but we first welcome each other. Surprised Rin asked, Lady Defalation, do you know me? She spoke. You are known there that you are completely surrounded by love. Lady Claudia even hacked flowers for you in a greenhouse. These were roses. It becomes clear how much they look like you. Lady Eric lowered her gaze. I often hear it. They are beautiful, but, inhaling their aroma, only the smell of grass is felt. For the flower to be chosen, the best fate. Irene, smiling, asked, Maybe this is the will of flowers? What can they have? It is enough to remain beautiful. Yesterday, I heard that you received a marriage proposal. Still, the Chamberlain family will not bear responsibility for you. But if I do not want it, can I say excellent? As there is no will in flowers, so the lady should not have it either. It is sad to live your life, abandoning desires. Hearing Irene's answer, Erica smiled barely noticeably. She asked, So you fascinated Lady Chamberlain? The girl turned around and asked a question. What do you want? I will not obey my father's greed and will follow my will. You made a worthless choice. He will only entail suffering. Rin asked with all his seriously. Do you really think so? What is really worthless and painful is not to know yourself. I will become the unfortunate if I deny what I want to do. If you help me, I will show you what the will of flowers is. The only daughter from the Defalasian family, Lady Eric. She was the main villain and bride of Crown Prince. In the novel, she always mocked Claudia forever. She did something with the saddle, which caused the fall. I bribed the maid, which pushed Claudia into the river. I dismissed rumors and much more. She used anyways. Lucas knew, but only watched. Because of this, the series became dependent on him. He dealt with Erica when she decided to kill Claudia. No matter how you look, she played the same role as Martin. They are the characters who used, and then threw it out. However, now Claudia asked all the main characters. And he lives without leaving the estate. There is no reason for bullying. Erica did this with Close because of jealousy to Lucas. What I know for sure, she greatly longed for the place of the Empress. So her goal was power? But the authorities only wanted her family. And Eric herself was not particularly interested in this. She became a doll that was used for the sake of family honor. For Erica, which grew up in such words, these words were enough. The girl smiled. Interest was able to awaken in it. The next day, the man turned to the crown prince. I heard that you advanced the engagement of the ambassador of the kingdom of Krutia, Count Tiba, and the daughter of the Defalasian family. This is true? Lucas asked with suspicion. Duke, what is such a question? No matter how small the kingdom of Krutia may be, until now, it has been in friendly relations with the empire. You need to choose a daughter from the corresponding kind into the bride. If this is an installation of friendly relations, is it not better to select a beautiful lady? Count Tib will not want a gift that is difficult to manage. The words of the Duke Defalasian really make sense. Sending an aristocrat from the empire to wives is not the best way out. Do they raise such worthless conversations at the meeting? Yes. If the Duke is involved in this, then it is possible. But who then took the Duke himself into this business? Suddenly, Lucas met with the Duke of Benjamin. However, he only smiled and shrugged guiltily. Kronprinz tensed. Duke Lemberg, do you have something to say? Since none of you agree with this decision, I will personally choose a beauty that will appeal to Count Thibaut. The embittered Lucas answered. If this is your will, nothing can be done. After the meeting, Lucas angrily grabbed Benjamin by the breasts. He stared at the furious crown prince. Lemberg said, Didn't I say to think before starting? Lucas shouted loudly, Shut up! You spoiled everything completely! Where does such confidence come from that it was me who is to blame for everything? And who, if not you, could put defalation to this decision? This is your hobby, to interfere with diligent work. Thank you for so highly appreciated by my abilities. But, as for me, this business does not seem particularly interesting. And did you really work on it so hard? I also believed that she would enter the Chamberlain family as an adopted daughter. And why did they only adopt such a worthless parasite? People from this family will be broken out if it concerns Claudia's desire. Recently, the stupid behavior of the Count causes gossip. If she asks for a marriage, he will find a country in which such marriages are allowed. Kronprinz shuddered. You have very vile jokes. The Duke smiled innocently. Do you think there is? What to joke about? Their family will lose authority, and they will laugh at them all their lives. He so appreciates the happiness of his daughter that even this is endured. Lucas asked. What? Is it Irene or how is she there? What witch? Lemberg answered. This is impossible. She is the ordinary daughter of Viscount. Claudia has changed beyond recognition because of that girl. You already guess why Deflation spoke out, Lucas said. Surely because of the place of the bracket. Then, you also know that this is connected with Lady Deflation? The prince froze. Really? It cannot be. Do you really think so? Lucas said. The Duke would not have performed. Do not touch this, Erica. Nothing is impossible. All probabilities need to be taken into account. There are people with such innate talents. Is there a talent to repent in front of others? Greatness, despair, and faith are outstanding talents. One word that hit the strings of the soul can call for action. It is easy to manage people if they stimulate their feelings. Lucas looked at Lemberg. It looks like you very much. Speaking about the differences, Lady Amber is sincerity. Is this called an unprocessed precious stone? And it was I who found this beautiful unprocessed stone. Seeing him, I want to process it as I wish, and then break before he falls into the wrong hands. Kronprint was shocked. Well, of course you have tastes. Please respect them just as I respect you. Who are you to ask me, Kronprint, respect? I know that you do not have the opportunity to enjoy your hobbies. I have an interesting plan. Do not want to listen? Lucas asked. Have you already surrendered about Claudia? He answered. Number, we now have a common goal in the person of Lady Amber. Lucas began to listen to the plan. Touch a person's feelings, which immediately part from the only touch. Meanwhile, the Chamberlain family went with Rin in the palace. Irene said, Sorry that I did not warn in advance. I could not even imagine that you can be familiar. From now on, first tell me. I'm worried about you. Suddenly, Collegies frowned. Are you closer to her than with me? This is simply impossible. Only Claudia is my man. So? The aristocrat turned offended. Is it true? Suddenly, Felix approached Rin, asking, But what about me? Irene answered joyfully, Of course you are also my person. The head of the Chamberlain family, frowning, listened to their dumbness. Then he sighed sharply, speaking, Prosts like children. Satisfied, Felix turned to his father. Can you call it that? Hugo answered displeasedly. I have a mouth, so why not? The guy said. Is it true? Try it, father answered. First, release the lady. Father tried to squeeze something out of himself, but to no avail. In general, go faster. Reception has already begun 100 years ago. Satisfied, Irene with red cheeks answered. Fine. At the reception, Rin met Eric, who called out to her, Lady Amber, don't you want to live with me? Irene froze in shock. Suddenly, the brown-haired woman blocked the road by embittered cobs. The aristocrat said sharply, She does not want it all. Sorry. I would like to listen in more detail about the will of flowers. Does the flower have value if it is not beautiful at all? There is nothing to worry about if the flower is not beautiful, Eric answered with a sad tone. However, as expected, suddenly she blossomed a bright smile, saying, I got. Irene was surprised. God, Erica smiled, looking at me. Claudia tried to keep the girl in full. Rin, don't get fooled! Erica smiled. If so, can I call you Irene? It is forbidden. Why are you talking about what you only know too? Wait, what is a strange situation? This is not the development of events. Where does the villain mock the heroine to get me? But this time everything is wrong. The current Klings are completely different. Irene lives at the Chamberlain estate, right? Can I come to her a little to have fun? Cleetes were categorically against. Don't come. They will drive you away, Lady Erica clarified. But I asked Irene. However, Claudia was adamant, answering, I am the mistress of the house, Deflation said. Then I can invite her to my estate? The aristocrat screamed, It is forbidden. Do you think I will let her go? Even if you do not allow, there are many other ways to bring it. Returning to the estate, Irene went to the hall with gifts. If you think about it, after that nothing else happened, apart from the fact that I fainted due to lack of air. However, something unusual confused the girl. She turned her head. Why do all the servants look at me with such curiosity? They have long fed me, put me, dress, and amuse me. So why do they look so happy, as if they were not tired of? As if I had become a pet of the estate of Chamberlain. Suddenly, Irene was seriously thought. Is there a difference? Felix appeared in front of a girl from nowhere. I came. The brown-haired woman waved his hand sluggishly. Welcome, master. The man was surprised at such an appeal, asking Rin. She answered. Nothing. Why are you so hastily entering? They didn't even remove the mantle, he said. The Duke Lemberg asked me about a personal meeting with you. The surprised Irene froze in surprise. Duke? Me? I refused. But then I thought that it was better to convey to you first. I heard that the Duke rules the city of pristine chaos, Carlyle. As far as I know, you have no contact points. Perhaps you met on your family debt. This was not. However, he definitely has a hidden motive. He examined me very carefully at the reception. Felix supported her. This is really suspicious. A minute later, Rin made a decision. I will meet him once. The man asked with concern. Everything will be fine? The brown-haired woman answered unreservedly. In any case, we are at an impasse. Handing through his hands, Felix said. Then I will go with you. Irene froze, looking at the guy. Clores boasted that you hugged her. You hug her several times. But why don't you want to do it with me? Felix smiled and asked directly. Hug me? The girl's heart clogged loudly in her chest, not allowing to answer. This is completely against the rules. She jumped into the hands of Felix. Being very close to the girl's face, he said, Caught. Even if someone offers you to treat you, you can't follow him. Rin was taken aback. You just looked at me so strangely. The guy laughed and answered. It looks like you noticed this. The girl asked. This question mark Felix immediately dismissed. Suddenly, the man asked a question. And what about the kiss? The dumbfounded Irene immediately blushed, asking. Enough! If you are going to mock me, then let go. While Rin was desperately breaking out, Felix answered, Don't want. There is a high probability that the Duke organized an attempt on you. Irene thought, after which she answered, I thought so. The Duke of Lemberg has a wonderful and sensitive intuition. When everyone found the words of Kaloga with a joke, he realized that she was sincere. He wanted to quickly deal with you until it's too late. Turn the sprouts before they grow. In the Duke's manner, do I need to meet a person who is trying to kill me? Standing in front of the door, Felix answered thoughtfully. Like that. The girl pulled the door handle, saying, Well, let's go. Inside, smoking incense, the Duke of Lemberg awaited them. He smiled. Already came? You before I thought. The guests noticed that the entire office was filled with smoke. Rin coughed, thinking, What is this smoke in the room? Suddenly, a hand arose in front of her, from which fresh air was walking. Frowning, Felix spoke. Please stop there. Irene was very surprised. Did Felix use magic now? The Duke brought incense to the ring from which the flame appeared. How to be? I already lit a fire, and there is nowhere to even extinguish. Felix frowned again, being dissatisfied with such behavior. He waved his hand, about to create a spell. The room was doused with a stream of air, exposing the smoke and carcassing incense. The guy asked in a serious tone, Is that enough? The world is full of medicinal herbs. Be more careful. Maybe then we'll sit down? I heard you called me. For what purpose? The absolutely calm Duke spoke. Nothing special. I called you so that we would get along very well. Perhaps you do not know what it means to get along well? If you speak sincerely, then remove this strange aroma. How? But other ladies usually really like it, Irene said. At first glance, you may seem beautiful, she wrinkled. But your mouth is just terribly caring. There was an awkward pause, during which Felix laughed. He hardly tried to restrain himself, covering his face with his hand. The Duke was thinking about to answer this custody. He smiled, saying, What ignorant things are you saying? If you are intentionally trying to hurt me, then do not be afraid. I will not kill you. What should I do to like the lady? Irene began to mumble. Lemberg said, Feel free. A ban on approaching me by at least 10 meters? If you sit there, I will be very grateful to you. The Duke drew attention to the next laugh from Felix. The joyful guy said only one thing. That means how. Forgive me if you brought you any inconvenience. But in my own way, I tried to take care of Lady Amber. Irene asked right there. What else is the care? Posthumous? Just a lady should also get used to this smell. Understanding nothing, Rin said. What do you mean? The man answered. Who knows? She thought. Behave properly. Since you have no intention of talking, I will say about the purpose of my visit, she said loudly and clearly. Give up about Claudia. Admit confidently, after which you are confidently rejected. It is possible. Then we will meet you again. The Duke smiled, thinking, I don't need your advice. Irene was at the limit. Believe me, it will be much better, Lemberg answered. A good offer, but I don't like it. I also did not come for this. I'm here to give you a chance, Rin said. A chance not to meet the worst end with Claudia. It seems that the worst in my and your understanding differs. The worst for you is that I can't win the heart of Claudia? It would not be bad to get her heart, but I do not want much. I just hope that the very worst will not happen. Irene asked, "What does the worst mean in your understanding?" Removing a smile from his face, the man said, "Forever losing Claudia." The girl asked, "Do you really want to get her body?" You understood everything. If I have a body, then the soul will follow it. Make statements that cannot be ignored. If someone is going to take possession of her against her will, I will not sit back, and no matter who is my opponent. If you have nothing more to say, then we are leaving. The Duke asked, "Is it so unpleasant for you? What are the questions? Do not call us anymore because of this." Lemberg answered, "I don't remember I invited you. I would also like you to call Irene anymore." Felix held out his hand to the girl, calling. She obeyed. "I would like to become the first to realize the value of the lady. You were not particularly noticeable, so I would not have guessed. I was sincere when I said that I wanted to get closer to you. But, unfortunately, you have to leave a person like you," Irene asked with genuine interest. "Such as me?" "A precious stone. Exhausting a different color, depending on processing. It would be so entertaining. I find you a little earlier. I love gambling. But I do not get involved in the victory without a chance. Knowing that nothing will work out, I called you out of curiosity. My warning and the last invitation is the last chance for the lady." The Duke smiled. "Why did I not know about you all this time? I do not remember ordinary things without value. But I do not forget what I have already seen. Have you not looked at me with a sad look before? Even when did I set fire to a cigarette?" Irene frightened. The Duke continued, "You have changed a few years ago, as if you have become a completely different, new person." The brunette thought for a look at Rin. "Or has your taste changed?" Irene was nervous, but still answered, "You are mistaken, and I believed that my eyes could see the hidden desires. But now I see in your eyes only anger and disgust. I just want to tear them out." From this phrase, the girl tensed. Suddenly, an air blade flew along next to the Duke's head. Turning around, he saw the cut back of his chair. Felix stood in front of the man, turning. "Your mightiness, I said that we are standing." He barely restrained himself. Lemberg only said, "It seems that the sofa has completely worn out." Then he turned to Irene again. There she shuddered, listening. These are the eyes of a hypocrite who hides his hidden desires. In fact, he is the same monster as I am. I have hidden desires. Will there be people without them? I have already heard. You love money. It's nice to see an honest person. In fact, no matter how we have a wealthy chamberlain. Are they so rich as me? Lady Amber, how do I like me?" Rin answered confidently. "Perhaps the first motive was money. However, even if they go bankrupt, I will stay with them." The Duke said, "You will regret it." But the girl said, "Not at all." Lemberg paused, thinking about her unexpected words. Then he grinned, answering with a trick. "Understood. I will tear off the shell of nobility from the hypocrite with my own hands." Suddenly, Irene proudly stood in front of the Duke. "Try it. I am determined to accept anything, whatever it is." After a while, Rin and Felix returned to the estate. The worried girl turning to the guy. The invariably joyful chamberlain answered her call. She closed her eyes from a bright smile. "Are you not angry?" "Not at all. You did a great job. Cut things the same way. Wasn't it worth us to come to at least some compromise?" Felix smiled and firmly gave a negative answer. It is better to become a demon than to compromise with him. A few hours later, ships went with purchases in her hands. Rin was in shock. Felix and servants with packages followed her. Suddenly, all this flew to Irene with shouts. "Take everything!" The girls, trembling and littered with gifts, could not move. She turned to Claudia, asking, "What is it all?" Cleces and Felix pointed to a huge cake. "Happy birthday!" The shocked brown-haired woman asked. "Birthday?" Having jumped, Irene smiled broadly and thanked them. Claudia immediately cried out, "Rin, you are so beautiful! These shoes, which it seemed to me, will suit you. And this hat, and a set of evening dress and handbags. As soon as I saw him, I ordered it to buy it for you. And also we decided to hire a personal designer for you." Crouching in front of her, the series were imposed. "Do you like it?" For some reason, it seems that she is glad even more than me. Satisfied, Irene began to answer. "Of course I like it." But then she stumbled, seeing the huge price of one dress. On this occasion, I wanted to create your own brand. I even came up with a name for him. Renee! Rin began to calm her. Obviously, she removed the first syllable of my name. There are already enough gifts. Look better at this. Clores asked. Kamoli? For the first time I see this area, Irene answered. This is an island in Kelau, in the south of the empire. In the marked places, the presence of independent spirits is suspected. Have you heard anything about this island at all? I heard that thousands of years ago, when the underworld opened. This island was used as a pass. He was crowded with evil spirits. Suddenly, she spoke Tings. I heard that the laws do not act there. This is a special region, in the affairs of which other countries do not interfere. Right. However, they say that now no one is coming to the island. Claudia asked with interest. Nobody comes? If people lived there, merchants would come there. However, there the earth is exhausted, self-sufficiency is impossible. The island of Kamoli is a special area of the Pinello Trading Group. But at some point, Pinello banned the entrance to outsiders. Irene added. There is a rumor that the earth exhausted by agriculture. It became sharply fruitful and densely covered with forest. Closa, dumbfounded by information, looked at the brown-haired woman. With 100% probability on this earth, there is an independent spirit. Judging by the emerging image, the spirit will be unusual. The difficulty is how to get to the island. Irene immediately heard the question. And what, in fact, is the problem? Claudia and Felix said in unison. You can just buy it. Clores said. It was just annoying me because of my birthday gift. Now is summer, so it will be great to go to rest on the island. This is the best way, but if you're talking about rest, what's the heart? Rin, smiling, thought, oh, these diamond spoons. Clisses laughed. And we will figure out the spirit along the way. To the island the path is not. How far can you get with magic? If we want to hide the path to the island, it is better not to use magic. The brown-haired woman decided to clarify with surprise. Why is it? The magic used by the magicians of the ministry is recorded in records. Rin asked. To prevent abuse of magic? Right. The ministry teaches gifted children. Their everyone is extremely good. They even implant artifacts containing different magic in their hands. This is necessary in order to understand what magic is used. Irene asked again. And the magic of air flows? To blow up if necessary. It's just like explosives. They are implanted, because magicians are not able to use magic without hands. Even if you use a teleport, the coordinates will be recorded, and all the information will immediately reach the ears of His Highness. Claudia squeezed the dress upset. Felix said, Don't worry. Even if you stay, you can use one trick. With explosive magic, he cut the stone statue in half. The principle is the same as the air conditioning. It has no great power. Rin cried out. Then what is the point of implanting artifacts? Smiling cunningly, the guy answered, Not everyone is capable of it. The girls were in shock, so only Felix can do that. Is there any way to remove these artifacts? For a few seconds, the man thought about. Having gone into himself, suddenly he smiled and solemnly declared, There is a way. An hour later, Rin asked, Sings, how do you communicate with men? The girl froze sharply and thought, I just say? Is there any special way to communicate with men? How do you usually make a conversation with the opposite sex? The aristocrat said. It just somehow comes out. Irene jerked from such an answer. Well, how else? You too, chatting at ease with your brother? Or maybe you have the one who really like it? The brown-haired woman immediately answered. No, just, it seems to me, a good person. Claudia cried out in shocking, asking. A good person? She immediately crouched, wondering. What is this young man? He just seemed good to me, so she wanted to make friends with him. The aristocrat fell into a second shock, asking, Seemed good? She began to wave her hands, screaming, Who is this? Who is our Rin? At that moment, Claudia called out a familiar voice. The girl glanced displeasedly, asking, Who is at such an important moment? Felix went to them. Such an appeal grieves me. Mother calls you. Cologis was surprised, but she did not argue, slowly rising. She again turned to Rin. Let's talk soon, necessarily. After that, Shustro went to the palace. Irene called out a joyful man. Felix, have you come back? He looked at the smiling Rin and answered. Yes, I returned. The girl spoke. Exactly, about the Pinello Trading Group. Did they create a trading group to buy the whole island? At that time, one guy shouted, Give the island to us! All residents were shocked by such a request. But not for long. It turned out to be an extremely profitable deal for both parties. Everything turned out to be too simple. From the very beginning, their goal was money. And it was so difficult to create a fake trading group and hire people. What if a trading group refuses to sell it? If this reaches the ears of the crown prince, everything will come to an end, she asked. Why create a goet if they knew that everything would turn so? Felix answered. The goal was not only to buy an island. Irene laughed out loud as soon as she heard the guy's words. Suddenly he clicked the girl. So who is this person? Rin froze and then blushed, slowly asking. But Felix only silently looked at her, waiting for an answer. The brown-haired woman froze and hesitated, not knowing where to start. Irene did not dare to answer for a long time. His Highness is the second prince. Felix pulled Rin's inflatable circle, clarifying. The second prince? Caught in the face of a man, the brown-haired woman blushed again. What do you mean, saying that you want to get closer to him? Irene looked away. I just would like to persuade him to our side. At a second, Chamberlain's gaze sharply and terribly became colder. But then he again broke into a smile, answering, That's how. I will not stop you, but do not behave recklessly. And could you give me the time when you finish swimming? Rin immediately agreed, and she remembered Felix's cold gaze. Half an hour later, Irene sat in an office with Felix and Hugo. The girl immediately turned to the guy. What is happening here? He whispered back. It seemed that you have a plan. It is better to share information and go for cooperation, right? Suddenly, Hugo slammed the book loudly, striking the girl. Are you ready? I heard about plans for the future from beginning to end. Firstly, I want to keep it secret from close, so as not to hurt her. But doesn't it hurt it stronger that we keep everything in secret? This is possible, but the Coates are sincere and simple, so he does before he thinks. So you need to tell everything with the prudence. Although I myself do not know what, in fact, is the matter, Felix said. Now we will explain everything, so do not be angry. Irene, can I tell me? The girl happily agreed. After the story of Hugo, he swore an embittered word. He seems to be going to abandon the human essence. Irene asked in surprise. So you believed me? His behavior is too alarming. It's hard not to believe it. Crown Prince was angry that he could not see the close, and then he suddenly calmed down. Suddenly, he turned from His Highness into a Crown Prince. Rin decided to clarify one moment with Hugo. And since when? The man answered. From the celebration in honor of the foundation of the country. At first, Irene grinned, realizing when this time came. Then she frowned. So these morons conspired. 100%. I don't know if this will help, but we are able to predict their actions. He is going to immerse the world in chaos because the girl refused to him? For the first time in my life, I see such a disgusting leader. I'll add it again. Demonic relic in the form of a bow, which I saw in the prophecy, the most powerful and dangerous thing in the world. At the moment, it is stored in one great temple. And the name of the demon who seized his name Laraja in this relic. Irene asked Felix, Do you know what this demon is? The guy grunted and put his fingers to the chin, thinking. He said only one thing. Laraja is a demon of battles and victory. Then the guy looked at his father and said, Everything will be fine. In order? You want to say that you will sacrifice yourself? Hugo roared sharply. Do not say such an unusual nonsense. These words mean that you will compose the power of the demon. Are you out of your mind? Felix answered quietly. There is no other way out. Even if you will be unharmed, you will be overshadowed. The holy court will overtake you. A demon will absorb you or not. In any case, you will be a traitor. Your whole family will also be at risk. Need a different way. Number? It is impossible to become known that we received a prophecy. Hugo stood and asked in despair. Then what should we do? They do not know that I developed resistance to magic. Felix smiled slightly and began to tell his father a plan. An hour later, Irene knocked in the greenhouse, entering inside. The mother of the Chamberlain family immediately greeted the girl. Hello, Madame Olivia. Have you spent the day well? The wife of Count Hugo, who, due to frequent diseases, rarely leaves the room. Even in the novel, it was described only as a sick mother and did not appear in the plot. I did not meet with you, so the day was rather sad. In fact, she is a bright and cheerful person. But now I have seen you, and the day has become good again. The exhausted Klings turned to Rin. She asked, Everything is fine? The sluggish Claudia answered. Yes, but what about my brother? Irene did not know how to answer. Let's just say it grabs the first number. Mother and daughter were simultaneously surprised and stared at Rin. But the father never in life raised his hand on us. Olivia got angry, clutching her hand in a fist. This bastard! I'll show him! She immediately got up from her wheelchair. Rin said, but please do not be too strict. Toward evening, Irene examined the bruises on Felix's face. Your beautiful face. And why only had to say this? When the guy grinned, the girl pulled him by the cheek. Rubbing his face, the guy asked guiltily, Are you angry? Irene cried out, Certainly! How can you say that? How can you say that you are not scared, even in the face of death? Seeing the girl's pursed lips, the guy asked, Are you crying? The brown-haired woman turned away, wiping her tears. How annoying! Sorry. But Irene, I did not say that I would die. Without changing the positive expression on his face, he said, Consider that I am already dead. To be more accurate, I put it like that. The brown-haired woman shouted angrily, Here! This is one and the same! She calmed down. Consider you dead as you ask. You will lose your status, reputation, and glory. Without even doing anything bad, you will live like a dead man, constantly hiding. Realizing what he subscribed to, Felix said, Yes, something like that. Irene flashed. Can I hit you once, please? Don't worry. For me, status and so on have no value. After all, for every person they are their own. I do not consider it a victim, and I do not at all make efforts to what does not bear values for me. I am more rational and selfish than you think. Rin asked, And what value do you pursue? The guy smiled innocently, asking, Don't you know? Felix, you are true. Nevertheless, you need to look for another way. He looked at the thoughtful girl, asking, Which? How about killing them before they do something? I know that this is impossible. Do not make such a face. She opened the jar, saying, I'd better give you a medicine. The girl held out her hand, on the finger of which the cream was applied. A minute. You can be healed yourself, isn't it? I thought that, thanks to this, the father would move away as soon as possible. Rin answered, Then you yourself are treated. She began to remove her hand. Suddenly, Felix approached her. Could you treat me? Again the mouth with a triangle. Are you nervous again? The embarrassed and reddened Irene answered. Steam. The girl handed over and said displeasedly, Okay, I will smear. Drive such a beautiful face. Are you uncomfortable? Spread your back. Everything is fine with me. I know how to stay better than anyone. Irene answered uncertainly. But I asked you not to restrain you, Felix said. Let me only this time. I'm sorry. Rin said. You should not smile like that. Then answered, You are so strict. A dark night fell on the estate of the Chamberlain family. Suddenly, Claudia woke up. She really wanted to drink. She set fire to the candle and headed towards the kitchen. Suddenly, in front of her, she discovered the corpse of the servant. Seeing bloodied bodies, the girl screamed, Is there anyone here? Father! Mother! She found the corpses of her parents in the bedroom. Claudia flew into Felix's room, striking him. Suddenly, the girl shuddered and froze when she saw her brother. He stood alive, all covered in blood, saying, Without a trace. He repeated, Kill your family members without a trace. The guy looked at Claudia. His pupils were red. The frightened girl asked, Who are you? But he rushed to her. Irene jumped in bed, in cold sweat, panting. Rubbing her face, she asked herself, What was this dream? The servant knocked on the door. Lady Amber, if you woke up, go have breakfast. Rin immediately answered, and she tried to move away from the nightmare. She tried to slowly get out of bed, supporting her hand. Touching the door handle, the girl stopped and froze. She stood in one pose for several seconds, not daring to go out. Before her eyes, there was still a terrible picture from sleep. Surrounding up from series, Rin asked. Where is Felix and adults? She answered. Father and brother left early, and mother is still sleeping. Maybe we buy a cruise ship? They would travel the whole family. How great! We all live on the island all together. Suddenly, Claudia asked, Rin, did something happen? I would not really like to talk about this in the morning, but… Klotz, please do not be scared and listen to me. Closer to dinner, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and rain began. At this time, Felix read a letter holding in his hands. Clutching him, he frowned and said, Finally, time has come. The worried Irene was inquired, Will you really go? Everything is fine. Do not worry so much for me. Wearing his snow-white mantle, Felix said goodbye to the girl. Lightning hit another estate. Someone spoke. Isn't it hard for you? Why do you suffer so steadfastly? Even I feel painful looking at you. You will be absorbed soon, so your actions are in vain. Felix scored angrily towards his opponent. Suddenly, his heart was very painful in his chest. The Duke Lemberg smiled, enjoying this sight. Looking at the bloodied guy, he said, "Awesome picture." Suddenly, someone laid a hand on Benjamin's shoulder, nullifying. "You, as always, waste time on useless things." The Duke answered, "Do not interfere with my only hobby. I'll go. Finish with your terrible hobby and come. Do you want to preterminate before meeting with Claudia?" He was immediately shut up. Suddenly, Felix began to create a spell, clutching his hand. With one movement, he sent a lightning stream to the Duke's ankle. The man in black knelt down, examining the damage. Felix gave Lemberg a deaf and barely expressive laugh. "And you are more temperate than I thought." "Yes, you use magic." "Sir Constantine, my leg fall off now. Could you heal it?" The long-haired man only looked away, refusing. The Duke said, "Our union is no good, so we'll not go. Have you just come to you now?" Similar was impossible from the very beginning. Constantine said, "I help you for the first and last time." "How? I will not stop until I get Claudia. If you want to finish, you can leave. I will not interfere. Thanks to you from today, my principles are completely destroyed. You yourself decided to join us. Why is this anger?" Getting his fiery ring, the Duke said, "There is nothing to be done. I forgive you for turning my leg into a useless rag." Felix, with an arrow in his shoulder, tried to squeeze his hand. The guy waved his hand in an attempt to hit Lemberg, but he bounced. Because of this attempt, blood Chamberlain went out of his mouth. "If you continue to use magic, die from shock. I know a great way that can muffle the pain." He inserted a cigarette into the mouth of Felix. Inhale deeply and exhale. The guy did everything as it was said and immediately coughed. If you breathe smoke, the pain will disappear for some time. Enough in order to give the family a will, and the one who captivates your heart. Felix drew attention to these words. "You guessed that if you commit suicide, the demon will absorb you. Isn't it better to talk first and then calmly die? You should get used to it." The Duke took out a new cigarette. "You can die. I'm sorry that I did not make so far. I wonder if the lady will say the same as the last time. What did she say there? It seems to be said she carries from her mouth." Lemberg got up, leaving Felix with cigarettes and a ring. "I'll meet me if possible. Sir Constantine, let's go." Two men turned around and silently headed for the exit. For a second, the clergyman turned to look at Felix. The Duke asked, "You don't go?" He replied that he was going. They closed the door, leaving the wounded guy alone. Felix watched and waited for him to be alone. He breathed heavily and closed his eyes for a second, gaining strength. Then he smiled. Blood flowed down his lips. The guy swore. Suddenly, a bright burning flame flashed in the middle of the night. The broken glasses of Felix lay on the ground unnecessary. Before that, the guy took with him a crystal of fiery magic. With this crystal, he set up the Duke's estate, leaving nothing. The bloodied Felix slowly got out into the street. Smiling, the demon spoke his lips. "What a refreshing feeling! Where should I go?" With these words, he left the estate. A little later, Irene was sleeping peacefully, surrounded by plush toys. At that moment, some figure hung over her. The girl felt someone's presence and woke up. In front of Rin stood silent and bloody Felix. Without saying anything, he pulled a hand to the frightened girl. "Why are you hesitating? I know all your hidden desires." Irene uncertainly tried to call for Felix, looking at him. But, contrary to the threatening look, the guy stroked her head. Having lit up Rin with a bright smile, the man said, "I'm back." The guy's questioning gaze, the brown-haired woman, began to pinch herself. "This is not a dream. In front of me is true a real Felix." Suddenly she cried out, "Minute! What kind of look? So much blood!" Rin was blown up and began to examine the guy. "Are you all right?" "Everything is fine, so stop me, please feel." The demon mentally tried to seduce a man, but to no avail. A little earlier, before the Duke's estate was destroyed, Felix, sitting on the floor, heard a strange voice in his head. I can't believe it. As soon as he lived a little more than 20 years, but magical forces still remained. "Are you Archmage?" For a simple person, impressive. The guy drove a cigarette. The demon served. "Are you listening?" But Felix did not pay attention to him. He grabbed the arrow tightly, wanting to pull it out of the shoulder. With one jerk, the damned artifact was outside. If you give me half of my bodies and souls, I will give you strength, such that you, a little man, cannot even imagine. Well, is it not tempting? Felix answered nothing. He literally led the demon out of his temper. Do not ignore me. Instead, the man tried to put on his glasses, covering his eyes. The demon said, There is nothing to be done. Well, how do you like my strength? Felix's glasses cracked. And this is not the limit. Do you realize? Answer! Having discarded the broken accessory, the man tried to rise. The demon did not retreat. Do you ignore me again? Archmage! Have you developed the resistance of magic all your life, or what? Okay, half is too much? How about a third? Quarters? Felix said, Finish chat, the head hurts. The demon was delighted. The guy asked, Laraja? Right. Since you guessed, the conversation will be short. In my power to give you everything that you ask. I want you to just calmly sleep inside me, Laraja answered. Have you specially let me in? And how I was enclosed in the body of such a crazy. Be careful with rude expressions inside me. The demon began to lose his temper. Listen carefully, Archmage. Do you know what spell on this arrow was launched? They were washed with their brains before they replaced me. You found yourself in this position, saved a girl who is not even relative to you. Isn't it a shame? Felix fell into a trap due to kindness. The guy answered, I only acted according to my beliefs. You are so kind that you even erased her memories. What an angel. Felix asked. There are no clothes? Laraja answered. Where would she come from? The guy was straightforward. You are useless. It angered a demon. Then Laraja said, Completely driving. Don't you want to take revenge? I will deal with revenge myself, without borrowing the power of the demon. Revenge for not using magic. In any case, you will not get from me what you want. What a refreshing feeling, Laraja answered. Crazy. While Rin processed the wounds, he said, This is what happened. Why do you remain calm when this happened to you? The guy laughed guiltily and began to ask for forgiveness. Chamberlain thought, This is really Pico. Laraja, demon of battles and victory. Irene tried to bite a man. Everything is fine? The demon spoke. Can't you restrain yourself anymore? You want these eyes to look only at you. He silently came close to the girl. She looked questioningly. Do you want her to pray to you endlessly in pouring tears? Felix grabbed her by the shoulder and looked straight into her eyes. The brown-haired woman answered, not understanding what was happening. The guy squeezed the blanket, confidently turning to the girl. They sat on the bed and looked at each other for a few seconds. The guy said, Please leave my room, now I'm dangerous. Irene asked, Is this because of that demonic relic? She called to Felix. He shuddered, bulging his eyes. It doesn't matter to me at all how you have changed because of the relic. I said that you are you, so I am ready to go through hell. Your prosperous return brings me incredible joy. Everything is fine. The guy's hand shuddered while Rin was holding her. However, the guy only dismissed, suppressing his desires. Irene asked, Why do you avoid me? But Felix interrupted her. You are tired. So sorry that you woke up. Go to bed. What are you talking about? Do you think I can sleep in such a situation? Thank you for the treatment. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. The girl did not stop. But you were so hurt so much. Can I look after you? Felix was already at the limit. In an unusually cold tone, he said, Go away, I ask you. From these words in the eyes of Irene, tears immediately performed. Winking, she answered, Fine. Then we'll talk tomorrow. Just in case, I will inform the family doctor about this. The girl closed the door, leaving an obsessed guy alone. Laraja gave a voice again. Are you not a man? Felix answered in a calm tone. Do you consider me a beast? I lived for thousands of years, but I see such a person for the first time. This is quite natural, so tie with your persuasion. Morning came. Sun rays began to make their way into the room. The birds sang outside the window. Laraja spoke. Man, get up! I have a great idea. This is about that girl. Let's conquer her, Felix answered. Are you about this again? It does not matter that you are innocent, because you have me. Inspecting himself, the guy answered. This is not necessary. I have existed for hundreds of billions of years and have owned skill. I stay with a person on the same wave. Without consent, I will not touch her with my finger. And I also doubt that this can be the subject of discussion. Seduce her and make her fall in love. Seduction, I say. You are a demon of love and pleasure, so tell me, Where is love here? General love begins with physical contact. Felix looked in the mirror. An embittered face looked at him. Unpringing the bandages, the man said. I feel good. His body was without a single scratch. The demon continued to boast of his strength. It doesn't matter how much you keep me inside. As a result, we still merge together. You are very annoying. You seem to be bored. He answered. You locked me. Putting on a shirt, Felix said. Here, how noisy. I go out, so don't talk to me, Laraja agreed. Leaving the room, Felix turned his head and was surprised. The dozing Irene was sitting under the door, lowering her head. The girl sniffled peacefully, not paying attention to anything. Suddenly, she shuddered, slowly awakening from sleep. Irene, why are you sleeping here? Better go to your room. The dumbfounded brown-haired woman did not expect to see a man in front of her. Suddenly, the guy's tone changed to the threatening one. And get the door. Rin jerked, answering. Everything is fine. I already woke up. Since yesterday, the atmosphere around Felix has changed a lot. Is it because he is without glasses? And unexpectedly began to behave coldly, smiles less than before, and even avoids me. But the most important thing, it has become more attractive. What do I only think about when looking at a wounded person? Are you all right? Why do you look absolutely unharmed? I think I got better thanks to the demon. Please do not touch me, Rin answered. I was just surprised. Sorry. Suddenly she stumbled. Jumping out of a slipper, the girl began to fall with her back down. With a sharp movement, Felix grabbed Irene by the wrist. The brown-haired woman cried out from how strongly Felix squeezed her hand. The man himself did not expect this, and immediately let her go. He froze, asking, Are you okay? Rin confirmed. Irene rubbed her hand, asking, Is this also the power of the demon? The drooping Felix agreed to her guiltily, lowering his eyes. The brown-haired woman suddenly laughed. Do not worry, I was just surprised. Winking, she added, And do not go so far. A man who moved a few steps, according to answered. Some people start hamsters as pets. Just do not step on them. And gently stroke, Felix answered, bewildered. Let's start with treatment. It can be a fracture, so I will call a doctor. Rin thanked him. And I will make every effort so as not to harm anyone. It's okay. The doctor will cure a similar injury at the moment, the guy said. To say that everything is in order is a bad habit. Do not force me to assume that you will always be in order. After all, one day I can inflict a very heavy wound to you. Not a person with a perforated shoulder talk about it, Felix said. This does not concern you. But Irene continued. But you are also a completely innocent injured. You want to protect me from wounds, even sacrificing yourself? And me too. As water that cannot be gained, there are wounds that cannot be cured. Irene was positive. That's right, however. If it's you, I will not mind that you do not do with me. From such speeches, Felix bulged his eyes in surprise. If you knew what I think now, you would not say that, he added. I now restrain myself with all my might. What kind of desire that he cannot talk about? Does he want to kill me? Suddenly, he drew attention to the guy who began to cough. Having covered his mouth with his hand, the man restrained a dull cough. However, he could not stand it loudly with blood. Everything is fine, just the body rejects the relic. The frightened girl froze, asking, Is it not dangerous? The guy only stopped her, ordering her, Don't get close. Gladding blood, Felix was breathing heavily, looking at the floor. Then he jumped sharply, from which Irene flinched. Without saying anything, the man went away from the girl. Returning to his room, he slapped the door loudly. The guy returned as suddenly as he left. He held a saber in his hands. If I do something inappropriate, pierce me with this. The dumbfounded brown-haired woman, looking at the weapon, asked, Who to pierce? You, Felix answered. Then I will come to my senses. A minute later, they walked along the corridor to see their family. I thought that only you have wishes. But she likes you too? Laraja said. You were sure that she didn't like it, right? I feel all this because you are just an idiot. Felix grinned. Finish! My patience is the limit. Irene, frightened, asked, Did I do something wrong? The man realized the mistake and immediately began to reassure Rin. It's just that some fragment is constantly chatting with me. So again, disgrace me, and I will not leave it like that. Irene's questioning gaze, the demon agreed. The girl said, I am glad that you pretended to be dead. But under this pretext, those three can do things. The good news is that you no longer have an artifact in your shoulder. So now you may not be limited by magic, Felix answered. Irene, now I can't use it. She shuddered and asked, dumbfounded. What did you just say? Every time I use mana, Laraja penetrates deeper. The brown-haired woman, not understanding anything, asked. What does it mean? Will you understand if I say that this eats my life force? The girl presented this picture, saying, I understand very well. All people who may be have Manu. Only the quantity differs. If an ordinary person has mana the size of a glass, then I have a estate. Therefore, I survived, even when Laraja entered me. Despite the fact that I lost a lot of mana, an ordinary person has low resistance. He would have lost Manu and died. All mana is constantly consumed and produced, but I feel like a way out for the mana produced. Nevertheless, I will not die. Felix tried to smile. Irene, in full shock, listened to his story, frozen with an open mouth. It is enough that I simply will not use magic. If I use it, then the fragments of the soul are influenced by the demon. I put all my strength to control instincts. But if I lose my mind, then be sure to pierce me. After that, he lowered his head and invited Rin to go forward. Irene's consent, the man opened the doors, going inside. The whole family gathered in front of him, including Mother. The worried Claudia turned around and cried out, Brother! The guy smiled slightly, answering her greeting. The girl immediately rushed to the guy. He held out his hands. She immediately pressed herself against him, looking deep into her eyes. But something happened that no one expected. A slap was heard. With a cold look, Claudia hit Felix on the cheek. Irene was most surprised, not understanding the behavior of Kaloga. Hugo and Olivia were also shocked by the behavior of the daughter. She froze without removing her hand, continuing to look at her brother. A pause came, during which no one dared to say something. Suddenly, Irene called out the cow. But she finally took the word. The rumor is distributed that you have died. It is necessary to hold a funeral. Your reputation is so good that people themselves arrange a wake. Should I congratulate you? Claudia began to cry. I understand what could be worse, and that you made every effort. Look at what position you are. I am so angry with myself. Felix tried to calm her. Klotz, this is not your fault. I know. However, the fact that I could not help you. Felix abruptly fell to his knees in front of his sister, trying to console. Irene, with a saber in her hands, nervously grunted, worried. Then she suddenly cried out, Therefore I prepared. Attention! 4 pairs of eyes fixed their eyes on her. She spoke. How about a summer trip to the island? The next day, the time has come for the rehearsal of the funeral of Felix. The whole family in black robes stood in front of a coffin of black wood. Everyone had drooping faces. Irene lowered her gaze. It is impossible to allow those 3 to learn that Felix is alive. The first is a moron. The second is a man with an ingenuity. I don't know about the third. Klotz, do you know how to play a crying person? The girl thought. Don't even know. I'll try now. Claudia began to cry very playfully, removing a tear. Number she will be very probable. Maybe it is better to resent? You are angry with Felix for sacrificing himself, and be angry with your impotence and what? That they knew nothing about his intentions. If the brother died, would I behave like that? There is no law that a person must be sad. Make a look that he really died, and you can never see him again. Claudia smiled. Thank you. I think I understood a little. Irene said, satisfied with the answer. God bless. I wish Felix I saw it. Could he imagine that, the whole hall and the road to the grave? Will everything be covered with the flowers of people who have come to honor his memory? A voice was heard. He necessarily watches this from heaven. The girls turned around. Crown Prince Lucas was heading for them. So many people mourn about his death. His path will not be bored. He lived with dignity and surrounded everyone with love. God will show his favor. Am I right, Sir Constantine? Lemberg turned his head. The clergyman answered, Refrain from such statements. Why did you get behind me? I have a conversation to Claudia, so fall off. The Duke immediately stated, I don't want. Irene looked at them in bewilderment. I see what you think, so I can't stand aside. An irritated Kronprince answered, Take your hands from me. Maybe you will stop interfering and lag behind me? You should not run over. Act secretly very mean. Lucas answered displeasedly, Not for you to talk about it. The Duke said, Then today I just watch. Sir Constantine, maybe at least you will leave? He refused. Hear the devils. Even out of the corner of my ear, they do not want to listen to me. He really is a goat, but still unexpectedly. that they came to the funeral, putting on a formal shape. But my goosebumps run away from the thought that they came here, being killers. Irene drew attention to how Claudia stepped forward. Grounding and clenching her hand into a fist, she rushed forward. The dumbfounded brown-haired woman guessed that she wanted to make cow. She ran to the crown prince and hit him in the face with all her might. The blow was so powerful that the guy spat with blood. Stunned guards cried out, "Your Highness!" In shock were Hugo with Claudia. They understood that it was treason. Unable to hold equilibrium, Lucas fell, covering his mouth. "Are you okay? We will call a doctor for you right now." "Enough! Do not pay attention and leave here." "How dare you show your impudent face here?" Still holding on his face, the crown sailing turned to the aristocrat. "Claudia, now you are looking at me." He rushed to the girl. "That's why I asked to meet only together. You are affectionate as always. You gave me a reason. Nobody will reproach me if I am a brooch in jail. They thought that I would not find out who exactly killed my brother. If you knew but still did this, I will assume that you agree, that you accept my contempt and hatred. I do not ask you for anything." Smiling viciously, Lucas answered, "I will be happy to accept this. To forgive me or not is no difference, but remember this day well. After all, you must understand who can become the following. Be careful." Kronprint did not hesitate to say everything straight. Obviously, this person is coming. The feeling that everyone is looking at me. Suddenly, she noticed that Constantine was looking at her. "You are the strange of them. You say nothing and just stare. And if you are too much to bend a stick, do you think they will just endure? Even I understand that this is not a game, but sincere feelings. Now these savages are configured to come up with something else. By the way, why does he continue to stare at me?" Irene turned to Constantine. "Do you want to say something? I just thought that killing you would be very simple. But on my part, it is better not to commit such meaningless murders. Why does he constantly tell me about the murder?" The Duke asked. "You have already accepted the consequences of your choice? It is a pity that it was not possible to show them in the worst form. Since you are strongly determined to accept anything, let me say that Felix Chamberlain could not hide at least one. Passion for you." Lemberg, smiling, looked at Irene. Impulsively arising desire, physical lust. Slowly and quietly, the brown-haired woman turned to the Duke, interrupting him. "Do you feel better by stippling an innocently dead person? Even if people pronounce something with their mouths, this is not always human speech. Do you think I'm invented?" "I'm even starting to see him," Irene answered. "I would understand, have your words meaning. It is amazing that you make me experience this. He probably was offended to die without telling you about his feelings. Since the interested person left us, this cannot be checked." Rin said collogies. "Could you smile the Duke once?" Claudia asked her idea. "Do you think it's worth it?" 3. You need to know the measure. "Rin, the funeral will begin soon. Let's go." "Claudia, I came to sincerely honor the memory of the deceased." Lucas called her again, but the girl decided to ignore everything. "Therefore I told you to disappear. Duke, everything collapsed because of you." He did not finish, asking a question. "What? Where are you going? What are you going to do?" Lemberg headed for the coffin. "They say that he burned so much that it became difficult to identify him. He saved a little boy in a magical department. Poor Felix Chamberlain. Today I will be able to load about you. People who rise themselves will fall, and those who belittled themselves will rise. Felix, the former more transparent than water, and warmer than sunlight, he was distraught and said with his eyes, which became blackener than darkness, I will not avoid ways. Although I could not get rid of regrets, the day will come, and I will achieve faith and moral standards. A man who, along with death, announced that he would reborn, and also about what actions will now take. The deputy minister left us at such a young age? And what am I talking about? It seemed to me that he would live a long life, but God cherished them so much that he took to himself before. At this time, Irene turned her head, trying to find someone. Her gaze stopped. Found, the second prince, Cedric. Will I handle it? He is a man. I will conquer him, imagining that he is a girl. Reaching to him, she encouraged herself. I am a genius of tackle. The girl carefully pulled the second prince by the sleeve. Could you talk to me? Secretly, in a deserted place. The Cedric, taken by surprise, shuddered at the sight of Rin. Then he grinned cunningly in response. Suddenly, at the funeral, this happens for the first time. Of course, I am not as noble as a person as you might think. He leaned against the column. But you are not a good girl. Bring the affair on such a day. He looked with curiosity at Rin. The dumbfounded girl tried to digest the information heard. Having bulging her eyes, she asked herself, "What did he just say?" "I bring the deepest condolences. Nothing connected us with him. But I heard a lot about him. Such loss probably saddened you. And why was he supposed to die?" "Many mourn about the loss of Felix. Just look, only one insects are teeming, waste oxygen. Once he released an insect that I was going to catch." Irene thought, "What is he carrying? Did the bug bit him?" Felix believed that even insect has a reason to live. The girl smiled. "We do not know what kind of life he has. His death is sad, but this is the only outcome of his beliefs. I offered not to meet in order to say this. I heard that you have a talent to handle people." Irene was surprised. Cedric added, "You say very beautifully, but I could agree without such long speeches to what you want." The second prince went to the girl and acquired her head. With a dismissal, Rin asked, "Do you know what I want?" The guy took her hand. "This is obvious. You wish, my love? Maybe she will not be sincere, but you can feel her. Yes, and your face is sweet. And I like these little lips. I just want to swallow." Irene was scared of his intentions. With a sharp movement, she pushed him away, screaming, "Go away! Do not dare to touch me as you want. I called you not for that." Cedric was surprised. "Why?" "I needed you in a different way." "The guy asked everything," Rin said. "I saw an opportunity." Cedric did not understand anything. "You behave like a bloodworm flying on fire, but at the same time, not rushing into the bee due to the fear of death. Do not scatter in such careless words. I can offer you a life that makes sense. I need you." Cedric asked in disbelief. "Are you going to use me?" "I will make you useful. If you want to waste your life, give it to me," the guy asked. "What nonsense! Is someone capable of leading this?" "Certainly. Take only a step, and you can't leave anymore. If you decide, come here." She handed him a leaf. Cedric froze for a couple of seconds, puzzledly glancing at a piece of paper. Then he held out his hand in response, saying, "I'll take it." Cedric and Serev took the place of the second most important character. When Colleges was captured, he freed her from the palace, and he fled with her. However, a terrible end awaited him. Lucas caught them, and holding his brother by the hair, took out his sword. "Are you going to entrust your fate to this insignificance?" And after these words, Lucas, in the eyes of Close, pulled out the heart of Cedric. The guy saved Claudia, not because he liked her. He wandered around in search of the meaning of life, dreaming that one day he would lightly light up. Claudia was the only opportunity to freeze. Cedric needed an incentive to warm up, and it was a chance. Therefore, he will never be able to abandon my offer. A little later, Irene returned to the hall. "Am I too late?" Suddenly, someone turned to her. "Are you the daughter of the Amber family?" Having shuddered, the girl immediately answered, "Yes, that's right." The Duke of Deflation spoke to her. "Forever you rush everywhere. Sorry to make you wait for you to be busy." The man spoke slowly. "Erica asked me. She said that for the first time in her life, she wishes something." "What did you do to her?" "I just told her about another view of the world." The Duke frowned. "Do you mean another view of self-will?" "Not really. Rather, not in self-will, but to freedom. After all, everyone should have freedom of choice, even if you regret it. The choice is my prerogative. You have no right to intervene. I arranged a commotion, as if you know what to do better. The lady also believes that she has the right to choose how to live. I would fight in its place to the very end, even if I lost. It is reprehensible to score the head of my daughter with this nonsense. I just hope that you will linger at Chamberlain for a long time." With these words, the Duke turned and went away. Irene immediately enveloped the vague mood because of this conversation. Loisting, the brown-haired woman, sat down in the same place where she was. Suddenly, another voice called out to the girl. She turned around. "I have been looking for you for so long. Where were you? Strongly tired?" Rin froze in a second. "Sorry for making you worry. Today, I am all lazy to come across people. It was hard. But after I saw the cows, the forces were immediately added." "Is it true? Then let's go eat something tasty." Returning to the estate, Irene again examined the map. "Gilda members should have already contacted us. Why is there no news?" "It smells of great danger," Rin sighed. "How to be?" "If you continue to look, will you come to mind some kind of decision? If not, then finish with this. Let's pack things." "Fine. By the way, If you think about it, the trip went to 3. The count needs to be protected, and Miss Olivia will be physically difficult. And yet it's good that we have a reason to leave for a long time. This is our first trip, so exciting. We are not going to have fun, Clesis answered. And yet I am waiting for him. Half an hour later, Rin counted. I put the clothes. I took artifacts for self-defense. And the potion did not forget either. In order not to reveal your personality, you have to change the appearance. As far as I know, there are many types of potions, the girl thought. Maybe try to create them yourself? Kimberline's secret estate was already evening. It is so quiet and calm that it helps to concentrate well. But wasn't it better for you to have at least one servant? Irene Felix, sitting opposite, abandoned this venture. In general, I arrived to tell you something too personally. With surprise, the man began to open an outstretched box. Your face is very noticeable. I thought you better disguise yourself. I am really a dead person with a recognizable face. The guy uncorked one of the cones, breathing in the aroma. Then, he brought the bottle to his mouth, drinking the contents. It feels like a professor is checking my task. At that very moment, the guy turned pale. Who did it? How to be? It seems that I got some kind of garbage. Rin's head down guiltily, Rin answered. Is everything so bad? Felix calmly answered. For the first time, amazing. This is a final product after 10 unsuccessful attempts. He answered more intensely. For 10 attempts, you coped well. The brown-haired woman shone in a second and smiled, asking, Is it true? But if you drink it, there will be side effects. You are forbidden to drink it. You either scold me or praise me. Choose one thing, Felix asked. But how did you get the idea to make a potion? Rin answered. I thought yesterday and decided to try. Have you achieved such a result in one day? Have you studied anywhere? Certainly. Where did the girl who did not visit the academy learn to cook potions? I have no particular interest in this, so it's okay. I understand. The path that you go along will always be true. I'm not very good at praising the talents, but you have it. I ask, not worth it? You did not have to say it. These are not empty words. To create this, being a self taught is a talent. Irene asked awkwardly. Then should I do more? The guy answered. If you wish, I can sometimes teach you. I want to be useful to you. Do not deprive me of this joy. You are probably tired, but I really are very grateful to you. The feeling, as if the beauty of Felix's decline, is becoming stronger. Suddenly, the girl involuntarily lowered her gaze. Is this also the power of the demon? Clothing becomes cramped to him. If you fall in love with a guy with a good body, you want to play on it, like an harp. Remembering the words of Martina, Rin blushed and caught fire with shame. The surprised Felix asked, What suddenly happened to you? A few hours later, night came. The man tried to fall asleep. For more than half an hour, he spun in bed, without falling into a dream. Turning on his back, the reddened Felix suffered from the heat. Although the healing rate is great, fatigue does not stop accumulating. This is already in a row, the day does not give me clear rest. The body is so heavy, as if someone was sitting on me from above. Suddenly, he noticed Rin sitting on him in one nightie. Lightly opening his eyes, Felix tried to examine her. He slowly raised his trembling hand, holding out to the girl. With an uncertain movement, he touched Irene's cheek. The reddened and sweaty guy was lying, as if in delirium. He smiled at the brown-haired woman hanging over him, thinking, like a dream. Suddenly, the man said, You coped well with reincarnation, but it's time to stop there. He released Rin's cheek. Laraja, what's the point? Felix tried to reach the demon. However, the girl did not disappear anywhere and silently looked at him. Suddenly, she began to stroke his chest, calling his name. From the sight of Irene and her actions, the man was taken aback and blushed immediately. With a sharp movement, the guy put the brown-haired woman on the bed. He declared a displeased tone, I asked you to stop. The demon in the face of Irene laughed and said, What a rude. You wanted it. You can keep it in your arms every day. Picking heavily, Felix answered, It looks like you didn't hear me. Will you be pleased with my heart with a sacred sword? Will we die together? The man was serious in his ties. Thinking, Laraja laughed, answering briefly, Hypocrite, you want to stay with her. You pretend to be kind, and you boot inside. When she left, you inhaled her aroma for a long time, and even blushed. Your appearance does not coincide with the inner. You are worse than the demon. If you want to know why I'm doing this, Irene is right here. The next second, Felix abruptly opened his eyes. Turning his head, he thought. Of course it was a dream. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. I knew that. Rin was wetting a rag. Has a nightmare? Your view is unimportant, the man answered. I'm fine. And he thought, sweet smell. Suddenly, he turned to the girl. Do you still have a sword? Felix pulled Irene to his place. I warned you. The guy unconsciously reached for her lips to kiss. But Rin stopped, asking, Do I measure your temperature? For some time they stood in silence, looking at each other. Your forehead is on. You look painful, so lying calmly. I knew that it would be so I brought a wet towel. The exhausted guy flopped onto the pillow, panting. He looks like a sharpened prince who fell asleep in an ice castle. Felix asked, If I die, will you be very sad? Irene roared. What are you asking me about? You survived even in that situation. If you die here, I will not forgive you. Now it seems to me that I will die. But if you are sad, then I can't. With a sad gaze, the girl looked at the guy. The next day, Felix handed Irene Mountain Statkoff, books and my studies that I have conducted since childhood. They only collect dust while they just lie idle. Suddenly, Rin changed her subject, asking, Did you sleep at all? The exhausted guy answered, Certainly, I slept well. Sorry, although I myself suggested, I can't teach you. Surprised, Rin emerged from the scrolls, asking, Did something happen? I would like to avoid meetings alone. I hope for cooperation. Clutching the notes presented, the girl answered upset. Fine. A few hours later, Irene met with Claudia. Kling spoke. This is a train developed by the Union of Mages and Alchemists. He looks better than it seemed. I lent him for the weight of the day. Suddenly, an idea came to the aristocrat. Can we buy it? Rin immediately reassured her. Hold yourself in your hands, Monsieur. However, Claudia did not stop. But I like him so much. Irene continued to argue. Sings, you are very excited. We will ride it just a couple of times. Wrap up is not good. A little later, they loaded and the train set off. As if we are going to an adventure or an expedition. Neither the hotel nor local goods, even the train with the ship is uncomfortable. There is nothing good in this, but you look satisfied. Certainly. I first go on a trip to the hinterland, Rin answered. You seem happy, so I'm glad too. If you are so happy, then I need to be even happier. But before that, I should make up for the lack of strength. After these words, Kalaji sluggishly went to rest in her compartment. Suddenly, a joyful girl awkwardly called to Felix. Perhaps you ate something sweet? Lollipop, for example. The brown-haired woman was surprised by such a question. Number, does it smell like sweet from me? The man slammed the book. Number I will stop in another carriage. While the guy got up, the girl asked, Why is it suddenly? With bewilderment and sadness, Irene looked at the man. Thinking a little, she abruptly grabbed his sleeve. She asked gently and innocently, Could you stay? Looking at Rin, Felix blushed, and his heart immediately pounded. The dumbfounded guy did not know what to do. His mind was clouded. While Irene held his hand, he thought, Too close. Felix grabbed his face, trying to quickly come up with something. Barely restraining himself, he spoke. Irene, listen. The worried girl remembered the words of the Duke of Lemberg. Passion for you. Is it possible that Felix will lust me? Would I hate it if you imagine our kiss? The girl imagined how their lips are slowly in contact. She blushed right there. I think I would not mind at all, Felix asked. Why aren't you listening? Rin pulled out his hand. The man turned around. Do not let me intimidate you by force. Not to mention nothing. The guy headed for the exit. Irene broke after him when he opened the door. At that moment, Felix pulled the pen, Rin thought. Do not leave. Why don't you take full responsibility? You tamed me, so you must be responsible. Stop me just as you always did it before. If you touch me, I will not break. Come on, put it. Felix's hand began to tremble more and more. He called out Irene. Then, abruptly and strongly, he pulled his hand out of her grip. If you do not want to see how I lose my mind, stop. What a good sound insulation. This happened with the wall, but no one came. Whatever I do here, no one will know about it. Rin swept in shock. Could you just behave softer? Grabbing his face again, Felix sighed heavily. Suddenly he calmed down. Do what you want, I lost. The desire you are talking about is my murder? The guy lowered his head and immediately gave a negative answer. In this case, you want to break my limbs, tear your eyes, and hang your heart? The dumbfounded man shuddered. How can I do this? Irene smiled. Then it turns out that you have no problem. The guy was disadvantaged. I can break you, Rin. I'm strong, so just you will not break me, do not worry. You continue to speak such words even at the sight of this wall. The body is softer than the wall. But even if you grab strongly, I will not break, Rin said joyfully. You yourself know very well about it. Then she suddenly hugged a man, no matter what. Clutching him, the girl said, Stop me! Felix brought the trembling hand to Rin's head, stroking. Then she asked, Well, how? The reddened man was silent. Breathing heavily, he answered, Heavier than fever and sweeter than death. He took a few strands of the girl's hair and began to consider them. At this time, Laraja said, And you are more impudent than I thought. Well, at such a pace, this is just a matter of time. Soon you will inevitably try hellish pleasure. You are just a part of me and do not even know what love is. If love were one pleasure, I would not have existed. There is no greater and more powerful creature than a demon. Laraja said, A demon cannot exist without a person. Part of the demon asked, What is human love then? Demon and angel, paradise and hell, pleasure and anger, happiness and suffering. Most often, love leaves terrible regrets. And I'm coming next to them. To become a perfect demon, you need to climb the world of people. If you want, I will give you freedom when it ends. Man is a defective product that did not become a perfect creature. And love is only a way to fill the shortcomings of the body or soul. So, very soon, I can get the long-awaited freedom. I will absorb you, man, and become a perfect demon. However, why does my victim constantly feel pain? It hurts me too. Stop experiencing these feelings. A few hours later, the group arrived at the port, surprised. Rin asked, It will be difficult for you to send the ship. You said that you are going to the island of Kamoli? This is not a difficulty. I just can't get closer to the island. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the captain of the ship. But the storms are not expected, and the waves have not yet risen. It is worth sailing to the island as the ship begins to sink. Felix asked, Why didn't you go to the capital for help? Because Kamoli is in private property. People from Pinello said that the sea is also their territory. But a month ago, the island was suddenly sold, and people were taken out. We did not have the opportunity to report this to the capital. Many people died passing through the island. The angry god. Half an hour later, the Clores and Rin sat and looked at Kamoli. Hatya members were also destroyed, if they had not contacted me. An irritated girl shone herself, lowering her head. Irene cried, Can I call myself a man? Wanting to cheer her up, Clores stuffed Rin's sandwich in her mouth. Sobbing, the brown-haired woman said, I have no right to have it. Claudia answered, Not at all. We are all trying to survive. Looking at the sandwich, Irene asked, How to be now? The aristocrat said, You can just buy a ship. In addition, we have faithful people whom you hired. My acquaintance recommended them. They can be trusted. They promised to erase their memory when they finished with work. But I'm still worried. Klotz smiled awkwardly, Rin. Then she said, I am glad that I am leaving so far. I used to be uncomfortable, for people were constantly staring at me. The brother is also pleased that he can breathe fresh air. Irene was very surprised at such revelations from Claudia. Then she answered quite, It soothes me. While the girls were talking, a seagull flew to them at a speed. A moment later, the sandwich immediately disappeared from the hands of the brown-haired man. Looking at the empty palm, Rin cried out, My food! Where did she just go? Stand, thief, for someone else's food. For several minutes, Irene unsuccessfully chased a bird. As soon as the last forces left her, she plopped down on the sand. Rin sighed in the tantrums. Back my sandwich. Suddenly, she raised her head, looking in surprise in front of her. On the shore lay a guy. Rin thought, Is there a man? The girl ran to him and began to shake. Are you alive? Suddenly, the boy woke up and began to cough from the water. Irene fidgeted around him, asking, Are you fine? The guy froze, looking at the girl. Have not seen each other for a long time. The brown-haired woman smiled. And really, for a long time already? So you are Andrew, the boy corrected her displeasedly. Actually, I'm Anthony, she said in shock. So you are alive, he agreed irritably. Suddenly, Anthony was darkened. I thought the truth would die. The worried Irene cried, saying, Do not die! Then increase the surcharge for the risk. So I definitely will not die of resentment. Suddenly, a third voice was heard nearby. Is this your friend? You suddenly ran away, so I followed you. Is he wounded? The man began to steal to inspect the condition of the boy. He noticed that the guy's lips are dry and cracked. Felix immediately handed him a bottle of water. Drink. Anthony thanked him and began to open a bottle. Rin thought, he wanted to drink so much, I really feel sorry. The girl decided to introduce him. Felix, this is Andrew. Anthony me. Why do you call me a name that is not like mine? Not paying attention to it, Irene asked. Can you go? Instead of Anthony, Felix answered. Now he is only able to breathe. The man put the guy on his back. You can get comfortable. The dumbfounded rescued asked awkwardly. Are you an angel? Suddenly, he heard a question from Rin. What happened to the rest? Having waned, the boy answered. Perhaps they are still alive. Then Anthony said, It is necessary to save them before it is too late. Suddenly, Felix gave a voice. I hear the sound from the island, similar to a cry. All three looked at Kamoli. Having excited, Irene unconsciously grabbed Felix by the hand. Do they just have a little bitten to a dying person? Anthony told. The ship hit the road, dissecting the waves. At this pace, we will soon arrive at the island. The point seems to be dangerous, but you look pleasantly excited. As soon as I finish the job, how I will get a lot of money. Suddenly, Anthony and the boatswain froze, peering into the distance. The boy took out a compass. Strange. Why is the wind suddenly subsided? At that very moment, the guy bulged his eyes, staring at the device. The compass needle was crazy clockwise. The ship stopped, and Anthony said, It seems that something went wrong. Nowadays, the boy, pushing food, said. And then the world rolled over. When I came to, I realized that I was in the castle. Rin answered. But people saying that the ship is drawn into the sea. I don't know about this. I don't remember anything about falling into the sea. But, judging by the fact that the clothes were wet, I fell there. In the middle of the way, I felt my mind clouded. And then, at some point, I fainted in the forest. Irene asked, enthusiastic about the story. And what after? All people were not out of mind. They are alive, but crazy. I was especially scared that it was impossible to eat that food. I stayed for several days, but so I would die, and again rush to the sea. I think thanks to this I survived, but I'm not sure about others. In general, the place was strange and terribly frightening. If this is really the work of the hands of the spirit, then it does not look like a madman. I think we should tell us about this to the companions in any case. Felix drew attention to the girl killed with thoughts. At that very moment, Anthony cried out, You can't lie on the table! Why are there some madmen here? Maybe I'm crazy too. An hour later, Rin spoke colleges. The risk is too great, and we better leave. If I retreat now, when is this opportunity to present? We need to find the spirit before those three make their move. Better I will devote my life to the struggle, then I will not achieve anything. I did not know that Claudia was so full of determination. Fine, then let's start the full preparation for the departure. The next day, the ship hit the road towards the island. The steering wheel raised his finger, saying, The wind is fair today. An uncertain voice was heard from behind. But is it all right? The man turned around, asking the girl, Are you talking about life? What I just did not hear from customers. How do we, mercenaries, worry about this? It happened that with magic, erasing the memories and problems await us. We are always ready for death. If we are in danger, we can quit everything. Sorry to interfere, but the buildings of the island are already visible. Klotz and Irene immediately turned their eyes forward. Their Zora opened a round stone glade and a building on a hill. This is an architectural style that in our time is no longer used. That pattern means a special, forgotten faith. But this does not mean that nature has recovered. You want to say that time has turned back? Is it possible? Suddenly, the girl felt something inside herself. She began to fall, but Felix managed to catch her. Are you okay? The surprised girl looked into the guy's face. Yes, everything is fine. Seeing her expression, the man blushed in an instant. He immediately turned away, asking for forgiveness. The girl accepted him. What was it? The power of the spirit? It does not look like we were faced with something. Judging by how restless the spirits are, there is definitely a strong spirit. This is not magic, but I can definitely say that here is not an illusion. I will move to the island using teleportation magic. It is forbidden. The space is twisted. This will not allow you to invade the island. Another word is not suitable. This can be considered the space of another measurement. Suddenly, the archer said, "I will try to shoot from onions." The guy reached for the quiver on his back, taking out the arrow. With a skillful and sharp movement, he pulled the arrow on the bowstring. Discuing the air, the arrow briskly flew towards the island. Right in the air, she stumbled upon the barrier, scattered into the fragments. All those present on the ship were shocked by this spectacle. The frightened magician asked, "Who are you, since you know about this?" "Just a person whose head is a lot of random thoughts," the worried Irene asked. "Then how should we be now?" Suddenly, she turned to Close, which climbed aboard the ship. A shocked brown-haired woman cried out, "Why did you get there?" At that very moment, Rin froze from a loud beating of the heart. Suddenly, huge waves rose next to the ship. To the surprise for everyone, Claudia jumped over the shouts of Irene. The ship crashed. The brown-haired woman brought unconscious to the shore. Coming to her senses, the girl began to moan, squinting. "My head! What happened?" "The body is as if constrained by something solid. Only this is rather not some object, but someone's skin." Without opening his eyes, Rin began to rub and feel someone's body. Suddenly, Irene finally woke up, realizing that she was lying on a person. The girl got up and began to consider the one who pressed her to her. In front of her, Felix lay unconscious with dramatically closed eyes. The shocked Irene examined the guy. "Such a handsome!" "Now is not the time for this. You need to urgently get up." The girl tried to get out of his grip, but to no avail. She fell exhaustedly on his chest. Well, strength, impossible. Instead, the girl decided to wake him, poked her finger in the face. The man shuddered, softly speaking. "Sweet aroma." The delighted Irene immediately asked, "Have you come to your senses?" She began to question the blinking man. "Remember what happened?" Felix tried to recover, only asking for the girl. Suddenly, the man hugged Rin by the waist, clutching him. He spoke sharply. "Are you talking about what you found on me last night?" Then Felix began to kiss Irene in his neck, going down below. He rubbed his face against her dress, breathing in a sweet aroma. The dumbfounded brown-haired woman thought, "We haven't even kissed yet!" Succumbing nervously, she tried to hail a man. Suddenly, Felix flinched, waking up from a long trance. "Moving the girl," the guy said. "So this is a reality, sorry." He blushed, realizing that he had confused a dream with reality. "This bothers me," starting from the events that occurred on the train. The girl decided to ask a question. "Why did you hug me?" "Before losing consciousness, I grabbed you, worrying that you would be hurt. To be honest, I did it unconsciously, so I don't know the reason." "Thanks a lot. Thanks to you, there is no scratch on me." Once we came to our senses, do not examine us with surroundings. We saw this building from the ship. It seems that the sea is the path leading to this space. Judging by the surroundings and temperature, here, unlike the rest of the world, is now spring. It seems, yes. In wet clothes, a little cool. Suddenly, not far from myself, a couple heard a laughter. Two children fled joyfully and played with each other. Felix said, "People wore such clothes 4,000 years ago." Stunned by knowledge, Rin asked, "How do you know that?" The guy answered awkwardly, "The fragment of the soul of Laraja told me." The girl was even more surprised. "Can you communicate with him?" "He is annoying. For no reason begins to talk to me." Suddenly, the children, noticing a couple, screamed loudly, "Strangers!" Then the boy presented them with a basket of bread and wine. Rin tried to speak with them. "Why do you give us this?" The joyful guy answered, "So that you ate and get dressed?" The girl laughed, saying, "Then I will change first." "No, you sing first. We must make sure that you tried food." Irene shuddered, awkwardly asking, "First food?" Felix lowered his head, deciding to act with cunning. "Thanks to you, we were able to avoid cold and hunger." The man smiled and sparkled. "You are so kind to us." The boy froze embarrassedly, answering, "This is our work." Then Felix asked, "Have you already eaten?" The children suddenly froze. The guy answered right away, "No, we don't have to eat. We are not hungry." "You can't. To be as high as me, you need to eat well." Suddenly, the girl gave a voice. "But this should eat a brother. I am already quite high, so it's okay." After these words, the man took a roll of bread from the basket. Felix handed bread to the children, who looked at him in surprise. They looked up uncertainly with each other, not knowing what to do. "How did you think so much a commendable idea to give us food?" "When the master invites strangers, we give them food and clothes." Felix decided to clarify. "Why does he invite them?" "Because he likes Orphea," Irene asked about Orphea. You don't even know that? This is the spirit of life power. Orphea loves festivals, so they pass here every day. Rin drew special attention to the words of the vital power. This means that the Clotes will be able to conclude a contract with the spirit. The children, having eaten, jumped up. In general, we will go. See you again. Felix answered them. Be careful on the way back. Mahaya, Irene asked a man. Are these children living people? They died thousands of years ago. How much time do not turn, the dead cannot be returned, she answered in surprise. But you said that this is not an illusion. The guy thought about it, he specified. Not an illusion, but a fleeting image, a shell without a soul. It seems that someone is trying to forcefully hold the illusion. At the same time, Claudia woke up in a dark space. She screamed desperately, Rin! Brother, is there anyone here? From the depths of darkness, someone pronounced her name. Clores asked, Who are you? You have relying on someone all your life, I'm right? The dumbfounded Claudia said, Duke Lemberg? How did you end up here? Even in this situation, you are counting on Lady Amber. You yourself brought yourself to hell, and I did not even have to make efforts. Even if you reproach me, I do not have to report. If you are always stubborn, dear people will soon leave you. Felix has already left our world, so only Lady Amber remained. The Duke slowly continued. You only bring loved ones to death. It's good that I did not have to make efforts, because you are very soft, Kronprince said. Eternally weak and inept, poor Claudia. The Duke laughed. Finish this and go to us. The hysteria surged into the cowls. She began to cry, refusing. Having gritted her hands into a fist, she said firmly, I will change. Having gathered his strength inside herself, she cried out, I will gain determination and become stronger. How interesting. I look forward to your actions, although your efforts will not change anything one way or another. Suddenly, two flames flashed in the place of the Duke and Kronprince. You cannot protect anyone. You are just a doll with a beautiful face. No one wants you to stand up for them. In vain efforts, with an indifferent look, the girl asked, Are you again? Everyone is destined to die because of you. Surely you don't want to live anymore. It will be enough if you die alone. Why don't you die? At the same time, Irene thought, I wonder where the Clies are now. Felix, dressed in a tunic, came to her. Rin, are you changing clothes? From what she saw, the girl cried out in delight, blushing. If the embodiment of the god of the sun appeared, would it look like this? The man who did not know her, thought asked. Everything is fine? Yes, but I think we need to meet with a local mayor. Okay then, will we eat and go? Rin was surprised. When did you manage to take it? He put in a magic bag before sitting on a ship. The girl took out the cookies and immediately bit off a little. Suddenly she wrinkled, spitting out, So salty? Yes. But if you try, then the taste is very good. Irene began to root in a bag. I also took something. A second later, all her fingers were wearing artifacts. Felix appreciated the equipment. Rin asked, Want one? The guy slowly began to touch her hand, taking off the ring. He carefully removed the artifact from the ring finger. Wearing a ring, the man said. This will be enough. This picture also dumbfounded the girl and her heart. This clothing is very comfortable. A little embarrassed. Because of the feeling, as if I am naked. Therefore, you already take your eyes for some time? How can I say that I do it? Because it is very beautiful. Finally arrived. It remains to meet with the mayor. In front of a couple, dancing people in light robes appeared. Felix noticed. The society is very open, Rin agreed. Suddenly, someone turned to them. For the first time, I see you here, the smiling girl said. Greetings in the castle of Alios. Irene and Felix immediately took the proposed glasses with wine. Felix turned to the girl. She expected questioningly. The man asked, How do we meet with the mayor? Irene dropped a glass from shock, and everyone around was frozen, looking at them. I'm crazy here because of this place. And you behaved in such a way as to be in sight? However, instead of answering the question, they were told, You haven't ate. What is the matter? Food, alcohol, and even theater. Everything for nothing. No one works here, so you can just enjoy. Is there a person in the world who rejects something free? We are delighted with the mercy of the mayor, which allows us to enjoy it. Therefore, we want to personally express our gratitude. Felix added, We enjoyed food and alcohol. And we are curious why the mayor is not with us now. I would not at all refuse to drink a couple of cups with him. The musician grinned. When strangers come, it happens. And what is wrong with what we would like to drink with him? Do you think he will show interest in you if you drink with him? Rin answered in shock. I didn't mean it at all. Suddenly, a powerful voice was heard. What kind of turmoil? A stately long-haired man went to them. What is the interest? He began to carefully examine the new noisy guests. Approaching, he began to ask menacingly, and what else? Demonic spawn, how did you just dare to crawl here? Irene thought. We used magic, clouding the appearance. How could he recognize Felix? Also see the demonic essence. I got a demonic smell and I rushed here. If you came to my territory to die, I will be happy to kill you. Felix did not become silent. I see you hate demons. I am the same opinion. The guy tried not to make unnecessary movements. The greenish-haired man grinned. Do you hate yourself? At the same moment, Chamberlain began to create a spell. The surprised stranger asked, So demons are able to use magic? Felix smiled slightly. Depends on who uses it. I will personally check what you can be capable of. Try to run away. I will pursue you until I destroy you. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and something sharply lifted Felix into the air. A sharp and loud sound stunned and scared almost all people. The voice was still tormented by clings. Give up. You have been wandering in darkness for a long time. Do not waste your strength and wait until someone saves you. The aristocrat slowly raised her head and walked. Shut up. How you are watching me, so I have been following you for a long time. You want to parasitize on me, so you will never leave here. But no matter how you pull me down, it will not change anything. The days will come when I will fall without strength. But I still stubbornly get to the height, such that you did not dream. How dare you underestimate me? The girl fell silent, waiting for an answer. But no one said. Then she closed her eyes, trying to understand who to ask for help. I see nothing in front of me. Can you lend my light to me? I just heard the sound of the sea. Are you here, Nyx? Sylphid, I felt a cool wind nearby. Earthworm, if you hear, could you show me the path at least a little? She tried to call the spirits. If there is someone here, respond. Of course, in this illusory place, there cannot be spirits. Suddenly, a flash flashed, quickly dissecting the darkness. Claudia noticed ancient stone walls around her. The girl immediately blossomed. Salamander, so you were here, she asked herself. Was he always strong there? Suddenly, the steps approaching Ceres were heard. In her direction was a woman in a blue dress and blue hair. A beautiful stranger gave a voice. I came to your call, child. Klings answered, dumbfounded. I have already heard this voice. Did you call me? The blue-haired woman answered. Yes, right, I called you here. Claudia was very surprised. Did you follow me? I wanted you to get out yourself, so I waited until you call. Without understanding anything, the aristocrat asked. But why? I wanted to stretch out your hand when it will become difficult and lonely. You managed well. Despair and hope will soon become your basis. With all the seriousness, Claudia asked, Are you an independent spirit? The stranger smiled at this issue. And what if so? Klotz pulled the woman's hand more, pulling him to her. Then she cried out, Then conclude a contract with me. If you agree, I will try not to cause you difficulties. I don't know in what situation you are, but you need me? If you conclude a contract, I will do anything for you. The spirit laughed. Not a human child to talk about it. Sorry, did I press you? But I really spoke sincerely. You talk so easily with spirits. Can you call the king? I am here because I could not conclude a contract with any spirit. The woman asked, Have you really come here? Clesis answered, Certainly, I was very desperate. It was unexpected for the spirit. I didn't want to bother you. If you conclude a contract, I will leave in an instant. Why do you really want to conclude a contract? The aristocrat thought before answering sincerely. There is a person whom I want to protect. Therefore, I want to stand on my feet firmly. Hearing the answer, the spirit invited Claudia to follow her. When concluding a contract, you will not be alone. You will become a satellite of the spirit to the end. I wanted to understand what kind of child you are, but I can entrust you with my request. The packed ships asked, Have you checked me? For a long time, I have not seen people with such strong abilities. Sorry if I offended you and delivered a lot of trouble. I wanted to cope myself, but I have a child with whom I can't cope with. Both girls approached the exit where the sun was naked. Could you relorate his hand in his way instead of me? Clores looked at the pendant that the woman extended. Smiling, the spirit added, This child will be useful for you. They approached the high obelisk on which the runes were carved. Near the obelisk, there was a small wooden chest. At the same time, a battle took place on another part of the island. Felix, holding Irene, fought off from a stranger's attacks. The greenish man did not slow down and continued to attack. Suddenly, a bloody scratch appeared on his cheek. In one fell swoop, he healed it with the help of magic. It is ridiculous. Felix gradually exhaled, creating a bunch of spells. He decided to send several shells at the enemy once. One of them clearly hit the man in his hand, spraying blood. The worried Rin said on his shoulder, "Hit!" Training devoted to the fact that I cannot conjure again in vain. At that very moment, the guy felt a sharp nausea. Then he coughed loudly, spitting out blood clots. Frightened, the brown-haired woman cried out, "Felix, are you okay?" "Everything is fine. Hold on stronger, otherwise you will fall," the tired guy added. "By the way, he is terribly persistent. His body can be somewhere on the island. You need to find it." A little tiring. Now the games of the hide-and-seek are over. The stranger with a wood hand rushed again in pursuit. Felix shouted desperately, "Carefully!" The branches were approaching them. "For a demon, you have weak magic. So are you a contractor? But for him, your magic is too pure and unsuitable. In principle, there is no difference." Irene stood between him and Felix. The green-haired asked her to retreat, but she refused. Rin shuddered when he asked. "Asked to kill you first?" The girl said. "In general, I understand why you hate demons. Have you lost everything because of the channel that connects the island from the underworld?" The man lost his temper. "Once I realized leave the road." Felix locked the demon in himself, so that this does not happen again. He is a hero who saved many human lives. Then it can simply be destroyed with the demon inside. If he dies, people will read him as a true hero. After the absorption of the demon, he will be considered the same demon. Therefore, if I kill him, people will really become happy. Irene was supposed to protect Felix. She thought desperately, did it happen to you? Or with someone who would be dear to you? The man called the branches, answering, "This does not concern you. There are people who called the demon and did it with Felix. If I say where they are, you will kill them?" He refused. Rin asked, "Then why do you want to kill Felix?" The magician answered, "Because with him I will get rid of the demon." "Why do you want to kill him, and not those who did this with him?" This is the same if people were asked why the demon attacked them. At that very moment, the tree branches wrapped around the girl's body. The man raised the guy and the girl. The conversation dragged on a lot. "The last words," Rin said. "Can I hit your head?" Having missed this hollow, he said, "Director." With one hand, he commanded roots, wrapping them around the victims. Felix's limbs and neck were squeezed with thick branches. The next movement, he did the same with Irene. Then he squeezed his hand into his fist to finish the begun. The brown-haired woman closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable end of her life. But nothing happened. After a second, she opened her eyes. Felix immediately grabbed her, tearing the roots with his bare hands. The guy, without saying a word, held a trembling girl in his arms. Rin wanted to thank him, but immediately hesitated. Looking at his face, she immediately understood. This is not Felix. Demonic spawn, finally you showed your true face! Without answering anything, Felix began to create a demonic spell. He created a magic bow and immediately pulled on the bowstring. The man screamed. A miserable demon lost his temper. How amazing! He could not finish. The sent arrow tore off his hand. The dumbfounded wood magician looked at the affected place. Then he cried out and fell to his knee, holding on to the wound. Suddenly, he felt an approaching danger. Felix was already charging a new arrow from demonic onions. The man smiled, recognizing his sudden defeat. The red flame slowly swept a grinning magician. There was a powerful explosion, enveloping Felix and Irene. As the smoke is scattered, Rin noticed only scorched ground around. The guy slowly lowered his hands as soon as it ended. Then his gaze darted sharply towards the brown-haired man. The girl looked awkwardly and scared in response. "Felix?" Seeing his eyes, different from the blue, she asked again. "No, Laraja? Finally we met you personally, Irene Amber. Because of you, my heart hurts." Rin did not understand what he was talking about. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and sharply pulled her to him. "Make it to stop exhaling in pain. Smile smaller." "No, it's better not to smile at all." Looking at him with puppy eyes, Rin asked, "What are you talking about?" Laraja flinched in Felix and froze, looking at the girl. Then he abruptly pushed her away, asking, "Why are you?" The man sighed heavily, without finishing the offer. However, Irene decided to find out. Why were you interrupted by half? In general, I wanted to say that you are so tiny. The brown-haired woman did not like such an answer. Now finished? Minute. And what about Felix? Have you absorbed his soul completely? Do not touch me. He just lost consciousness for a short while. But until this moment, you have never appeared. There is nothing special about this. We just made a deal. Shocked, Rin grabbed Laraja by the breasts. What is the deal? Your attitude towards me and to him is not too different. So know that you are safe only because you are in the body of Felix. Now live vividly. What kind of transaction is this? The content of the transaction with the demon should be a secret. At the same second, Irene cried. Does Felix have big problems? The guy grabbed his chest. Do not do such a face. The heart hurts. The frozen brown-haired woman said. This is called remorse. What a conscience! Where does the demon have a conscience in general? Closing her ears, Rin cried out, Why are you angry? An irritated demon covered his face with his hand, sighing heavily. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, Impudent little one. I can finish such as you with a finger alone. He menacingly pulled his hand towards the tearful Irene. However, the demon only wiped a tear from the cheek of a frightened girl. What a stupid body of this damned moron, Irene thought. For a moment it seemed that in front of me is Felix's truth. I slowly absorbed his soul, but this time I received more. Rin asked with an uncertain tone. How much have you received? The answer dumbfounded the girl. Third. She did not believe her ears. At that very moment, she began to sob loudly, sniffing her nose. Laraja said right there, They do not die from this, so do not revise. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice nearby. Rin! Brother! A joyful coat with a small chest in her hands fled to them. With a smile on her face, she screamed a couple. You are both intact! Rin hugged her. What a blessing that you are also sound. Clores asked. Why is such strange clothes on you? We will not about clothes. Something incredible happened now. On the way, everything suddenly began to crumble here. Is it somehow connected? So everything we saw is a fake. Now we have opened the real appearance of the island. In general, I understood. Then let's go conclude a contract with the spirit. Irene opened her mouth in surprise. With spirit? The brown-haired woman said in surprise. We just defeated him? Then Claudia tossed her head inquiringly. Can't be. After all, my heart is. Then she showed them a chest. Without understanding anything, Rin asked. Does the spirit have a body? If the spirit leaves the kingdom of nature, he needs a human body. It will be more understandable if I say that the body is a fee for freedom. Then, if we threaten that we will pierce his heart, he himself will crawl out. The aristocrat stunnedly looked at her brother. Realizing that this was not Felix, she asked, Who are you? The scarlet heart in the chest even and loudly tapped the rhythm. Klings closed it, being in a dark space. Are you going to conclude a contract with the spirit that did this with your brother? Finally, you are crazy! The conclusion of the contract took all your thoughts. Because of what you destroyed your brother. And she said that you will protect him. Claudia waved her head. What is your problem? Thinking about what that spirit did with Irene and brother. The girl was breathing heavily. My heart is burning with anger. He probably had his own reasons. I will meet with him and find out everything. After all, I myself will choose the spirit with whom I will conclude a contract. Sometime later, the tree magician sat opposite the obelisk. An embittered man turned his head on his voice. What are you doing here? He saw Klings. You look like a demonic spawn, harvesting in expressions. Because of you, the demon almost took the soul of his brother. The displeased spirit asked. And what? Did you come to avenge me? How did you guess? Have you lost something for an hour? The man rushed to the girl holding the chest. Give it up! Not curious why I have it? Only you and the mayor know about this place. Do not dare to speak so stupidly and inadvertently about her. Suddenly he froze and shuddered. Wait, how did you get it? The pendant that was removed by the blue-haired woman now hung at Chloe on her neck. I understand now. Let's get acquainted properly. I'm your new mistress, Orphea. I will conclude a contract with you, and we will leave the island together. The man calmed down and reluctantly asked, Why exactly me? Penelo, you were angry with them when they came to her grave. I will take revenge. He answered, I can handle it myself. You are attached to this island and do not know how the world has changed, right? I will give you a trading group. What to do with her is your business. Iorfia turned his gaze. If I leave, this island will fall. I barely keep his appearance. He had to fall 4,000 years ago. Claudia decided to ask. Is it for Arista? Yes, I exactly materialized it, but then she disappeared. You don't know why she does not show before you? She wants you to let go of regret and leave this place. After all, life fills the death with high meaning. An artificial flower that imitates the living will not bear fruit. You are a spirit, so you mean little in human lives. But should you know about the natural course of nature? Even if something turns into ashes, you must protect it to the end. She realized that it was time to leave and handed you to me. And you must realize that time to keep it in your soul. This is called human duty, or cried. A few hours later, everything, standing on the ship, watched the island drowned. Looking at this picture, Laraja asked, what about the spirit? Surely he does not want to see such a sight at all. Didn't I ask the mantle to smell carefully, for the magic was dispelled? What? Do not order me what and how to do, a little man. Do not bother, demon. You don't even know what works for. Deciding not to risk it, the man silently put the hood on his head. Then he declared a displeased tone. I'm stuffy. I'll sit in the cabin. I hope that next time it will be a brother. The demon in human appearance entered the cabin without removing the hood. Seeing him, Irene shone and cried out joyfully, Felix! But the man said that it was not he, and the girl immediately changed in the face. Laraja threw back the hood. Everything is so cold with me. Rin's disgruntled. Still, return, Felix. The demon said. Do you know the god Janus? It's you right now. What else should I do? Return, my angel. I will die without him. While she was crying, the guy asked, and if your angel remembers this conversation? Irene's face was immediately frozen, being in a mute shock. After Chego, she nervously shook on the spot. Under the smirk of Laraj, do not worry, he will not remember. The brown-haired woman asked, are you a bully? The demon asked a counter-question. Then you are a two-faced person? Rin headed for the exit. I have no need to communicate with the demon. The man decided to stop her and held out his hand to grab. The guy pulled the girl by the hood, tearing away from the floor. Stuttering, he asked, why are you so easy to give in? What, to resist until the clothes are torn? Turning her head, Irene asked, why did you grab me? Laraja trembled under her puppy and sweet look. He threw the girl. Your angel will wake up soon, so just wait. Rin decided to ask, if you think so, you are not Laraja? The man grunted, I am a part of Laraja, it means Laraja, but I do not consider a dead skin to be separated from me. Then you can call me Dead Lende Leather. Rising and relying, Rin answered, too long. Then she smiled and declared, for convenience, I will call you Leary. Not bad, Larry? The man thought about it. How strange. It was not clear who he was talking to. This is because I absorbed a quarter of the soul? It seems you really like the owner of this body. Maybe I just need to wait. Why is it so hard? Irene looked at him inquiringly. Holding on his heart, the man suddenly blushed sharply. After half an hour, Felix slowly and uncertainly opened his eyes. Seeing that the guy woke up, Irene decided to call him out. Lying in bed, the man said. Rin, I want to look at the sea. Closer to the sunset, Irene was alone on the beach. As a result, everything turned out successfully. So why don't I feel relief? The island that we bought sank. Hired people were useless. I almost died of suffocation, and besides, almost lost Felix. I greatly underestimated Sarave, and could not even imagine much. For example, that concluding a contract with Spirit will be so difficult. However, it was really lucky that none of us died. While the brown-haired woman was looking at the sunset, a familiar voice called out to her. The smiling Felix asked, what have you thought about? He went to the girl. The sea is insanely beautiful, right? Did you know? The southern part of the sea is called the Tears of the Mermaid. That's how. It is for this reason that it is so beautiful. For so much a short time, a lot managed to happen. As a result, Kologies found the spirit with whom she concluded a contract. I asked the spirit if he had the ability to cleanse magic, but he replied that only angels or God is capable of such capable. The demon that lives in you is quite unusual. Laraja, albeit a demon, but sometimes shows the human side. He tells me that over time we assimilate. Having lowered her head, Irene thought, assimilated? Surely they will gradually look like what they differed in. But still, Felix and the demon are completely different. Dramatically, Rin was groaning something, but the man did not hear and asked, She turned her head and cried out, "Of course you and the demon are different!" Hearing her, Felix smiled. "Maybe we'll go to the sea?" Rin was surprised. "So suddenly? I don't even know how to swim," the man reassured her. "Don't worry, we will not go deep." Suddenly, he grabbed the brown-haired woman in his arms and went straight into the water. To give his soul to the demon was my worst decision. Irene asked, "What are you talking about? You had no choice. But if I just died, then at least did not hurt you." The girl grabbed herself by the breasts. Felix asked, "Do you want to leave?" She acquired it, asking in response, "Are you not afraid of hell?" "I plan to hold on, but I do not want to show you my hell. You said that you will take responsibility." The guy answered, "I was deprived of this right from the very beginning." She joined her face to him, saying, "I can't let you go." Felix approached in response. "What a bold statement." I said, "I have no right." Then they kissed. Irene was simply shocked by such a turn of events. He blushed per second. Felix also burned with embarrassment. Having succumbed to passion, Rin closed her eyes, enjoying the kiss. She trembled and through the kiss tried to hail Felix. Opening her eyes, she felt how they began to fall. They fell stolen in the shores, without looking up a friend from LaRue. Despite the cool water, they continued a passionate kiss. In a fit of love, Irene unconsciously raised her leg. Felix took advantage of this opportunity and grabbed her hip. Under the girl's moan, he began to stroke the bare body of the brown-haired woman. Their lips were disconnected, and Rin whispered the name of the guy. Instead of answering, the man bit her slightly by the lower lip. Suddenly, the girl turned her head, stopping him. "Seriously," configured Felix asked, "are you in pain or scary?" She answered, "That's not the point." But the guy rose sharply. "Your bold behavior made me think that you were not afraid of anything." Then he spoke in a cold tone. "Do not hold me. If you do this again, I will consider this to be ready to go to the end." Having descended to the most primitive human instincts, then he entered the water deeper and began to observe the sunset. "Wait! You didn't even give me the opportunity to explain. If you leave when I can't even stop you." Left alone in the water, she asked, "Are you really gone?" Felix began to remember. "When did I first meet Irene? Please do not tell anyone and study the magic of resistance." The reader, Felix, was surprised at such an unexpected request. "I wonder how long I have not heard the word magic." He looked at the girl. "This is the first time I see her so close. It is more persistent than usual and is aware of me. Am I scaring her?" The man began to consider her face. Triangular mouth, and the eyes that look at me from the bottom up, like a cat. A street cat, which you want to pick up and tame. Suddenly, Felix flinched. "And what I only think about." He turned to the girl, from which she shuddered sharply. "Thank you for pointing my weak place. How many do not study? There will always be flaws. They should be fixed. This is the training." After a while, Felix sat quietly and read the book. Turning the page, he clicked the startled Irene. "Claudia has business today, so she has gone briefly." "What a pity, because you found free time on a weekend to see her." The girl answered embarrassedly, "Nothing, everything is fine. My fault is that I came without warning. I'll go. We just have desserts ready, at least drink tea." Exploring saliva, she still decided to abandon the offer. "It's a pity, but I'm hungry. If we drank tea together, I would not be so lonely." She could not refuse such a brown-haired woman, and immediately took a place. For a street cat, there is no better and tastier food than domestic. The guy asked, "Do you like it?" She immediately agreed. "It's good that I bought everything in advance." They silently drank tea. It seemed to me that she is a cat, but judging by how she eats, with such chubby cheeks, it also looks like a chipmunk. Irene choked, asking, "Why are you looking like that?" "I'm sorry. I just like to watch how you eat." Suddenly, Claudia's voice sounded nearby. Rin revived. "I came immediately, as soon as I found out about your arrival." "Have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, your brother took care of me. We expected you together." "Brother? He did not say anything strange about me?" Felix thought. "She is not a chipmunk or a cat, but a puppy," Rin answered joyfully. "No, he was very kind to me." The guy continued to think. "Or is she only with me?" The girl drew attention to the man and shuddered. Clots flashed. He definitely said something. Rin assured her that no. "Only my cat. What did I think about Kaloga's friend now?" Bruttered, Felix awkwardly lowered his head, jerking away. He decided to ask Claudia about her, but a little later. Irene! I know everything about her in the world. When I talk about something sad, she calmly listens to me and does not even give me a look, which she does not want. And she always says that I am not to blame for anything. I like to hear these words so much that I want to see her every day. Felix answered, You met a beautiful girlfriend, Clores. Unlike other conceited people, she is a caring person. Thank you for talking to me at such a late hour. Good night. Suddenly, a maid turned to him. Young gentleman, a guest to you. Behind the maid stood a wet Irene, with a bruise on his face. The girl sat on the sofa. I apologize for such a late visit, Felix answered. It's okay. I still did not sleep because of things. The rain is strong, and we have a lot of empty rooms. You can relax properly. Thank you. I prevented you. You can return to work. Nothing. I was just about to relax a little about the routine. With a laid-back look, the man sat and smiled at the brown-haired woman. Irene was slightly uncomfortable, and she began to fade along the sofa. Then she touched her cheek and cried out, I just fell down the stairs! The guy decided to develop the topic. It seems that you often fall from her. The girl laughed, answering, I'm just a little fussy. Suddenly Felix said, I will heal you. The girl was surprised. Not worth it. For such a bruise, there is enough ordinary potion. The guy decided to convince her. Magic is better than potions. My soul hurts terribly at the sight of the wounded Lady Amber. Would you let me heal the best friend of Kaloga? Irene immediately embarrassed and froze. If it helps. The man rose from the couch. Thank you for allowing me. He held out his hand to her while she answered. I must thank you. Suddenly, the whole room shone green from the spell. After a couple of seconds, Felix said, Ready? Now does not hurt? Yes. And I seem to feel much more cheerful. Irene shone with happiness. You are very kind. Thank you. Stunned by her reaction, an embarrassed guy answered. I'm glad. Has it began that day? Or from our first meeting? All the words of Irene seemed to me beautiful and cute, as if I had been crazy. I admit that I want to stay together forever. Felix froze and looked dumbfounded at his sister. Otherwise, Rin will have to continue to live in the house of that reptile. I think the idea is not bad, albeit somewhat eccentric. If those fanatically enthusiastically pursuit geeks will hear this, they will reach out to Irene's hands in order to harm her. Given the general situation and what can happen in this house, leaving it nearby and protect it is most reliable. Then she will no longer get hurt. But I can protect this smile. After a while, Irene arrived at the Kemberlin estate. Irene no longer felt uncomfortable with me, and I learned a lot about her. For example, she prefers grapefruit tart instead of macaroon, and from desserts loves almost everything except the candies. When I just watched her, every day was full of joy. I definitely felt joy, whatever she pronounced. In my eyes and thoughts, it was great and cute. When she said something to me, I was so happy that my heart hurt. Having experienced such a sweetness that can be compared with nothing in the world. When our views met, I became so greedy that just to look at her was no longer enough. It seemed that this was only small rain that moistened the collar. But at some point, it was just completely carried away by a wave. Before taming the cat, I was tamed myself. I desperately tried to protect Irene, but hell inside me bubbled more and more. I fainted? Where is I? Inside of your consciousness? Now is not the time for this. Previously, I would not even lose consciousness. You want to say, if not for this demon, I would have figured out everything? Looking at the force, Felix said. So that's how you look. Any complaints about my appearance? Come to your senses. You are a little out of your swoon, but your beloved is about to die. Felix closed. There is no way to somehow wake up from a swoon? What? Came into connection? Maybe I can finally arouse you? In return, give 1/5 of the soul. But you know what? Do you think the situation will somehow change when you wake up? Don't you catch? You have lost a long time ago. Even if you wake up right now, only defeat awaits you. Just look at yourself. You can't defeat him for anything. You can't use your cool magic anymore. Even with powerful power, you do not know how to manage it well. You are not even able to control the demonic power, right? Felix answered. And what? Time does not tolerate. Go to the point. The demon smiled. And you are smart? Give your body. If you lend it to me, I will deal with everything, and I will save your woman. Of course, not for free. If you want to protect it, give 1/4 of the soul. Felix answered. I agree, so get up sooner. Okay, I might not have to adjust. I was just going, Okay, let's make a deal. I warn you, it will be very painful. It feels like my body leaves not only the soul, but also something else. But why am I going so far? This is their fault. They do not deserve a calm life. I will let them try the paradise of the light, pretending that I open the way to purgatory. And then I will take my breath and throw them into the abysses of hell. Exactly. Morality, dignity, my beliefs disappear. So what? I'm not a priest. What did I want to protect? What made me smile? Why did I shed tears? Why am I angry? I don't remember. What do I have left? Suddenly, the image of the smiling Irene surfaced in his thoughts. Love and desire. It was impossible to give him your soul. I said that I would not allow anyone to injure her anymore, but in the end, I myself hurt her. Therefore, before hurting her, I have to escape. Just leave. After all, I have to do everything in order to protect it. Currently, the sun slowly went beyond the horizon. Claudia sat in front of the window, looking at the roofs of the houses. Suddenly, a creak of the door and a pickle falling on the floor were heard. The smiling collegies asked, Irene, did you come back? The brother also went to the sea. Perhaps you met. The girl shuddered when she saw the wet Rin. Have you fallen into the sea? There was no answer. The brown-haired woman stood silently in the aisle. The worried aristocrat also did not find what to say. She jumped sharply, grabbing the mantle. Are you okay? To get started, cover it so as not to catch a cold. Unable to withstand silence, she cried out Ceres. But who? Drops of water slowly dropped to the floor in complete silence. Claudia tried to reach Irene. Are you crying? Suddenly, Rin turned to Kaloga. She listened carefully. With a trembling voice, the girl said, Felix left. Forever. This information struck the aristocrat to the core. She froze and tried to digest what she heard for a few seconds. Grabbing her face, she could not restrain her tears. Hugging, two girls stood in the doorway and cried. The 32nd emperor died after a long illness. Lucas Darian Loxidian became a 33rd imperial. The newly minted emperor imposingly sitting on the throne. He lazily paid attention to the guest who passed to him. How is your mood today, Your Majesty Emperor? The blonde was delighted. Looks like you know a lot about manners. Of course. I sincerely congratulate you on climbing the throne. This is natural, so I do not feel anything special. It would be more strange. I would not rise to the throne. The Duke agreed. Then they, together with Lemberg, glanced into the same place. If I hadn't for this, I would already kill the one who would take him. What frightening words. What needs to be done to get rid of your distrust? Cedric added. After all, I'm not even interested in this role, the displeased Lucas said. What kind of look? Sit okay. Since this is the order of His Majesty, of course, I will fulfill it. It seems that even you appreciate life. You say not interested in this role? Black, Cedric answered. In fact, it is. I do not like to leave the fun for annoying things. Lucas frowned from these words, not taking his eyes off his brother. The same, in turn, looked inquiringly at the emperor. Fine, simplicity is both your plus and a minus. Suddenly, the clergyman flew into the throne room, bypassing the guard. The displeased Constantine greeted the emperor. What is the audacity? Is that how you congratulate me on the manifestation of the throne? He answered. I apologize, but now it's not important. The long-haired man continued. Claudia returned. She finally threw Irene Amber and came to me? Constantine answered. No, she is with her. And what is more important? Nothing. If Claudia is returning to me, you can deal with Amber. Your Majesty, you should listen to Sir Constantine. I think she had no other reasons. I forgive you, so say. It seems that Claudia and Irene entered the island using the trading group. The problem is that the Great Spirit appeared with them. It can be considered its owner of power at the level of the King of Spirits. Rather, now he is the same King of Spirits. You said that Claudia will be hard to conclude a contract. It seems that thanks to some trick, she succeeded. The Duke grinned. Well, well, amazing Irene Amber. The moment when Claudia enters history is only a matter of time. Although this went beyond my expectations, the day will come when she will completely belong to me. There is enough time. It's not scary if it is not now. However, for the sake of this day, we need to rise even higher. Lucas raised his hand. Well, yes, a conquering war will begin. Since Felix left, 3.5 years have passed. In one of the offices on the shelf, potions were placed. The girl wrote something on the sheet when she suddenly heard a voice. Irene, are you sleeping? The brown-haired woman immediately froze, stopping the feather. Turning around, she noticed Clores. Have not seen each other for a long time. I saw the light. Are you doing research late again? You also work today until late at night. Although if you live on stimulants, then you will definitely die prematurely, Claudia asked. Can I look? Irene gave the go-ahead. 3.5 years have passed since Felix left. Clores agreed. Too much has changed during this time, isn't it? Lucas is the emperor, Benjamin is his right hand, and Constantine is left. Aristocracy, the royal family, and religion have become one. And that's not all. Together with Orphea, I climbed a high position. And Irene can now create absolutely any mixture. And you seem to have a great talent for art. Rin shuddered, answering, This is not my real power. But the fact that everything went so far is that no one will retreat. This struggle will end only if someone perishes. Rin cried out. It remains to add something, and the potion is ready. A drop of purple fluid slowly hit the flask with an orange. The potion gained a blue hue, and energy began to circle around. The girls were surprised to observe the reaction. Suddenly, the liquid became purple and began to boil. Klings were surprised, and Rin was scared, shouting, Gulf! At that very moment, there was a large and deafening explosion. 2 girls covered with soot tried to move away from shock. The smiling Claudia asked, Rin, maybe we'll have a rest. The brown-haired woman agreed on an unsuccessful experiment. The next day, Irene was handed an envelope. Come here, the puzzled Rin asked. Where is it? You came so suddenly. The guy answered. Organize a reception in honor of our victory. The brown-haired woman tilted her head. And why should I go to the banquet of the invaders? Cedric answered. Isn't it too obvious? Someone worries me. Without understanding anything, the girl tried to understand who was talking about. After taking, he will receive the title of Count Loxon and the Duke of Rix, the hero of the war. Irene did not know to whom this nickname belongs. In addition, he is an orphan, but won all wars without support. The brown-haired woman was still in doubt about such a venture. The hero means, someone comes to mind, only Constantine. Do not refuse. Think, this person can come in handy. Maybe so, but he is also able to be poison. You said that you lack the last piece of puzzle? I think that the remaining piece is this guy, Irene thought. Your words are not meaningless, but Cedric interrupted her. So try to seduce him. From this phrase, Rin fell into a stupor, bulging her eyes. You have talent to captivate and attract to people. An irritated brown-haired woman asked. That hero is a girl? Still not corrected that habit? You talk normally with me, and you pulled me into it. The first time is always difficult. The second is already easier. Of course, I do not ask you to thoughtlessly draw him into business. You are well versed in people. Watch him and decide. The girl gave up. There is nothing to be done. Fine. The hero of the war means, seeing how freely he moves around the battlefield with swords in his hands, you begin to thank heaven for the fact that he is not an enemy. The sword of a merciless killer pierces the enemies and dissects their bodies. Where he passes, the mountains of bodies remain, as if people died from an explosion. If the god of war and victories went down to the earth, he would look like that, Lucas asked in shock. Who hired a novelist and secretaries? Judging by how many words are released in his direction, he leaves a rather deep impression of himself. The emperor asked in disbelief. You can definitely trust the report? Of course, if you send it on the battlefield, he will definitely bring victory. Your Majesty, just look into the eyes of the facts. He is invincible, and he has 2 swords. Is he not an outstanding person? This beautiful stone is too precious to leave it with an ordinary hound. Right, but maybe you will hide in front of me such a disgusting expression on my face. And yet, if you use a person who has nothing, pretending that we have mercy on him, Claudia can come directly to me. In the evening, Irene arrived in a bar. The bartender immediately greeted her. He handed her a glass. Help yourself. Compliment from the establishment, Rin said. What a beautiful color. What is the name of this drink? Without removing a sweet smile, he answered. Dog wool. This drink allows you to dare from alcohol. This is the name in honor of the proverb about dog wool. I believe that the wounds that a person inflicted is best treated by other people. This drink suits you, Irene asked in delight. This is just a gift from the institution. Seriously, stop carrying nonsense. Come to us more often and give the strength to Mrs. Martin. People often bid her, and I hoped that you would allow her to stroke yourself. Suddenly, the girl understood something. Looking at the bartender, I abandoned my senseless intervention. I will support you from the side, so I wish you beautiful love. The dumbfounded guy cried out, "This is not the point!" Suddenly, the bell was heard. The employee shuddered. The bartender politely bowed, saying, "Welcome." The surprised Irene heard a voice. "How many years? How many winters?" The brown-haired woman answered joyfully, "Martina! Almost 6 months have passed?" "Right, I was waiting for you. I thought, when will you come yourself?" "Sorry, to be honest, my supernatural power is completely exhausted. We have already gone from the content of the original, so I do not know what is popular. How can I appear before Martina without information? Are you still worried about this? If you need something, come. If you ask a question, I am ready to tell anything." "Well, I will definitely do it. Thank you, Martina. For some time I was thinking about what to present to you, even if not for sure, but I have information that may be useful to you. This time, even the smallest is suitable, because I should repay. Because thanks to you, I earned a lot of money. Walter, war and victory, warrior of the court and death, murderer, blue-eyed demon. There is no end to the names of this mercenary. He is not even a priest, but people use the court in his nickname. Judging by the description, is he a master of the sword that controls the energy of the sword? The original story has ended, and now even such people come out. In addition to military accounting, there are few personal data and character. Judging by this information, it already seems dangerous. This is not enough. First, you should prepare for reception. I need to look good at the banquet. I'll dress more beautifully. Sorting out the dresses, Irene suddenly froze, turning her head. She realized what she needed and chose a specific dress. A day later, the long-awaited day of the solemn reception came. Arriving at the imperial palace, Rin heard a call. Beautifully dressed, Irene turned around. "Who are you? Liam?" "Sister. Who would call you a sister besides me?" The dumbfounded girl answered, "Why are you so big?" "I said that I just grew up. Irene's younger brother was reliable and harmless. You have grown so much. Where is my growth? Return what you lent." "Kidding. However, more importantly, with your eyes, brother." "Helping the cheek," the guy answered. "I didn't sleep all night yesterday." They went out into the garden. "I shouldn't have called you, sorry." "No, it's my fault that I behaved recklessly. Why did you ask you to accompany you? How is Lady Chamberlain?" "Classes are busy." "Yes, and you are not easy. And I decided to call you to unwind. You are so tired, but still came. I'm touched. I was just curious to find out what kind of person this hero enjoys a massacre, blinded by success. There are too many rumors. Therefore, I look forward to his appearance at the reception." The brown-haired woman was struck by his revelations and simply offered to go to the hall. Inside, it was already full of people who, with might and main, joined the atmosphere. Irene felt uncomfortable. And here I am again in a similar place. Suddenly, someone called to Rin. She answered, "Lady Defilation." "What fate! I am surprised that you decided to come to such a place. Liam just really wanted to meet the hero from the rumors. In fact, I also want to see him with my own eyes. They say that his appearance is as if he had overcome the category of people, and he was gifted with the gods. Apart from his brutal nature, isn't that the biggest problem? By the way, he is delayed. Maybe he pushed back the reception due to preparation for the next war? We will be honest. Will the killer be interested in banquets? Perhaps he just knows his place, not forgetting about the low status," Irene thought. Lady is always too honest in their words. Suddenly a voice announced, "The hero arrived, Mr. Walter." All court ladies froze, looking at the warrior in surprise. A dark-skinned guy with a scar on his face threateningly walked forward. Irene caught his breath. She saw a little more than the rest. The man was shrouded in the poisonous and dark aura of death. All the bright that was in him was his bright blue eyes. Irene could not believe his eyes and inner feelings. This name itself fell off her tongue, because of which the guy froze. "Felix?" The stopped brunette turned his gaze towards the brown-haired man. At that moment, the world stopped while they looked at each other. After reception, Rin and Liam headed for the room. The girl fell on the bed. The brother, who hung next to the bed, decided to call out the brown-haired woman. However, Irene was as if in a trance, not paying attention to anything. Then he cried out and Rin jumped. "What? What's happened? Are you familiar with that hero?" "Although you are not like friends. But as soon as you saw him, it became some kind of strange." The girl plopped down on the bed again. He is not familiar. The guy continued to pry. Then what's wrong with you? Looking at his sister, Liam concluded. Finally lost my mind. Your condition is unimportant, so I will go to my room. If anything, you can tell me. I'm really leaving. Okay. Interrupting her brother's departure, Rin continued to lie down. Then she rolled over, thinking, I don't understand anything. How can a person change so in just 3.5 years? What is it? Magic or demonic power changed him so much? Anyone who has appreciated his life more suddenly became a killer. The one who brutally interrupted the unexpected number of lives in the war. It just can't be Felix. This simply cannot be. The brown-haired woman immediately presented the appearance of Walter in front of her. She thought, how can these eyes do not belong to him? Felix left to protect me, and also returned for the sake of protection. They said that the reception in honor of the victory would last 3 days. After its completion, Walter will receive the title, reward, and land. Then he will return to war again, to fulfill his duty. And as soon as this conquering war ends, he will serve Lucas, and then it will be the end for us. The second day of the celebration came. Irene took a glass of alcohol. I have no irrefutable evidence, but I thought over everything many times, and she came to the conclusion that Walter is definitely Felix. The worried Liam asked, Sister, what kind of glass is this? Irene's drunk Irene joyfully answered, The third is probably. If you are lying, can you at least sincerely do it? And why do you get drunk like that, since you don't know how to endure alcohol? The girl glanced at her brother. I grew up. I'm not the same as before. He stared at the behavior of a drunken relative. Then Liam grabbed his sister and dragged him into her room while she unsuccessfully broke up. They entered the room, and the guy immediately put the girl on the bed. In high mood, Rin said. How soft. Is this paradise? The sweaty Liam was silent for several seconds, trying to catch his breath. What other paradise? This is hell. Have you called me to behave like this at a banquet? What is wrong with you from yesterday? Irene did not answer, falling into a dream. Liam shuddered from the snoring of the girl. Okay. Sister probably also has her own experiences. He said goodbye to his sister, although she did not hear him. When the guy left, the brown-haired woman began to turn in a dream. The girl mumbled, obviously seeing some unpleasant dream. Suddenly, she was blown up, bringing her hand and screaming, Hurt! It seemed to me that someone was piercing my heart. It was a pendant that painfully dug into the girl's chest. The gem that will give me to know about your location. If something happens to you, I can't forgive myself. The girl carefully examined the pendant donated by Felix. The stone shone brightly. Now he probably does not work. The brown-haired woman grabbed the stone tightly, raising her hand up. Then she opened her hand, releasing it into a free fall. With a quiet bang, the precious stones scattered into the fragments. Rin sat silently and looked at the shining fragments of the stone. She did not move for a few seconds, waiting for something. Then the girl laughed. As expected, nothing happened. But suddenly, someone's leg appeared on the windowsill. Irene looked dumbfounded towards the window, not believing her eyes. Opposite her stood Walter, who came at the first call of the stone. And worried look, the guy examined the girl. The brown-haired woman walked slowly in his direction, confirming her guesses. Without blinking, fearing that he would disappear, she held out her hand to him. The man shuddered as Irene approached him. But suddenly, the girl rushed abruptly at the guy, hugging. Holding him tightly, she smiled and said, Caught. Walter also acquired a brown-haired woman with an awkward movement. Then he slowly leaned back, and they flew out of the window. After your departure, I diligently followed you and finally caught up. When it was hard, I rested, sometimes wandering and lost. If you are unbearable to stay together, I will follow you anywhere. Angel, since you returned to me, now you are not going anywhere. The man looked away, saying only one word. Return! It seemed to me that only eyes were similar, but the voice is the same. She took him by the cheeks, saying, And the sound of breathing is the same. The girl approached his face and whispered his name. The guy dismissed, rudely answering, Do not call me like that. Why? Did I bother you? Has it really hated? Having lowered his head, the guy alienatedly confirmed her fears. Contrary to his words, Irene grabbed Felix by the breast. Lie! After all, while I was falling, you have not let me go to the very end. Don't do this with me anymore. If you do it in the future, then wound me strongly. Do you really want to hurt me? From these words, Felix, trying to restrain himself, squeezed his jaw. However, this was the last straw. Walter pushed the girl. Rin fell to the ground, listening to the answer of the man. "This is not a lie," Irene cried out. "I like me," he answered. "This has never happened." But the brown-haired woman decided not to retreat. "You love me," Felix said in an indifferent tone. "I forgot about such feelings." Rin did not suit such an answer. She ran to the guy and hugged. Blicking, she said, "This means that they used to love." With a confident movement, the man wanted to draw the girl's hands. But he froze when Rin said, "I will push away again. I will kiss." Having dropped his hands, Felix said, "Enough! I do not love you, so go away. If you say so, then you want me to make Walter fall in love with me?" The man turned around while Rin spoke. "Surely he cannot but love. I will try more. I will give you my soul. Stay nearby." Suddenly, somewhere nearby, an expressive laugh was heard. Walter grabbed Rin while she cried out, "If someone sees us!" But she did not have time to finish. The guy pulled her deep into the trees. Contrary to anxiety, two guys chatting among themselves passed by them. There is not a drop of humanity in it, so he does not look like a person. Exactly. Such an aura comes from him, because of which you can't even come close. Not sure if it is possible to let this killer into the imperial palace. What are the guarantees that he will not lose his mind and does not arrange a commotion? He killed so many people that he no longer sees the value of human life. I don't know for what purpose His Majesty led into the palace. He also awarded the title and allowed to serve. Are we doing so badly with people? Irene, whose mouth Felix covered with his hand so that she was silent, would not endure. She opened her mouth and licked the guy's palm, from which he shuddered. He immediately removed his hand, awkwardly examining the brush. Irene at that time was awkwardly and innocently smiling. Suddenly, she laid her hands on his cheek. "You know, Fel," they touched their foreheads. "People are afraid to evaluate the result. But you are a wonderful person who silently defended us. Every day I want to whisper to you words about how wonderful you are. Therefore, please tell me that you will no longer leave. You have become silent. It seems that only extreme measures will help open the mouth. If you do not answer for 10 seconds, you have to kiss you." The girl began the return countdown. Walter immediately strained. Rin continued to count, slowly bringing her head to Felix. She did not have time to count up to 3. The man kissed her first. Their kiss stretched for a few seconds, dipping them into memories of separation. Then they opened from the lips. They felt each other's breath. Suddenly, the guy fell on his back, sitting on himself, Irene. Then he grabbed her by the shoulders and asked, "Why are you doing this?" The girl built a guilty face and called to Felix, but he decided to ask another question. "How did you know me?" Irene thought. "If we had not met, maybe I would not have recognized. But as soon as you went nearby, and I could not help but recognize you." The brown-haired woman smiled and held out her hands to her beloved man. Felix snapped, not knowing what to do. But still, he slowly and not confidently extended his hand. The next second, he hugged Irene, clinging to her body. Closing his eyes, he said, "How could I forget you?" The girl answered, "Now you do not need to forget me." Walter thought for a few seconds. "It's already late." Then he closed his eyes and leaned on the knitting shoulder. The ringing of bells sounded. The man dropped his hands in Rin's arms. The girl was surprised at this behavior, but did not let him go. Then she uncertainly called out the guy, waiting for an answer. However, the guy, as if unconsciously, fell into a dream. Then he slowly opened his eyes, trying to understand where he was. The man jumped up, asking, "What is happening here?" The dumbfounded Irene asked, looking at the guy. "Larry?" The demon shuddered and asked in response, "Irene, why are you here?" The brown-haired woman immediately found out who now controlled the body. "I have to ask you, where is Felix? Why did you appear so suddenly?" Looking at her face, Laraja asked a question. "Are you crying?" She wiped her tears. "I do not cry, so answer vividly. It's just that it's time to change consciousness with him. We decided to divide the time by 12 hours each." Irene suddenly introduced the man as Cinderella. "Then, after all, you will not only have to explain this to me." Even the demon was scared of such pressure. "I'll tell you everything. Calm down." Felix lost his feelings, outwardly similar to Laraja's true appearance. And the true goal of his life is only love for me, and hatred of that damn Trinity sitting in power? After hearing the conclusions of the girl, After the story, the man agreed. And how should I believe in all this? Demon whim! Laraja tried to justify himself. This is true. I would not lie to you. Rin asked. How many parts of the soul have you already taken yourself? The man was in no hurry to answer. Irene decided to hurry him. Surviving, the guy stuttering said. A little bit too much. Half. Yes. Where is it a little bit too much? You are a pig. The demon made excuses, but he himself wanted it. Is it true? Irene decided to calm down. God, my poor head. Is there a way to return Felix to its previous state? Do you want me to tell about this? Rin nodded in the affirmative, then added, You yourself said that you cannot lie to me. The man sighed. If I die, the angel you knew will return. Irene clarified, Whole? The demon confirmed the guess. Then the brown-haired woman called out Walter in an innocent voice. I would like you to die. Could you die, please? Then she asked, Why are you crying in the body of Felix? The demon was no less surprised. I don't know what found me. I had never experienced such a feeling before. Remember how one day you asked me not to smile? And you liked it when I decided to call you Larry? The guy nodded. I almost regretted that I gave you a name, but it must remain in the world at least some trace of your existence. However, it is impossible to deprive life of what does not exist. Soon I will have to kill you, and until then continue to live. The stars shine brightly before disappear. Therefore, I hope that you will shine brighter than anyone, so in your murder there will be at least some meaning. Unable to stand it, Larry threw it to the ground and shouted, Stop! The girl looked at the trembling hands of a man next to her. Then she touched his shoulder, turning to Felix. With a smile on her face, Irene said, I will definitely save you. Therefore, get ready for death, Larry. The demon cried again. First, you need to take Larry from the Imperial Palace. If you think about it, because of Felix, I could not say anything to Liam. Morning came slowly, but Irene and Larry did not sleep. While in the girls' room, the demon was surrounded by plush toys. I think if you bury you in a grief of toys, no one will know, the man answered. Do you think the demons have no dignity? Then he blushed and added, They all smell of you. Irene answered, Still, I'm sleeping with these guys. The guy blushed even more. Do you sleep with these things? Do not forget that if you are discovered, you will have to pay with life. Having nervous, Larry commented. What a harsh fee. A thief of feelings. How to kill you without harm to Felix? The demon answered calmly. I will not even tell you this. Sorry. Then you can at least get him to return to him? Everything was mixed. How will I return them? And in general, I first captured the human body. Rin was surprised. So you did not do this before? I meant that, for the first time, he took the body so deeply, and for a long time. I did not assume that our feelings are so assimilated. The soul can be compared with water. To make the water dirty, you need to mix it with something. But Felix has so much pure water that I can't mix it completely. Have you felt human morality and beliefs? Did you have an opinion about the feelings that you trampled? This assimilation is not enough to change the essence of the demon. Do you react so to a feeling of love? Because you are a demon of love? The man froze, hearing such words from the girl. With surprise, he asked Irene a question. So you knew? The brown-haired woman dulled her head, giving a negative answer. More importantly, pure Felix turned into dirty water, so dilute it. The perplexed demon answered, Actually, I do not know how. But you can't absorb it either, so at least try. Grunting, Larry closed his eyes. I will not move without a fee. Irene looked puzzled at a peacefully lying demon. Then she asked with a cute voice, Maybe kiss you? Hearing this, the man blushed immediately, asking again. But a second later, Rin calmed down. Although I can't. I have no idea what you thought about when you did this. You said that you did it for the sake of survival. But you can live without touching your soul. I thought that although I hate you to death, I could endure. At the same time, a lonely figure stood by the window, watching the birds. Having lowered his eyes, the man saw a lone fountain in the middle of the square. When Rin entered the room or asked, What's happened? The brown-haired woman smiled and said in a relaxed voice, Land your strength. The man refused. Can't you think at least a second? Without hesitation, Orphea answered in a calm tone. I can't. Irene waved a knife. I didn't want to get to this. You will not agree, even if I sincerely ask you? The spirit turned around, asking, Why is your heart again? Klotz herself gave it to me to apply you with greater benefit. the man answered. Sorry, but it does not act on me now. Rin froze, exciting. What? Yes, it cannot be! Or added, I'm tired of your constant threats. She spoke guiltily. Ifia, look at me! The spirit turned around and said in irritation, Do not get me and leave. He broke off at a half, seeing that Rin handed him a chest. Surprised by such an act, the guy asked, What do you think of? Guaranteed Irene 108 ways to win the heart of the clue. After a while, Orphea ducked up the mountain of toys, finding a demon there. Surprised by Nakotka, the spirit grimaced inquiringly, looking at Walter. Felix stuck out in silence in response. Without saying anything, the spirit returned to the room, saying, What have I seen now? Is it too violent reaction? You need to respect personal tastes. You yourself put him there. What are you talking about at all? The girl picked up toys in her hands, answering, Fine, sorry. Can you make a doll that looks like this man exactly? He will receive the title and go to the war, so make a doll indistinguishable from the original. This, of course, does not matter. But before us is definitely a person? Irene laughed awkwardly and answered, Half a demon. It will be difficult to recreate the demon with accuracy, but in general terms it is possible. But his environment can still notice the catch. I will not vouch. There is no environment, so it doesn't matter. But aren't you angry? The spirit sighed, looking away. I have passed it for a long time. Our Orphea has grown so much. Then I beg you very much. In general, use all your abilities and recreate it. If he is out of reach of my forces, he will last a maximum of a month. He is a killer, so this time will be enough. Suddenly, Walter smiled and said, Enough and a half a month. Then Rin gave the order. Win the war and return intact. The man accepted the instructions, reaching for the toy on his head. However, the toy was removed by Orphea, asking, And who is it at all? Irene answered uncertainly, This is the elder brother of Kaloga. Even the spirit was surprised. So that's why you need to keep everything secret. This is no secret, just so far subside for a while. I'm not the only decision, so you need to ask Phala what he thinks. Understood. Until the cows are returning, I will stay away. Orphea began to create a spell, adding, After deal with everything yourself. After all, it is you that you can tell all the sessions without injuring it. A copy of Walter slowly began to appear from the tree. Rin said, Mance your promise. She agreed. I finished the foundation. Scripular work remained, so I will do everything myself. The spirit said that this could take at least one day. After a while, Walter and Rin walked along the corridor. Where are we going? The girl answered. There, where you can talk to Belle. The guy did not stop. For what conversation did you need so many things? A contented brown-haired woman answered. You don't have to know. When this one will fall asleep, can we calmly talk with Felix alone? The man looked suspiciously at Irene, carrying a box. He began to worry more and more. I have a bad foreboding. 20 minutes later, the man lay in bed, strewn with rose petals. Suddenly, the demon jumped up. Are you going to sleep with him? Actually not. I just created a pleasant atmosphere for conversation. Why is this a pleasant atmosphere for conversation? Anyone will say that in front of him is a good atmosphere for a bodily conversation. If Felix agrees, then nothing is impossible. This is your first time. How are you going to cope with the passion of the demon? Rin said. Do you have failures in your memory? You have fired Fel's passion, which he controlled and forced him to leave. You have no right to speak. And is it not better for you, succumb to Felix to a temptation? I have already absorbed half of his soul, so there is no difference. Irene smiled and said, Is it true? Then I was lucky. She touched his shoulder. Can you shut up and lie down calmly? I have a lot to tell you, besides this issue. I will ask about Fel's plans, tell him about our plans, and also about how I will tell the family. Suddenly, the guy pushed Rin's hand. The brown-haired woman asked displeasedly, Well, what is wrong again? The man strained and froze, trying to choose words. He took the frightened look and declared extazano. He is dangerous. The guy looked at Irene alarmed, repeating, True is dangerous. Understanding nothing, she asked for, Are you talking about yourself now? A tense demon answered sternly, I'm not joking at all. Then not truly dangerous? I said that I could stand it. Walter cried out, This is not what you can withstand. This is better than burning in hellish flame. Stop worrying about me. It's time to understand that you have no right to say anything. It means to speak by putting your hand on the heart. She put the demon's hand, not her heart. Let's think honestly. Because of whom Felix's passion has become so dangerous? Having a pause, Walter said, I understand. Let go already. But Irene did not calm down, asking, so who did it? Having wilted, Larry answered. Irene asked again. Sweat, the man grabbed his heart, answering, it was me. He lowered his head and trembled. Why did I do this? He scored that assimilation is not enough. But now he is regretted. Maybe because his regrets are connected with love? The demon called to the girl. She slowly turned in his direction. The chest is very crowded. It seems to be tearing her. I seem to be burning in hellish flame. The man asked scaredly, What is this feeling? The brown-haired woman answered, Usually people call his jealousy. Because of him, I want to grab you and run away, absorbing the remaining soul. If you do this, I will make you experience suffering worse than death. Larry, it's time to bear responsibility for your choice. Rin thought. His face expression changes so quickly. Then I could not hold Felix. Because of this, he lost moral principles. Therefore, even 8 Felix will make me suffer. Then I will stand it and accept it. Larry asked. Why? Irene answered. Because I love him. And you took Felix without a trace, which I loved. So tolerate, be it suffering or pleasure. The demon asked again. Why? What the girl smiled at. Then she took the guy by the chin and answered. Because you love me. The brown-haired woman began to slowly remove her hand from his face. She accelerated. The guy did not understand the meaning of her actions. Then the girl patted the pillow, inviting the man to lie down. Irene smiled and asked, Ready to bear responsibility? For several seconds, Walter just silently looked at her. Then he sharply turned his head, not wanting to answer. A minute later, Rin asked a question. Well, how are the sensations? Having covered himself with a blanket, the demon answered, I am like in hell. With a slightly pursing his legs, the man added, Unbearably sad. Half an hour later, Walter slept in a strong dream in Rin's bed. Irene stood with a robe in her hands, examining the man. Standing in one nightie, she thought. So exciting. When he wakes up, do so? She presented how she cries, saying, Fell, I missed so. Or dispel the atmosphere by saying this. Wake up, oh my hero. Rin grabbed her head. The heart seems to break into pieces. She stopped. There is nothing to do. I will choose the last remedy. The girl grabbed a standing bottle of wine nearby and began to drink. Having drunk too much, Irene coughed. Too bitter. Suddenly, the girl stopped, feeling her gaze. The reddened Irene slowly turned around, knowing that she was waiting. Rin froze. Felix stared at her silently. The girl thought, How much did he see? And she asked, Continue? She shuddered when the guy said, It seemed to me that this is a dream. The man breathed a breath, adding sternly, You still haven't run away. Suddenly, Felix closed his eyes, crying slightly. He touched his face. Eyes burn a little? Did the demon cry cried? The brown-haired woman laughed, answering the question. I brought him to him. The demon's feelings connected with yours, and he fell in love with me. But I brutally rejected him. Felix grabbed his head, grinning. Love? He stole all feelings except love? However, it seems that now he is able to experience this feeling. But why did you reject it? He took my feelings. Therefore, it looks more like my former, and less dangerous. Irene decided to carefully ask, Are you telling the truth? She grabbed his hand. Why do you think so? Let him take your feelings and become like externally. One way or another, he still remains a demon, not Felix. Rin asked. Are you sad? Fel answered. I forgot what sadness is. Just a feeling of loss inside is terribly annoying me. Rather, I'm scared. It seems like I'm completely empty. Felix, thanks for honestly told me about this. Then Irene added, I have prepared something for you. She showed a man a bottle of potion. The brown-haired woman handed over the bottle of Felix. He was surprised. For the first time I see such a potion, and even such high quality. Since then you have not stopped studying the manufacture of potions? Irene laughed sweetly, answering joyfully, Of course. Then a pause came. The man asked, What are you waiting for? With a naive look, the girl asked in response, Do not praise me? Putting the bottle on the nightstand, Felix said. And should? Rin fell to his knees and answered, Yes, it is necessary. Felix slowly began to reach out to Irene's head. The girl said, Rather praise? The guy first did not answer. The guy said awkwardly, "You are well done." The brown-haired woman was satisfied. However, another question tormented him. "So what is this potion?" "Felix. Its effect does not last long, and I got a small volume. But if you drink it, the memories and feelings of the moment when you were happy will rush. Did you tell me that you are afraid to become an empty shell? If you feel that there is nothing left, come to me. Whatever it is required, I will fill you up until you fill up." The man squeezed a laugh out of himself. "You have become reckless." Irene was a different opinion. "No, I just became honest." Felix hung on Rin, asking, "Did you bring fragrant oil? And you are really reckless." "We decided to get hurt." Irene immediately retorted, "But I brought a medical potion." The man blushed, warning in advance, "It will hurt." Irene has been waiting for this moment for too long. "Doesn't matter," Felix added. "Even if you pay, I will not retreat. However, this is sweeter than pouring tears in complete solitude." Then she asked Felix, "Can't you drink the potion?" "I think even if I do not do this, I already know what I will see." The guy approached the girl, looking directly in her eyes. Then they at the same time closed their eyes, giving the beginning of love. Now they could not think about anything but about each other. The next morning, Felix slept next to Rin, surrounded by empty bottles. Waking up from sleep, the man slowly opened his eyes. Under the ringing of empty bottles, he raised himself, rubbing the back of his head. Seeing the bottles, the guy cried out in shock, "What else is it?" Taking one of them, he began to consider its contents. "This is a highly concentrated restorative potion. Have you drank so much?" On the floor lay a few more bottles. Felix began to shake the girl. "Irene, you haven't died?" She answered displeasedly. "Not deadly, so do not overdo it. How many bottles of potion did you use today? Does it make sense to count the bottles? It is important that I was not injured." "Of course they did not injure. You drank a healing potion. You do not look." "You see, I said that you are in danger. I know my strength better. Power up. Instead of wasting time on a triple, it is better to take me to the doctor." Felix shuddered sharply. "To the doctor? Does you hurt somewhere?" He reached for the girl. "To get started, I'll raise you." Apparently, with the help of the potion of bones, do not quickly grow. Even the bones broke? "Which ones?" Rin answered. "Do not pose a fever." The guy could not stand it and cried out, "Do you think I'm not worried about you? Demon, do you know the expression that you sow, then will you reap? I know that this is my fault, and I'm really sorry. Let at least worry. You even know how to apologize. You must apologize to Felix, not me." Without answering anything, Larry sullenly lowered his head down. The girl gave a voice again. "But I also have something to apologize for." "Sorry." Then my words sounded too cruelly. "It seemed to me that Fel could become the same only if you die. But after meeting with him, I had the opportunity to find another way. It is unlikely that he has changed a lot, but it would be nice to organize his meeting with Close. If you help me, I will help you and find a way. You can leave this body and not disappear." Entering another room, Larry thanked her for such words. "Enough about it. What is more interesting, you were pleased? If you want to hear curses addressed to you, so tell me." "Sorry, it's just that I gave this skill to him, so I asked. Are you an advisor on intimate issues? I put the highest ball. And you misunderstood. I used the potion not because I got hurt." Satyred by the demon herd, smiling, raised his head. He answered briefly, "Then okay." And he went from Rin to the doctor. After a while, Irene examined her bandaged leg. "Klotz will go crazy if he sees." "Maybe say that I fell from the stairs?" Larry was of a different opinion. "Come up with a more reasonable excuse. And if you say that you dislocated?" The demon did not accept this version. The brown-haired woman sighed sadly. But before she believed, "Don't you think that she just behaved kindly with you?" A small pause has come. The couple looked at each other silently. After waiting a couple of minutes, Irene asked, "What did you think about?" The man answered, "I thought that I also want to have my own body." The brown-haired woman was surprised at such a sincere answer from the demon. Then she asked, "How about a dog?" Larry answered in shock, "No." "Why?" "The dogs are so cute." She introduced Larry in the image of a dog. "I would feed you, walking you, played with you every day, and cherished." "Isn't it great?" The girl floated flirtingly, winked at the man. Listening to her speech, the demon blushed greatly and looked down. Suddenly he cried out, "No!" I still want to be a man. The body of a young man for about 17 to 20 years will suit you. It's too young. I will take the body of a man more beautiful than Felix. You want a lot. However, the guy did not finish. Whatever the outcome, I do not want to lose the feeling of how beautiful you are. Lunchtime has come. Irene, along with Larry, sat in the dining room. Entered, Orphea said. Claudia will soon be here. Right at dawn? She said she would come in the evening. If she arrives at dawn, she will face a demon face to face. Could you stop pointing a finger at me? I said when, according to my calculations, she will come about. She said she would come before, because she misses you. How would I stop her? But the ships of this demon will destroy. It is impossible for Fell's body to be affected at least a little. If she first meets with a demon, and not with Belle, this is shocking. In such a confusing situation, you slowly think, you need help. Suddenly, the girl blossomed, inventing something worthwhile. Meanwhile, the tired Klings entered the living room and sat on the sofa. Suddenly, the aristocrat heard a call in her direction. Irene ran up to her and began to bask around Claudia. Klotz cried out, "Our Rin missed me so much? I was crazy lonely because Kaloga and I have not seen each other for a long time. If I knew that it would happen, she would have stayed away. However, it seems to me that I would simply not endure it. But Irene, why did you invite this to our estate?" Cedric answered. "This, you say? I'm actually Erstzog," the guy softened asked. "How did I deserve such hatred?" "Archduke, but you interfere with our joint pastime. You yourself called me here, so do something." The Emperor's brother stared at the awkwardly smiling Irene. "They thought I would not notice how you were waiting for the moment to take Rin?" The brown-haired woman spoke guiltily. "Do not be the case of me like that. I appreciate and respect Irene exclusively as a teacher of life. Appreciate and respect. Similar feelings can develop into love. I will repeat again. Your grace does not fit Rin at all. Why do you blame a person who is not even interested in love? Right, Erica? Do not call me by name and do not look towards Irene. And also correct your hooligan posture. It is unpleasant to watch. It turns out that there is nobody on my side? Why did you ask me to come?" Irene answered awkwardly. "Just have lunch with us and leave. So you invited me to dinner at dawn." Cedric glanced again at Rin. "Can't you answer normally?" Irene began to mutter and slurred, trying to answer. "If a person is hungry, then he can begin to think about lunch at dawn." "What? But who will offer to dine together at dawn? She is one of those people who think about snacks even while eating." The dumbfounded Cedary said, "Seriously, I can't be here." Seeing T calmly, Erica answered. "Then leave." "Rin, you somehow move your foot strangely." "Does something hurt you?" The brown-haired woman flinched nervously and answered her. "Not at all. You usually prefer dresses above the ankle, and this resembles the curtain." While the series examined the dress, Rin screamed, "People are sitting right there!" Shocked, Claudia stared at her friend's leg. The bandaged leg immediately attracted attention. The aristocrat immediately grabbed Rin. "What is this? Yes, you are wounded." The worried Colleges pressed her friend to the sofa. "How did this happen?" Irene answered. "I dislocated her," and she thought, "So strong. Do not lie to me. How can you dislocate your leg so hard? If you learned from Liam, he would tell you that I fell from the terrace. The spell of the spirits did not stop. But how did you manage to fall? You tell me that I am an angel without wings, and I was curious if I was able to fly." Cedric spoke. "Finish carry nonsense and say everything as it is." Suddenly, Klings viciously glanced at the guy. "And what else? You secretly gave me Rin some strange assignment? Since she certainly would not have gone to the reception alone. I just heard which hero is amazing, so I asked her to check him." Claudia asked, "Do you mean Walter? The same killer? And dare you allow her to meet with a similar face? How can you entrust her with a dangerous work without telling me anything? If he took an infinite number of lives, then immediately a hero? You yourself said that, until you meet a person, you will not recognize. Contrary to everything, he really took away a lot of lives. Fortunately, after receiving the title, he will return to war again. However, what would you do, fall in love with our Irene? So you got hurt at the reception? Did Walter do this with your ankle?" Cedric guiltily lowered his face, and the brown-haired woman began to pull the shreds by the sleeve. "If I killed a lot of people, what would you do?" "Thinking," Claudia answered. "So these people have been guilty?" Rin asked the question again. "But what if they are not to blame for anything? The aristocrat sighed. I do not smoke Walter for the murder. Clores sat down on the sofa. It doesn't matter to me how many people he killed. I'm just worried if you were hurt by contacting him. She took the brown-haired woman by the hands. For me, Rin is more valuable than anyone. As if the handkerchief you donated, which is more expensive for me than all things. The aristocrat looked at her friend with delight. I am madly grateful to you, but throw this stupid scarf already. Suddenly, a man entered the room. While Rin called out Ceres, she spoke. I will tell you what I tried to hide. Felix returned. At that moment, Claudia turned her head. The eyes of the aristocrats widened, and she froze looking at Walter. But because of the curse of the demon, he comes into consciousness only at dawn. At this time in the palace of the emperor. I did not think that you have such a talent. Building card houses are not talent. Who do you take me for? Smoking a cigar, Lemberg answered. For the one you are? He pointed to the broken cards. Are you building them to destroy? After all, there is nothing more pleasant than the destruction of what someone else built. Lucas answered. You seem very satisfied when you break something. The joyful Duke advised. Try it somehow. Lemberg took the papers. Now the house is not important. Having rested on the table, he handed several sheets to the emperor. Lucas grimaced. Do not do such a pose. I am unpleasant. The blonde began to consider documents with photographs. The documents included Claudia, Irene, Eric, and Felix. Lemberg drove paper. This is falsified information. Do not read. The dumbfounded Lucas cried out, Hot! Explain in words. The fire reached his hand, and the emperor threw the sheets due to pain. Then he grabbed the duke by the breast with a sharp movement. In a formidable tone, the blonde cried out, I was going to burn my hand? I was just afraid that you would see unwanted information. Make incorrect conclusions, so hastily burned them. Not having time to finish, Benjamin received a fist in his face. Stretching, Lemberg silently took a blow, removing a smile from his face. Calming away, Lucas asked, So the information was falsified? Returning the previous smile, the Duke gave an affirmative answer. You know how much this area is subject to rumors. However, the Silencium really did something very stupid, the Emperor answered. But we have no way to prove it. The Duke smiled with a cunning. You are right, but for a long time? Lucas asked the question again. And how long did you know that? Until now, the head of the Silencium was hiding behind a dark veil. I have never seen him personally, because he sent his representatives. But I received information that the current head of the Silencium is a woman. I bought this information as an audit, and I was convinced of something. Irene Ember fascinated this woman. Silencium is already in the power of Lady Amber, so you want to say that you showed me the information, which I bought as a check, after which I was going to burn my hand. I thought that Lady Amber relied only on the Chamberlain family. Who would have thought that she was driving ropes from the Silencium? This lady is the first person who made me regret the choice. Lucas was furious. Are you trying to change the subject now? One has only to contact her, as people begin to lose their minds. I am even very curious. Would it happen to me? If you remove everything, I will forgive you for going to set me on fire. You show more interest in her than Claudia. Are your tastes changed? From a sensible person is much more benefit than from this furniture. You can only scratch your tongue and can. What have you really achieved? What is more important? Do not you think that this Walter is a little strange? Lemberg inserted his word. I also noticed one inconsistency. His aura has changed the last time at the reception. You don't think so? Lucas began to carefully study the hero of war from head to toe. The blonde raised his index finger up, saying, Don't know. It is guilty that I expected something from you. Did you put your instinct in the folding of cards? Maybe you are just too sensitive? What has changed? Probably, we can say that it has less anger than before. Previously, I vaguely felt magic from him, but today I did not feel anything. Rather, on the contrary, I wondered if a person was alive in front of me. The Emperor put his hand to the chin, saying, That's how. Then he raised his index finger again, saying, I don't know for sure. The irritated Lemberg and Constantine tried to maintain self-control. You interfere with the Emperor, so leave and take care of your favorite killings. Recently, many young people want to die. The heroic story about the Walter returning to the war continued. No one knew that a doll went on the battlefield. At this time, returning Felix, turning into Cinderella, he reunited with his family. Peace reigned in the house again. A week later, Irene decided to look into the library. Felix, putting on glasses, sat and calmly read the book. Suddenly, a girl crept up to him. "What are you doing?" The man answered, "I read the book," and then suddenly drained with his hand. Hearing a quiet crack, Felix and Irene looked down. The guy broke the page. It seems that the paper was too thin. Suddenly, the brown-haired woman had an idea. She smiled sweetly. Going around the sofa, she took a book from a man with a sharp movement. Then Rin flopped to his knees, without removing smiles. The surprised Felix asked, "What are you going to do?" Irene answered immediately, "I will turn the pages." Suddenly, for the girl, the guy began to touch her. Then, he began to act more persistently and slightly bit her in his ear. Felix said, "Sitting in this position is a little dangerous for you." Stunned by his actions, Rin tried to stop the guy. "I wonder what happened next." "Turn the page," Irene answered nervously. "You don't look at the book. It seems you said that you want to create a potion that separates the soul. This book says that the most important thing is time. And in order to personally intervene in the soul, a mediator and holy power are needed." Rin began to flip through the book, comparing the information said. "And really, you all know why then read this?" The man answered awkwardly, "I thought that perhaps I would remember the past. I cannot experience my previous feelings, but I still remembered something." Irene became interesting, Felix said. "Different altruistic thoughts. It is difficult to find a way to separate the souls of a demon and a person." Clutching the book to the mouth, Rin answered, "It was expected. It will be great if, thanks to the holy strength, you both do not disappear, colliding," Felix said. "I think that I can cope with Rin with anything. You are kind as always. Have you tried the potion that I gave you that time?" The man answered, "If you are talking about Felix, then yes, I accepted it." The brown-haired woman smiled, asking again, "And what did you see?" For a few seconds, the guy thought, trying to choose words. He took a strand of the girl's hair, fingering her with his fingers. Without answering anything, he put Rin's hair to his mouth. He glared at Irene, not releasing her strand. Then Felix said, "It seems to me that I caught a glimpse of the cat." Without understanding anything, the brown-haired woman asked for such a strange vision. "How did you prepare that potion?" "I have never met him before. I added the seeds of sunset cherries. But these should be seeds, not roots or leaves. In the language of flowers, this means expectation, longing, and sadness," Rin said with sadness in her voice. "I constantly thought about you." Suddenly, Felix said seriously, "I want to hug you." The girl shuddered and then smiled. "So hug." But the guy ruined all the romance. "Then the ribs will open." At first, the brown-haired woman was smoked, but then she hugged the man herself. Felix turned his head. "At such moments, I do not know how to be." Irene looked at him and smiled slightly, finding a solution. She grabbed his hand. The guy did not resist. "At such moments, you can simply say that I am beautiful." The man stared his eyes, looking at the actions of the brown-haired woman. Then he slightly acquired it in response, repeating, "Beautiful." A day later, Felix said, "I found her in the laboratory and wanted to throw it away." Rin, to clarify, asked. "That is, let go?" But the man immediately stated, "Wouldn't it be better to kill her?" He said, "A dumbfounded girl. She has a paw injured. Even if you treat it, she will die soon. We will only extend suffering. It is better to send her to the next world so that she does not suffer. I respect your choice, but are you sure you will not regret it?" "Do you mean that if I have feelings, will I regret it from the rat?" I remember that I had always refrained from this before. Irene waved her hand and showed the bottle. "Then let her down?" "Without releasing the rat," Felix said. "She will not live for a long time. The suits also do not live for a long time, so why do they exist? You said that we cannot decide who to live and who does not. Although I don't understand, but if I thought so, when feelings return to me, the souls of countless people who I killed will torment me." "Engaged in the rat," Irene asked. "What do you think, what will it be?" The man thought about it. "I don't know, probably very painful. This will differ from the cut. Maybe it looks like a sense of mental emptiness?" Rin thought differently. "An empty life without feelings in life, full of feelings and regrets about the past. If I had to make such a choice, what would you choose?" Felix answered. "Compared to the loss of feelings, the second is better, even with regrets. Perhaps you will dream of nightmares. You will want to scream and cry. You will probably try to suffer all these suffering alone. But if you do this again, I will swear very much, the guy calmly asked. How? Irene grunted and thought. Every time you hurt, I will overtake you and will firmly hug you. Before me, you want to seem strong. But when you are weak, I will not leave you alone, the surprised man said. Then swear as much as you like. The brown-haired woman put forward a little finger and said sweetly, An agreement. Without answering anything, Felix slowly brought his little finger to her. It seems to me that something similar had already happened before. Irene smiled innocently, fastening their fingers among themselves. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The brown-haired woman shuddered. Once you returned after a long time, I decided to take care. Letting you spend time with Rin. But what is this nonsense? Brother, have you brutally killed innocent people? If you are participating in the war, you must be ready to kill and be killed. To feel the blame for the murder of enemies is like humiliating their honor. A brother, whom I know, would go to the families of the dead and offer them comfort and payment. You have not been a person who rushes from guilt. Therefore, I must sacrifice that trinity and demon. Irene tried to calm Claudia. You will explode now. In general, Rin is supposed to enjoy my beauty, and not your pampering, so could you leave the road? However, the man did not listen. Clores asked, Why did you block the way? Felix said with a hard voice. Because I want it so much. And thanks to whom do you spend time alone with Irene? I don't remember that I asked you to help me with this. If so, I will make sure that you and her hair could not touch. Felix thought for a second, looking at the embittered sister. Then he turned silently, looking at the brown-haired woman. The man significant began to hug the girl and touch her hair. Under the strand of brown hair to the mouth, he said, Try it. Klotz were shocked by such impudence. Are you shaking? In rages. Why have you become so unbearable until we saw each other? Felix answered lazily. Noisy, and it doesn't even hurt. Claudia wanted to Dasvati Orphea, but Rin tried to calm them down. While the man rejoiced at the victory, Kaloga screamed at him. After a couple of hours, Cedric and Erica came to visit them. The famous deceased Felix Chamberlain became Irene's lover? Clisses and Erica answered at the same time. Well, generally not. But they like each other, so are you entitled to resist? If my brother remained the same, I would have agreed in 10 years later, Cedric asked, but immediately shuddered, seeing Kaloga's face. But at this time, it is simply unacceptable. If you want to stay with Irene, think about how to return to your previous state. At the sight of this animal look, it becomes clear that no self-control. Exactly, as if he thinks about how to grab and devour Rin. While the brown-haired woman was eating, Cedric doubted the words of the girls. In the middle of the conversation, Irene suddenly dropped the cake and froze. Exactly! I completely forgot to make Felix an offer, Archduke asked. What are you talking about at all? Climb the atmosphere. They paid attention to the angry and flaming Claudia. We will think about the wedding in 30 years, as soon as the brother becomes the same. Suddenly, Walter grabbed Cedric's hand, which he touched Rin. He turned his hand through his hand, warning menacingly, Do not touch. The dumbfounded blonde cried out, You broke my bones! Cedric turned angrily. Do you not break your hands to people? But the guy fell silent, stumbled into Felix's cold gaze. Irene hastened to stop the man. Fell, you can't! He immediately released his hand covered with abrasions, answering, I understand. The man hugged Irene, who joyfully praised him. Erica and Clore said, Real savage. For a brother, even 10 years. Calm down. All the same, now we can't even publicly declare a marriage. Suddenly, Rin raised her index finger up, hinting at the idea. Then she thought, grunting and repeating the word publicly. With a sharp movement, she slapped her hand over the table, attracting attention. Irene asked, Maybe we will adjust our plans a little? There was a sunset. There was a conversation in the Emperor's palace. I did not think that the inspired fear and humility forced me to obey. Constantine answered, What a pity that you understood this only now. Lemberg said, After all, what are you? That I am. We are one field of berries. We have already fought enough, so it's time to install a clear system. Some have already set the framework. You do not understand, so I will explain. Smoking a cigar, Benjamin smiled slyly. Looking at the Emperor, Lucas looked at the Duke with disbelief, trying to understand what he was planning. Lemberg turned sharply and waved his hand. And here it is. Now you feel fear of a lit paparosa? The Emperor, unable to restrain his rage, cried out, Who is it? Someone take this damn demon into hell. The Duke laughed. People like me, even in hell, are not particularly happy. Your Majesty is a model of the Emperor, about whom I dreamed all my life. You are constantly mocking me. If you don't say right, I will kill you. You are sensitive and impulsive. No one knows how you react. You relaxed when I put out this cigarette? This is the basis of an intimidation policy. If you follow it, people will become humble. You want to say that I can manage the subjects as I wish? I like it, Lemberg answered. Then continue to live like that. Stay capricious, demonstrate your cruel nature, and punish all people, regardless of their victory or defeat. How about increasing the number of entertainment? To arrange fencing tournaments, to sponsor playwrights and actors, increase the number of brothels near the poor areas. The Duke was pleased with the course of thought. 2 hairs are 1 shot. However, Lucas noticed something. So everyone will lose his mind. Lemberg waved his hand. Although, of course, sometimes this is not enough. Constantine caught papers that Benjamin threw him. Grocery coupons. Because of the war, subjects suffer from hunger, the clergyman answered. Of course, there is nothing free in the world. Give them only to those who vow to believe in your God. REOO. Well, do you propose using the oaths of believers? You dreamed that you will become a savior, so what you are unhappy with? Or are you still connected by useless church dogmas? Food and stomachs are not enough to become a savior. So for starters, decorate the temple as majestic and luxurious as possible. It is easy to succumb to the charm of the outer shell. This is instinct. You probably want a job. Where to come from money from? However, you can sell indulgence to believers. I'm talking about a stupid certificate, forgiving sins and freeing from hell. Do not scatter and deal with everything else, as expected. After all, you are much more capable than me. So compress grocery coupons. I am waiting for a lot from you, dear Sir Constantine. To paper said Ducas. If you finish, then fail. With a constant smile, the Duke said goodbye to the Emperor. The clergyman examined the coupons that he held in his hand. The next day, Irene got into the city for a meeting. Recently, this sore geek of Benjamin has appeared. He constantly asks about you, pushing Lady Chamberlain away to the background. Rin was surprised. Is he going to use me? Meanwhile, Sir Constantine arrived in the main temple. The man took a deep breath, after which he exhaled heavily. They turned to him. Did you convey my words to His Majesty? Are you about the end of the war? He conveyed, but he did not even listen. I will try that one day your request to reach it. The servant of the church answered. You make every effort. This is enough. Do you really think that I lay out on the maximum? Of course not. If you try even more, then I will be grateful. If the power of the temple increases, the emperor will begin to listen to your words. The frightened and surprised man asked, What are you talking about? I propose with joint efforts to increase the power of the temple. I hope you are aware of the situation and listen to our Lord Deseo. If you want peace, then listen carefully to me. Remember the previous archbishop. Do you know what happened to him? I do not want to go through it again without the need. Please, mercy, I incorrectly interpreted the will of our Lord. Like an archbishop, but you can't understand the will of the Lord. No one will say a word if you die right now. The current archbishop knew this and immediately got excited. Pale and head down, he answered. I will try. Constantine briefly answered a trembling man. Fine. Then, for starters, we will prepare for the meeting of our Lord. In the imperial palace, Cedric noticed, you have a displeased face, and you seem to have revived. Recently, is it all good in life? The guy asked in bewilderment, and then shuddered. I got a good thing here? Do not want to enjoy? I do not accept substances. What is more important? Where do you get from? The Duke gave. He manages to find unusual little things. Lucas closed displeasedly and said, That the one that is. Lemberg caused your discontent. Are you not in good relations with him? The emperor thought and sighed. Good. Perhaps. Seeing his reaction to the question, Cedric smiled and grunted. Then he abruptly jumped up from the couch, which surprised his brother. He silently went to the table, took a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. When you want to erase bad memories, there is nothing better than alcohol. Lucas got angry. Do not go while you pour it, you will be shed. If you don't take it, I really will shed everything. You will take. Cocking, the emperor asked. Why did you pour so much? Cedric smiled. Sorry that I did not control this. The younger brother watched the emperor slowly drank wine. The Duke proposed to open a circus for subjects tired of the war. But do not you think that the Duke has become too energetic? The thought is not bad, but this is his hobby, to turn some things. Until he creates a problem, let him do what he wants, although it really acts a little on the nerves. Drinking from his throat, Cedric thought, asking, "Is it true?" Usually, people who are given an order have a sense of resistance. If your rights limit outside, you will obey. However, inside, you will only feel a threat and irritation. Cedric must be understanding this better than anyone, enjoying everything that I passionately wished since childhood. The Emperor himself chained himself in shackles, making an unreasonable choice. He was born a noble tiger, but knows how to live only like a dog. If he has a feeling of resistance, he will not get rid of him. You can give him the sweet right of choice, which is easy to confuse with the flower road. If Lavushka makes him believe that this is acquired freedom, he will fall. There is definitely a crack in the relationship of this trinity. You need to aim in it. Sometimes I think, it's good that I got to her side. Your Majesty, what do you think about Togo to lead the circus? The Emperor silently looked at how the wine was shed. As a result, you spilled it. The dumbfounded Cedary asked for forgiveness. Behind this was the loud sound of a crashing glass. Lucas smiled and said, "Let the servants be removed. One interesting thing has appeared, therefore, I will be busy." Cedric, with a spot on his shirt, said goodbye to his older brother. Then his face was lit by a cunning smirk. Everything went according to plan. There is one young playwright whose reputation is growing day by day. He appeared 3 months ago, literally out of nowhere. And with each new script, he received more and more positive reviews. He became famous as the chief playwright of the troupe of Finney. Although he is a beginner, his talent was quickly recognized, and all theaters of the capital began to fight to put his works. He became famous in such a short time, which became an exceptional event. He had sponsors, but without talent, he would not have happened. Many troupes longed to get his talent and abilities. And the name of this incredible person is Shane Pyre? I hear for the first time. And about the feast on a summer night, and the omelet also never heard. Although not surprising, because I have not visited theaters for a long time. Why are you Halo? Leave your father and renounce forever on behalf of your own. I understand the feelings of Jelena, who asks to renounce this name. In a feast on a summer night, not a word about a feast. Isn't it better to replace it with sleep? I also made proposals regarding this part, but Shane said something else. That, giving the characters unusual names, he retains the conscience of the playwright. The conscience of the playwright? What does it mean? The man did not find what to answer. Geniuses, which are in the world of dreams, often speak all sorts of oddities. In addition, an unusual name can attract a lot of attention. This is still impressive. The troupe is the Phonesis. Okay, I sponsor them. In addition, the omelet was good. The guest immediately shone and agreed. Lucas rose from the throne. I want to meet this playwright. If this is the order of your Majesty, I will immediately arrange everything. The Emperor was satisfied, and therefore let the man do this business. Lucas's eyes lit up, and he talked Sam himself. And this is very funny. He touched the sheets with the plays that they read to wait. An hour passed as the voice announced, "Your Majesty, the playwright arrived." The smiling Lucas spoke. "Well, did you finally come? Thank you for the invitation to your noble monastery." A gray-haired man with a pigtail said, "My name is Mozzarella." The Emperor was slightly shocked. "Is this a real name?" The guy answered, "Pseudonym. I discarded the old ordinary name." "Then let's listen and find out what your performer skills are." Thin fingers slowly approached the keys of the piano. Irene began to play the melody with ill-wing movements. A voice was heard. "Do you know how to play the piano?" The girl was embarrassed, nervously examining her fingers. Then she decided to answer the question with a question. "Do you know how?" Felix answered with an indifferent look. "I used to study." Rin smiled and said, "Pretty blurry answer. I had no special inclinations, but I really liked playing." "Is there really something that you may not work out?" The man answered, "I had no other talents except magic. I heard this time you wrote to the sonata. Everyone praises her very much." Rin was embarrassed. "My new stage pseudonym is Beethoven. But why don't you use your real name?" "I think because I still have a fraction of conscience. If I destroy this trinity, you need to get rid of everything that I copied. Like a flame, as if it had never existed." Suddenly Rin asked, "Why did you like piano?" "I think it seemed to me that from touching him, I felt comforted." The girl listened carefully, thinking about what she heard. When the guy touched the instrument, he started. Irene touched his hands. Do you need comfort? Felix did not know if he really needed it now. Recently, due to plans, we cannot really see. At night without you, I feel terrible sadness without you. I think that right now I need comfort. Felix froze, trying to correctly interpret Rin's words. He slowly held out his hand to the cheek of an embarrassed girl. Following his hand, he brought his face with a desire to kiss. Irene covered her eyes with a delicate kiss on the cheek. Felix pulled back slightly and asked, I am comforting you? I did not talk about such comfort. Although this was also good. The demon will soon wake up, so now perhaps not the time. The girl patted her chair on the chair, inviting the guy to sit down. For about a minute, they sat silently, looking at the keys of the piano. Suddenly, the man lowered his head and turned to the brown-haired woman. If possible, then I would like to get this demon out of myself. Everything is possible. You just need to find a way to safely share your souls. Although the demon says that he loves me, I will not reciprocate him. However, it takes half of your body, and I cannot avoid it. Sometimes, when it's hard for me, I say something cruel. Since he is in love with me, this can bring him a lot of pain. Then a weapon tore off the soul. Did I even comfort you a little? Felix looked at his reflection. Don't know. This is not particularly pleasant. It is better to make the demon disappear, so that he will forget everything and find peace. Suddenly, the girl saw in him the image of the past Felix. To be honest, I was also not pleased to see how he cried for my words. When you lose something expensive, you feel a feeling of loss. They say that sadness is a manifestation of this feeling, and also musical instruments are great for the manifestation of feelings. You said that you love the piano. Maybe we will play together? The man spoke. You will be injured. Just put your hands. He put his hands over the girl's hands, attaching to the keys. They began to play a simple melody, increasing the pace. Their fingers became as one, and the melody became more complicated. The notes fought off in Felix's head. What is this composition? Irene smiled slightly and answered. Tears and comfort. The music filled the whole room, not allowing other sounds to intervene. Irene gently played out every note, giving the composition tenderness. Suddenly, one of the keys fell on Felix. He pressed the girl's hand slightly, stopping her game. Then he said, It's a little hard for me, Rin asked. Why? When you do this, I do not know what I should do. The brown-haired woman asked a question again. Does it burden you? He twisted his head. His hand trembled. Not at all, I'm just confused. Irene answered. Then do only what you yourself want. Suddenly, they turned their heads together and stared out the window. I think it's not worth it. First you need to deal with the demon. The brown-haired woman was thinking, and then said, Then call me Rin. Your words cannot always be a solution. Now I feel strange, the girl answered. Is it true? Then you can say that I'm dear? The next morning, the emperor reread the letter several times. It said about the impossibility of meeting, and was supported by apologies. Remembering every word, Lucas angrily squeezed a sheet of paper. His eyes were filled with blood, and he said, Kaka, he dared. The emperor turned to the clone of Walter. Now drag him. The warrior only looked towards the emperor, but did not budge. His gaze again rushed ahead, without any action. Lucas got angry even stronger, asking, Why did you get up? Deaf or what? He crumpled the letter and aimed him at Walter. With a quiet rustle, a piece of paper reached the head of the war. The doll lowered her head, looking lazily at the abandoned lump. Then he heard a brief order from the emperor. Pick up. Lucas boiled. I said to pick up. I was kind with you, since you behaved like an obedient dog. Now dare to show your teeth? Apparently, it is not possible to hide your origin by anything. Suddenly, in a fit of panic, Cedric jumped up, screaming, Exactly! Then he froze awkwardly. Lucas looked at him. I let you do what you wish, but you do not know the measure. Do not be angry. I forgot, and then sharply remembered what I wanted to tell you. Having covered his face with his hand, the emperor said, Then tell. Cedric did not retreat, but it would be better to do it now. If everything turns out to be a useless nonsense, I will not let you go with it. You will not regret it. Once in the lanes I heard about Shane's feast. I met there with a man from the theater who wanted to enjoy a secret hobby. He said that Shane secretly receives huge financial support. If you find out who the benefactor, then you better understand the Shangis. So, he is hiding behind the sponsor and ignores me, the emperor. Whether he is hiding in them or gets threats from him, it is unknown to me. Listening to the story of his brother, Lucas calmed down a little, but then he asked the most important question: and who is the sponsor? Toward evening, the performance began. Two actors performed on stage. From the spectator hall, the guy was watching the guy through binoculars. Everything goes like clockwork. I would like to delay the meeting as long as possible. But who would have thought that we would meet that way? A harmful geek, not look at me, but at the performance. Or is the reason that I am just an unimaginable handsome man? At the same time, she spoke cerebrals. Rin, aren't you high? The girl disguised as a guy answered. It is possible to be a shorty, so I thought that if I became completely different from myself, then I would not fall. I made the Shainpira as a man in order to disguise myself under him. And I thought that after that, you will be more formal with me, Claudia answered. I really don't like your new look. But inside you are still the same Rin. How can I behave formally with you? Klotz broke the handle of binoculars. If Crown Prince offends you, I will cut him. Irene, frightened, answered. We must not forget about the essence of our plan. I don't really want this either, so I will try well. An hour later. So you are Shainpir? It's not easy to meet with you. For me, the honor of the incomprehensible son of the Empire. My name is Shainpir. Please forgive my rudeness. In my life, there was practically no successful chance. Therefore, I can think about replacing people that they believed in me. I want to pay off the undeserved interest of your majesty. Did you like the performance? You decided to sponsor me. Therefore, I wanted to show the skills that it is worthy of this. With a stone face, Lucas answered. Well, you can see. It is lying and not blushing. He was staring at us all the time. I looked at the performance with great pleasure. The production was beautiful, but the acting game and the orchestra are on top. The disguised Rin answered, Glad you liked it, and suddenly froze. Stop, Klotz, you can't do such a face. We must monitor the expression on the face. We should not be declassified. They turned away from each other. You need to look at something else. At that moment, the emperor looked at them with an indifferent look. Rin and Klors decided to make exactly the same facial expression. I enjoyed the performance, but I have things to do, so I ask you to forgive me. Slightly nervously, Shainpir answered. Fine, see you. He and the emperor observed how Claudia was removed. So you get support from the Chamberlain family? Rubbing her neck, Irene answered awkwardly. Yes, it is. Nothing personal binds you anymore, except for this. That you, of course, are not. The Count is simply busy, so his daughter came. To look at the troupe. What kind of relationship can we talk about? You want to say that, even being next to Claudia, you were not interested in her? I don't know why you thought so, but I'm not interested in the opposite sex. I do not think that Claudia can include the opposite sex in the concept. So, you don't like any girls at all? That is, he wants to ask me to go to his side? Scammer? To be more precise, I would like to have no interest. Since I am focused on creativity, this will cause inconvenience to my interest. Even now, my head is scored only by thoughts about the next performance. The emperor was shocked by such a statement. Some kind of pervert. Then he smiled. Such a situation of affairs was beneficial to him. Lucas turned and said, I will come more often. Toward evening, the estate of Chamberlain Orphea was haunted. He received another slap on the shoulder. Work, spirit! His patience burst. He viciously grabbed a grass whip. What is needed? If it's boring, ask the maids to play with you. I'm like your niece who pester you on holidays. Without understanding anything, the spirit began to ask about what it interpreted about. Irene sat down on a chair and said, Klings asked to look after you. Suddenly, the man began to create a spell on the creation of a doll. Rin was delighted. Are you making cow now, or confirmed? A copy of Claudia began to slowly appear from wood. The brown-haired woman asked, Is the difference in quality too great? Or replied, I like it so much, Rin said. I miss the fell. The spirit said, When I finish, I will make a doll again for replacement, so be patient. The girl shone and jumped up. Why is this sudden such concern? He answered, This is not for you. I only fulfill the order of Clue. And even without any supervision, I diligently execute the decrees of the contractor. After all, I taught you the secret way to win the hearts of Close, but you do not use them. Or twitched. Crook. So it was you from the very beginning. Suddenly Irene called out. She jumped up. What's happened? The maid hastily answered. What? Mr. calls you? The brown-haired woman decided to drain quickly. The matter is serious. You need to rush. The girl went to the meeting towards the office. Hugo Chamberlain seriously turned to Irene. Child. For a few seconds, Irene froze in a stupor. Hearing such a conversion, she cleared her ears. The man said, You were not heard. Then Rin pinched herself. Hugo added, And I did not dream. Stop. Then the girl cried out dumbfounded. What did you say? The man asked. Are you trying to behave like a child? Rin got into a defensive rack. Are you definitely Mr. Hugo? Exactly. So stop playing the theater of one actor. The brown-haired woman decided to measure his temperature. There is no heat. Yes, you need to call a doctor. Hugo jerked with irritation. He shouted. Rin answered. Sorry, it was just so unexpected. Over a cup of tea, the girl asked. So why did you call me? The man lowered his head, frowning. I'm worried. The excited Irene, looking at Hugo, said, This is noticeable. I absolutely do not understand how to handle my children. The brown-haired woman shuddered when she heard the cause of anxiety. She thought. It seemed that he was shocked at the sight of Fel, but still remained calm and was glad of his return. Was it really not the case at all? Of course he had to not be easy. Sometimes I miss the same Fel. I did not expect you to tell me about it. He asked in a drooping voice. And who else can I tell me this? Sorry, but no one but you came to my mind anymore. Fel alone took this burden on himself. And when he was most painful, Father could not be near. He must have a feeling of guilt, like me. Do you know that winter will soon come to an end? The snow has already melted. Flowers will bloom soon. And the long-awaited spring will come. The time will come when the flowers of the gloomy winter are bloomed. Hugo philosophically noticed, My son is a blossomed flower. We meet this spring along with Belle. She will not be the same as last year. Therefore, meet your son just like a new spring. The man smiled. And you like to choose sensitive words, Irene asked. Can you say that I say beautifully? Hugo looked at Rin in bewilderment. Are you out of your mind? The brown-haired woman pouted. How cruelly you turned to the child. Suddenly, the girl looked at the father of the family with delight. The man looked at the innocent face with displeasure. You seemed a little sweet to me, and I did it involuntarily. Hugo sighed. Yeah, you filled your son's empty place. So it is annoying that you did not accept the manifestations of love from your son. He answered. Yes, you are a couple created for each other. Sit down already. Shocked, Rin cried out. Why do you drive us away? Hugo answered with a dissatisfied face. I can't stand two.